And we're here. And my board's cooking. Hello. It's table. We're here. We're doing stuff. I'm here super early. Actually, I'm close to my normal time. But work was very quick today. So spent about 5 minutes on it. So here we are, long stream today. Alright, so until things start getting saucy, I am going to be reacting to a not so erudite video I had seen yesterday. Well, it popped up on my feed yesterday, but I wasn't in the mood to do it yesterday. Today I'm in the mood to do it. Or something like this, I don't know. Christianity isn't what you think it is, featuring Econobook. I see a turn on. Where is it? Where do I have this? Here it is. That? No. Aha! Alright. So, basically until I end up rambling about something else, or chat begins ripping my attention anywhere else. Let's see what Erudite's got going on. Oh, I'm on the wrong mouse. Double mice. I have many mice.
Bad judgmental Jesus is like when he goes into the church and he flips over the tables and whips them. That's bad Jesus, right? Or when he's going and with his disciples, he tells them to purchase swords. It's not like Jesus was just like this airy-fairy loser.
Oh,
he called
YouTube's trying
the
to get
Pharisees rock.
this thing together.
He turned to Peter and said, "Get behind me, Satan." Jesus was willing to call people out. And this is again, they'll cite
Yo,
Jesus
based.
and go and sin no more. Or you're
Based. Yeah. Jesus, based on his actions, was not here to play nice. I was in the conversation a while back where it was brought up how there's I need a new sheet on my palette, on my paint palette here. There were a couple verses where it was like Jesus is saying, I have come to what was it? It was something like and father shall hate son, and daughter shall hate mother, and all that. It was some pretty provocative stuff, really.
fools, and they'll be like, "See, Jesus was an asshole." Most Muslim people haven't really read the Quran. Most Christian people haven't really read the Bible. Just
facts.
most people who broadly are utilitarian probably haven't read any utilitarian philosophical writings ever. They just kind of hear stuff from their parents and people who seem more informed, and it kind of puts together their worldview for them. I don't know. It's tricky because the Protestant theology is very new and very strange. And I reject almost all of it. And so
Okay.
I don't know exactly.
For the record, going into this, I'm an atheist. I am out and open about being an atheist. I don't think there's anything out there except gas and dust and fireballs. Fireball whiskey. That's all that exists out there.
What happened. I've been trying to actually look into the history recently of Protestantism to figure out when did we become fundamentalist? Where did this come from? Because this wasn't established in the church beforehand. So yeah, there's a lot of really strange theology, but the issue is that Christianity's just how there's Sunni and Shia interpretations of the Quran. Christianity is a much older religion, so we have just even more schisms, right? We have Eastern Orthodox, we've got Catholicism, and then we've got Protestantism. But then within all of that, there's Eastern Orthodox people that are going to be much more liberal in their interpretation of things. There's Catholics that are much more liberal. There's a whole sect of Catholicism that's very trad connie and kind of rejecting the last 10 popes. I can't remember what they're called, but there's there's all these schisms within like all of these belief systems. So it's like there isn't
Yeah.
even an agreement, which is
Well, I
why I
mean,
tend to be pretty soft-handed about like theology in general. Like I recognize that there's like tons and tons and tons of human error.
that's true. I think that, yeah, I think a lot of the history of different Christian
Pichtilingo says
sects are
Sedivacantism.
it's kind of a history of really just institutional critique of whatever happens to be the dominant sort of interpretation of the religion at the time or in the specific location. I mean, obviously that's what happened with Lutheranism. I mean, Lutheranism seemed to have been born, and I guess all of Protestantism originally was born of just like basically just like, hey, these Catholics, they're running shit in kind of a fucked up way. And
Right.
so we should probably change all those things. And that was the onus of changing things. It wasn't, I mean, I guess, of course, it was disagreements on like, hey, the way that you're applying governance through a biblical frame is wrong. Like, we are not interpreting this the same way. But
Mhm.
I think if we boil that down to really just human, just like how a human would react to certain things, right? Like, I think one of the big things was there was a lot of corruption with, I think, donations to the church where like
Yep.
old priests would say, hey, it turns out maybe donate to the church and you don't go to hell for all these fucked up things that you did, right? Whereas people could look at that and say, hey, that's probably not a very genuine way to actually repent your sins, just like be rich and donate money to the church.
Yeah.
And that's probably
The ultimate form of it's not illegal, it just costs you money. Like, you got the whole, well, if it's crime that is only punished with a fine, that means it's only illegal for the poor. This is the ultimate evolution of that. I am also going to need be having to fix a bunch of my highlights. I don't know why I am trying this hard on a basic infantry trooper that will be, you're probably not even going to notice a lot of the stuff. It's going to be covered up with a bunch of other stuff, but we're here now. I am still getting used to Pro Krill's bottling preferences. It's a little weird to me. I think the Army Painter War Paint bottle is just superior. The paints are pretty nice, but the bottles are super annoying to me. Though I do like how they come with mixing beads immediately. It's just built in. You just get mixing beads. That's nice. Then Procro's paint is very smooth. It's very smooth. It's pretty well behaved. I wouldn't mind it a little bit thicker, but yeah, especially if you're trying to do more really high detail, high amount of like blending, all that. It's pretty good. I can't complain about its smoothness at all. It's just I really don't care for the bottle.
not what Jesus or it's probably not what Jesus would say you should do if you've committed some unholy act, I guess.
Yeah.
And I mean Jesus himself, right? I mean that I think that was one of the interesting things that at least one of the theories that this Dale Martin guy proposes is that like Jesus was was a Jewish person, right? Growing up, I guess, in that sort of
World.
religious tradition. And he has quotes that I guess to some people seem somewhat contradictory. It's one of the quotes that people used to say that Christians need to follow Hebrew law, where Jesus says, he says something like, I didn't come to destroy the old law, but to enforce it or something like that. Can't recall the exact
Uphold
quote.
it and fulfill it.
Yeah, exactly right.
He's here to. He said he's here to. Okay, so I should also preface. I grew up a fundamentalist Christian. I have spent a lot of time actually reading the Bible, like being required to read the Bible. this is my understanding. Jesus said he is here to fulfill the law, and the way that Hebrew culture and the language that is used is very contractual. The law is seen as effectively like a legal document between, uh, with, I forget if it's Jehovah or Yahweh, whichever one's the more correct one, and the people of Israel, and it's effectively a legal agreement, and Jesus came down to fulfill it in the sense of a contract, meaning that when Jesus did his thing, it is now done. It's completed. It is null and void. Um, and that's supported by some of his other statements about whenever he speaks about uh, earth and heaven together, that is generally in reference to the temple, because that's what the temple represented. That wasn't like the literal. If it was earth and sky or earth and heaven, that might come up later. Um, he's talking about the temple because the temple is part of that contract.
And
Came to
like
fulfill the law.
the way, yeah, and it seems like again, like the way that you would reconcile Jesus's like very seemingly progressive and liberal interpretations of that is just that, like Jesus was a Jew, but he just had like an incredibly progressive and simplistic interpretation of all the Jewish law and what are like the proper priorities that you should have, right? Where he would say, you know, yes, I guess, maybe you shouldn't eat pork, maybe this or that, but hey, the biggest thing is, loving your neighbor, being empathetic, giving to the poor if you can, things like this. I know that's to some a fairly controversial conclusion of Jesus, but I don't know. To me, that's how. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible that seems like it's hard to reconcile without understanding, Jesus, despite potentially being divine himself, was, affected by his own environment, and the same thing with the people compiling the Bible, I guess. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I'll go back 'cause, there's a fair bit said there. I do think that there are. So while I said like, even though there are all these schisms, I do think that there are like some central doctrines that most Christians would agree in. Like, I think like the Apostles' Creed of like what it means to be a Christian is pretty good, by and large, which is basically like believing in God, believing that God is who He claims to be, that Jesus is the Son of God, all that, like that, the Apostles' Creed. So there's a lot of agreement across Christian sects. The issue is that it's kind of like listening to lefties, right? All of us left-leaning people. It's like we agree on probably 80% of our values. The issue is the 20%.
Sure.
And God, we want to kill each other over the 20%, right? That's pretty similar, I would say, to Christians. And I don't know, I can't speak for Muslims, but I suspect that's any kind of unified group, right? So like for example, the reason I'm in protest of the Catholic Church is because the justification of faith alone. I don't love the works model of Catholicism, about like sanctifying grace and stuff like that. It doesn't
What is that?
feel so. Catholics basically believe. Oh man, some Catholics are going to get really mad at me because there's obviously a lot of detail that
Oh
I'm
no.
probably going to leave out. But essentially, they view sanctifying grace as this like space that you need to be within when you die to go to heaven. And if you aren't in sanctifying grace, then you go to like purgatory and you can like kind of work off the crime. So this is where confession is important. So like if you have done a sin, but you confess it, you're like, and then the priest is like, do like 10 Hail Marys, whatever the fuck you have to do, then you're
Yeah,
back into sanctifying grace. Um, and so
I
it's
see.
basically like this works-based system about like whether or not you're in the clear. And Martin Luther had a really big issue with that, particularly because of like Jesus's writings. Like he's like, this just doesn't embody the new covenant. Because a really big thing for Christians, why Christians aren't Jewish people, is the new covenant. Like it's fundamental, Jesus's writings in understanding modern Christians. Because if we don't have the new covenant, then we should all just be Jews. Like there's not really a good reason to be a Christian if you don't acknowledge
True.
the new covenant. Um,
Just be a Jew.
so while there is a lot of disagreement in the church, like there's a reason I would consider myself Protestant. I'm protesting the Catholic Church. There's still probably more that we would agree with than disagree with, like broadly, right? Like we believe in a theism, which separates us from a large portion of the world. We believe in a monotheism.
I was about to say,
Trinity,
monotheism
blah,
is
blah, blah, blah.
probably
So there's like a bunch of
the
stuff
biggest
would
single
unify
thing
us as well.
because, so like, there are a lot of religions across history in the world, and the vast majority of them are pantheistic, polytheistic, of some flavor or another. Monotheism is fairly rare, and it's mostly found within the Abrahamic tradition or some derivative of that. That's probably the single biggest. It's not even that you're theist. I think theists specifically, like just that there is any type of deity out there, is the majority opinion across the history of humanity. It's the monotheism. That's what sets you apart. And not even just monotheistic, a structured monotheistic. Because there's plenty of deists. I don't think deists are all that rare. Where it's just, yeah, there's a god. There's a god, and that's all I got.
So, okay, that's like the first point. Shit, I should have written these down because this is not where you
worries.
ended your last thoughts on. I'm trying to think where you ended your last thoughts on. Do you want to remind me of like the kind of like the question you said, like, what are your thoughts? What was like the last thought you had that you wanted me to respond to?
I guess it was kind of a flow of consciousness thing, but like essentially Jesus, I had mentioned that Jesus was. There are statements that Jesus made in the Bible that seem a little bit contradictory, right? Where he talks about upholding the old law, but then he also talks about, I don't know, I guess establishing a new covenant and stuff. And it's like, well, if we just think about like literally what that could mean at the time of Jesus, is that Jesus had, he grew up in a Jewish tradition, and he probably, I mean, if I understand Jesus, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Jesus, like he was raised with the knowledge that like, hey, you're like a special guy, you're like a divine kind of demigod person, son of God kind of thing. If I understand correctly, that wasn't something that Jesus didn't understand as a child. Like he was kind of, I think he was taught that from a young age, and so. And of course, correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, you know more than me.
There's like verses of him with Mary being like, when he goes missing, Mary's like, "Where were you?" And he's like, "You should have known I was in my father's house." There's, in fairness, there's a lot of theological argumentation about that, obviously. So some
Yeah.
people would argue like infancy,
Well-
like he knew it in infancy, and other people would argue he learned at the temple, and other people, yeah.
Well, whenever he learned, I mean, the point is just like at some point in his childhood, right?
At some point before he died on the
was-
cross, he definitely was aware something was off. Something was
Yeah,
unique was
like-
going on.
Of course, he was on the cross, like basically yelling at God, and talk, all these kind of things. And so, he knew he was some sort of a divine figure in his own head, I guess. And like just given that, it's like he, raised in the Jewish tradition, had obviously somewhat radical interpretations of, essentially the rules and regulations and law that he was taught. And he probably also had his own ideas, obviously figuring he was sort of a divinely inspired person as well. So he probably felt relatively, I mean, I would say certainly that if I read what Jesus is quoted to say in the Bible, he certainly seems like a very confident and sure of himself person, as anybody who felt like they were divinely inspired would be, right?
Right.
And so that's one way to understand how he would kind of say, oh, he's upholding the law, but also bringing this new covenant, is like, yeah, he's a Jew, but he's got a radical sort of new interpretation of all that stuff that he feels very assured in because he feels like, he's the Son of God.
Yeah. I mean, there's like the Beatitudes and the Sermon on the Mount is like a really good example of this. I mean, I don't know if I would agree that Jesus is like more simple. He's more simple in some ways, but he's like paradoxical, right? Like he'll say things like, "You've
Sure.
heard it said, this, but I tell you this," and you're like, "Wait, what? Like how does this work, right?
Yeah.
So like you know, the like rich shall inherit the first will be last and the last will be first, and like the weak and the poor will be put ahead of the rich and all sorts of things. So he like constantly holds these like almost like paradoxical, and if you get into like the language that he was specifically using when he's saying words like poor and rich and stuff like that, when the people were listening to it, he was basically saying that like, and you've heard it said that like humans will breathe oxygen, but I tell you now that they will breathe like water, and the water breathing humans will be first. And you're just like, what? Like none of this even like the poor being first and stuff was like,
What are you talking about,
yeah,
Jesus?
it was
What's
world
going on
it
here?
was mind bending because of like some of the like relationships that
Okay, so actually Jordan Pearson had an interesting take on this that I think sounds correct to me. Like this take sounds correct, which is it was the meek shall inherit the earth, but meek is not a good translation of that word. We don't have a proper English single word that encapsulate this, but it's more like those that have swords but keep them sheathed. So it's the idea of being a peaceful man versus a harmless man. A harmless man is unable to do harm, but a peaceful man is a man who is capable of terrible things but chooses not to. That has that terrible capacity under control is more the essence of what was being referred to in that. That took me like 3 times reading that. Oh, come here. Well, I'm getting stuff on Discord. Yeah, I spent. I'm getting told, hey, the commissions I was gonna give you are gonna take even longer. I'm like, dude, I have so much to pay for my own stuff, especially when I'm like painting into this uh degree of just being. I don't know why I'm being so anal retentive about this guy, but I don't know. I want to just have this guy being super clean and stuff. It does look quite good, I have to say. Like this leg is coming out looking quite nice. Honestly, I enjoy a good clean highlight. So hey.
war had with like types of debts and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. So when you take it from that perspective, yeah, I think that's actually a valid statement, but would take some thinking on. If it's the person that has the capacity for violence but chooses not to use it will inherit the earth, that makes total sense because that's someone that has all the options. They can take on tyrannical forces and people that would impose themselves upon you or upon this person and defend oneself, but at the same time not being beholden to only using violence. They have the option of both war and diplomacy. While a harmless man only has the option of diplomacy, so as soon as they run into someone that doesn't care, they're screwed. And someone that does not have diplomacy as an option can only destroy, which is not long term viable. You can't do that forever. And this was pretty funny to watch when I was playing Age of Wonders 4. Just a lovely game. I really enjoy that game. And Chaos, the faction. It's not really a faction. Affinity. I think they're called affinities. The Chaos Affinity. It's like you have to get all these like weird buffs. That I mean, they're very helpful in gameplay. They're really good, but they don't make a lot of logical sense necessarily. That allows you to constantly be in a state. In fact, you want to be in as much of a state of warfare on every level, and you want to be constantly aggressive. hyper aggressive. But it's only really possible through these weird gameplay mechanics and straight up magic. Because if you were to try to do that in real life, it just simply would not work. You cannot keep a war economy going absolutely forever. There'll be a point where you kind of just run out of stuff and people, because, I mean, people in particular do not restock all that quick. Let's be real. You can keep expansionism going for quite a while if you balance it correctly, but you cannot keep all out to the death warfare, where you burn everything to the ground going long term. And you can't keep complete pacifism diplomacy going forever either, because you will eventually run into the person that doesn't care. They want your stuff and they're going to take it if they can get away with it. So when you have the person that's in the middle that will, whenever they can, choose to remain peaceful and diplomatic, but is capable of drawing their sword when the time comes, that's the type of person that will inherit the earth, and that makes total sense to me. If you play D&D, you kind of already understand this concept, because it's kind of unless you're a murder hobo, that's kind of where most adventurers fall into. They have the power and capacity to take on and deal with most problems in a violent fashion, but I think the general consensus is most players, if given a reasonable belief that the option is available, will attempt to talk a lot of things out, right? Like, you got the classic "can we keep them" situation, where for whatever reason you happen to get an otherwise really chaotic and evil or violent member of a race, or a member of a race that is generally chaotic or violent or evil, or all three. But you have the opportunity to effectively take it as a pet. Oh man, so many players are like, can we keep them? Can we keep them? Because, or like, if I've run into this, as soon as the option for prisoners comes up, oh man, all the core logic of a lot of D&D combat kind of goes out the window. Of like, man, you want to mess with players? If you're a DM, have gnolls surrender. What do we do now? Have goblins just like give up and like cower in fear? What do we do now? Like, make it so not every fight is a fight to the death, and watch how quickly the Geneva Convention like comes up. So quick. But who thrives when you have a really complicated, intricate, and nuanced D&D setting? Kind of like how the world is. Oh, it's the players that can both negotiate and think through problems and talk things out, as well as throw fireballs, stab people, uh, whatever your combat style is, punch people in the face. The problem is that the translations, this is a constant problem with ancient religions. Translations usually suck. They're usually not great, because they're usually interpretive by the people doing the translating. And the interpretation often comes with a bit of bias, sometimes conscious, sometimes not, but, every person has an agenda. The question is if they're willing to admit it. I have an agenda right now. I am attempting to entertain so that one way or another I can make money off it, so I can do this and not other things. That's my agenda. I am very, very upfront about that. Check out my Patreon. Patreon. Or through whatever platform you're already on. A lot of them you can already send me money on. Or get involved with the community painting thing. Whatever. I don't hide it. I am here to have fun and make money. And hopefully you guys are having fun too. If anyone's watching right now, I don't even know. I'm now looking at numbers. I can only see chat, and that's it.
Like I always make jokes that like Jesus kind of like trolls on people all the time. Like he's kind of riddly. He's kind of like the wise riddly sage. But then at other times he's super, super, super direct. Which is why he's such a like interesting character to read about. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's a huge theological fight about when Jesus was aware. I would say at least by the start of his ministry, he was aware that he was the Son of God because he told people he was the Son of God. So I'm assuming he
Yeah.
knew by then, you know? And I don't actually care when exactly how old he was when he decided, yes, I'm special.
Yeah, no, I mean it's just important to realize like at some point he did learn. He seemed to have come to this conclusion for one reason or another. And and again, naturally, like that's why you might see stuff like that. I mean, after all, like looking into the history of Christianity, like during the time, if I'm not mistaken, I do not believe Paul was alive at the time of Jesus. I could be wrong about that. I think he was sort of almost considered like the first. He was like the first pope or something, right? Am I incorrect on that?
That was
No,
Peter.
that's Peter. Peter is the first pope. The papacy
Peter, okay.
follows Peter's line. Paul was like the first. He was like the guy who went to the Gentiles with Christianity. There's some
That's
people.
right, yeah.
There's some people who think that he was maybe alive when Jesus was alive, but he obviously converted to faith long after Jesus died.
Yeah, no, I was watching a similar lecture where essentially it was talking about the very early history of Christianity, and for the almost like it was almost more like proto Christianity before it was Christianity, because a lot of the very very early, I don't want to say disciples of Jesus, but like the almost like first generation of Christians after Jesus had died, they didn't necessarily understand that they were a completely separate religion from Judaism, right?
Mhm.
That you'll find a lot of contemporary sources or like near contemporary sources where it seems like the framing of their beliefs is within a Jewish sort of, let's say, umbrella. But slowly over time, over the next few hundred years, I guess, they became a very distinct identity where, naturally Christianity in its, sort of ancient form, let's say, after Jesus died, but before these people had a very distinct identity, came on board. And again, I think I don't know, it's interesting because I feel like understanding that kind of history, again, just it kind of leads you to necessarily have a more sort of grounded view, right? And I guess it does also allow you to have a more sort of secularized or like more, where some people would say like I have a personal religion, right? Like I don't necessarily think that society or my community should be dictated by my religion, things like this. I guess that's a little bit more convenient versus where fundamentalists would maybe have, maybe have different views, but that's my thought, I guess. I don't know. I mean, did you grow up in?
I really painted this like a Hmong. I don't know. I was just hurrying and distracted and trying the dry brush method on Gravis. I actually said as much. It was not gonna work that well, and then I just got frustrated and I don't know, I think I was just impatient at the time. But yeah, if I was going through now, um, like I could have just panned this like I am now from the beginning, and it would have actually been more efficient. As I'm gonna like be redoing most of these highlights anyway, it's just kind of funny. It just made painting this one guy like twice as long as it needed to be, just because I was being impatient about. Just take your time, do it right the first time if you want like a really clean paint job.
like a pretty conservative Christian household?
Super fundy. Yeah. I grew up fundamentalist, evangelical, charismatic,
Yep.
Protestant household. All
Like
the
how
all the
like
labels.
hold on. Like did they think so was it like
Like no
we don't believe in
Halloween because
dancing Christian?
no, so like I didn't have to wear skirts.
Okay.
It wasn't as like socially conservative, although it was decently. It was just like the social conservatism would be like being gay is bad, being trans like trans didn't really exist obviously when I was young. Like it did, but like nobody was
Sure.
talking about it.
Nobody
Obviously.
cared.
Nobody
Yeah.
cared. It was all about the gays. So yeah,
Yep.
it would have been
Pretty
like
much.
be gay is bad. Drinking was viewed as evil. I was in like a unique sect that viewed drinking as bad. And they were really into like spiritual warfare stuff. So they believed in like
Yeah.
it
Wait,
sounds so
what?
crazy. I know it sounds so
What do
crazy
you
talking about
mean?
childhood. Okay, so
Yes.
we didn't have
Yeah.
Halloween and
This
we weren't allowed to have like
erudite gets me. This is what my childhood looked like.
toys that had like dragons. Like I wasn't
Yep.
allowed Pokemon.
Yeah.
because
Pocket
Emon at
monster.
the end is like close to
Pocket.
demon, and they thought it was like a way that people were trying.
Oh no, my parents were like, "Oh, it's pocket monster, and monsters mean it's a bad thing, and you're like playing with like bad things, basically. Because monster means bad. But they aren't seen as bad in the lore. They're tamed, trained monsters. It's... Okay.
demons into Christian households.
The more
So-
that you describe this, I had many friends who grew up in environments like this, and
Shiny
it
happy
sounded
people is kind of
awful.
close. Yeah, it's really intense. Although my parents, in fairness, were like way less like they weren't super terrible in their punishments and stuff. They were way less like authoritarian. So they were very like hyper religious in their approach, but they would try to like convince us into things. They weren't super like authoritarian in like punishments and stuff. Like, although to be fair, like if they found out I was watching Pokemon, I'd get like grounded for like a couple of days.
Were they
Couple
like
of
very not
days.
cool with Harry Potter as well? That's one that I heard as a kid.
No, yeah, they were like Harry Potter is teaching kids demonic, satanic incantations.
Yes.
It's just
Yeah.
Latin, bro.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's
No
so weird. I
Halloween.
don't know what. No Halloween. I don't know. I've always. I guess maybe it would be interesting to talk to like a fundamentalist and just kind of like question these types of beliefs because I guess in the real world you don't really tend to have very deep conversations about somebody. Like if somebody tells me, "Oh yeah, my parents did this," or like especially if somebody says, "I'm raising my kids this way," it's like, okay, buddy, I'm just gonna keep quiet about that because I don't want to have a big fucking argument with
Tudman
some
says, Leviosa,
random
not
person about
Leviosa. Satan.
these
Yeah.
kind of things, right? But yeah, I guess it would be interesting to see how a fundamentalist would justify a significant portion of those beliefs. I don't know, because I also try to think like, man, like I wonder, like if like because I feel like if Jesus, if you could, if you could somehow find the atomic remains of Jesus and reconstruct him and bring him alive today and just like show him society. I feel like
He went real deep into trying to make the scenario sound realistic, where it's just like you could just say, you pop Jesus into today. Like, because we all know there's no realistic way of doing that anyway.
there would literally be so many things about our society that Jesus would completely hate in a way that would blow up a lot of fundamentalist thinking, I guess, but also in a way that would justify a lot of fundamentalist thinking, right? Because I think that Jesus would probably have like extremely strong critiques of our economy. Like he would probably, I mean, frankly, he would probably align pretty significantly with socialist schools of thought, if I had to guess, in terms of his economic outlook.
Maybe. He was extremely
You know?
cautious about political speech, though. Like he basically never. He didn't really talk about politics like at all. There's like a new branch of like liberal Christianism that's like Jesus was super political. He was always challenging like Rome. But it's like no,
No,
because if
that's
he
not
was,
true, yeah.
Rome would have been killing him. But the Rome was like, we don't
Yeah.
care. Who do you want to kill? This serial killer or Jesus? And they're like, kill the fake Messiah, right?
Yeah.
Jesus was
I mean, that was
Okay. To be clear, I think Jesus was a capitalist, and the reason for that was a parable. Is one of the stronger points that I use for this argument. It was this parable in which he said that the kingdom of God is like a vineyard, and that God, the Father, is like the landowner. And the landowner goes out and he wants to hire people to work the vineyard. So early in the morning, he finds a guy and it's like, okay, so here's the rate I'm willing to pay you for you to work the field this day. The guy's like, all right, sure. And he goes to work. And then through the day, the guy keeps hiring more dudes at the same rate for the same day, even though it's later and later in the day. So they're all getting paid the same for the same amount of work. And then the people at the end complain about it. And the guy's like, hey, we made an agreement. You agreed to it. What's your problem? And that's a very like capitalist line of thought of like, if you're the one that owns the land, that owns, if you will, the means of production. Oh man, gonna use some communist terminology today. If you're the one that owns the stuff, the property, the company, the whatever, however however the money is being made, that is then being used to pay the people, as well as yourself. You can make any agreements you want, and the workers are agreeing to it. They're not being forced. They're not slaves. They're not being. There's no coercion. It's he just literally walks up to a guy and it's like, hey, I want more labor. You willing to work for the rest of today for this amount of money? And the person agreed. Now, to be fair, I think there's also a big part of that parable's point was like a comparison is the death of happiness, or whatever the saying is. If you're comparing yourself to others, then of course you're not going to be as happy. But the type of scenario he would give to give that to give that lesson, however, is extremely in keeping with basic capitalistic theory, which I am also of the opinion that capitalism is the market and trade default. You can add on all the layers of like credit and Keynesianism and Austrian and whatever else that came later, the more unified schools of economic thinking around capitalism, that's fine. But if I were asked to define capitalism in short, it's kids bartering Easter candy. I did this with my siblings, and I've seen a lot of other kids do this. They go through they get all the Easter eggs with all the candy, and then they put them all out on a table, and they sit around and like, all right, you've got this, I've got this, I want that, let's trade. I consider capitalism first started when a caveman had some meat, and another guy had a sharp stick. He's like, hey, I want the sharp stick because, yeah, I just want the sharp stick. And the other guy's like, all right, well, I want the meat there. I don't want to go out and hunt. And so they traded. And yeah, the guy that got the sharp stick was the guy that made out in that occasion, because now he has a means of getting more meat while the other guy only has meat. But hey, the other guy agreed to it. And that's capitalism. And yeah, there actually are many agreements for pay and labor and what have you that are completely fair and both parties are happy. In fact, the whole impetus is that you should only be agreeing to these terms, to any terms, when you're happy with your result. If you are not happy with your result, you're making a bad deal. but you're making the deal. You are agreeing to it, so no one's at fault but you. And you could say, oh, well, situations are hard, yada yada, and it's like, well, okay, so sure, there could be some misfortune happening for you, or bad. Okay, it's either one of like two things in that case. Either you've run into misfortune, in which case that has nothing to do with the economic system, or you have poorly prepared yourself to end up in the situation that you're in. You have made poor decisions in the past. Lack of planning, lack of skill uh, acquisition, lack of creating contacts and social networks. You have made inefficient decisions in your life. And it's usually a mix of the two, honestly. But if it's entirely misfortune, that's just life. That has nothing to do with the economic system. And I feel like way too many people get hung up on that. It's like what is the fact that reality is unfair makes the economic system unfair. How's the economic system going to fix that? Now I can buttress against it by putting more power into your hand to prepare yourself in case misfortune does arise, which I believe capitalism does much better than socialism, because socialism, you as an individual have, or in hard socialism, let's just say full communism, right? Full top-down control economy, so that that in theory is run by the workers. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing: when people try to explain theoretical communism to me, it's just more bureaucratic version of capitalism. But in real life, it ends up a control economy, top down, and the individual has very very little in the way of options to deal with misfortune. In capitalism, however, you can make better decisions. You can learn, you can get new skills, you can meet new people, you can go to new locations, you can change up your market you're working with, you can swap industries, you can go to school. Now you have the internet. Like if you're watching me right now, you are on the internet, you have the internet, which means you have access to effectively unlimited information. If you have the ability to watch me right now, you have the ability to get any skill you want, and most of them you can get for free. I guarantee that. I learned coding well enough that I am now working on government contracts for $85 an hour, completely for free. I did not pay a single penny for for the coding knowledge I am currently applying. It took a lot of time, it took sacrifice, um, it took a lot of effort, but I paid no money, not a dime. So it's not it's not the market in that case. I looked up how to code. I was like, oh, I have an opportunity to do really high-end web dev. I was already doing low-end web dev with like WordPress and stuff. And I was like, I have an opportunity to do high-end web dev. I need to learn PHP. I need to learn JavaScript. I kind of knew HTML already. I knew CSS pretty well because that's how you do design on WordPress. So I didn't need to learn too much of that. But yeah, you can just look up, how do I code PHP? How do I code JavaScript? Uh, how do I build within Laravel, right? SQL, MySQL, PHP, MyAdmin. You can look this up on YouTube. W3 Schools. If you're watching right now, ask me in chat. I can send you links and where you can learn all these skills completely for free. It will just take time and effort on your part. And that's it. Then you can take this and go make money. You can find jobs online in a bunch of different places to do this and ask for pretty decent amounts of money. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a minute. And I'm back. All right, continue. Continue painting while reacting to Not So Erudite Christianity Isn't What You Think It Is, featuring Econo Boy.
The
Basically,
whole
render
point
to
of
Caesar
the
what Caesar is. He's very, very apolitical, actually. So, like, I agree. He'd probably
Yeah.
be like, you know, communism would probably be based if Jesus was our dictator. You know, probably work. But
well, yeah, the point is just to say, like, I think he would have like significant. How do I put this? Like, I think conservatives, if you said what Jesus said, conservatives would call you a socialist. I guess that's the best way to put it.
probably,
Right?
yeah.
Like,
yeah.
if you had this sort of seeming like disdain for rich people, essentially just because they did accumulate wealth, right? Because
Right.
there's a couple quotes in the Bible where it seems like Jesus is just like, yeah, it's just wrong to be that rich. You should probably just give your money away,
Right.
right? It's not that the state is forcing you to, but morally speaking, you should die a poor person, right?
Well, this is an interesting thing because if you look at the way that Jesus would condemn people and criticize them, even if
Yeah.
you look at like the Beatitudes, like Jesus says, like, you know, you've heard it said that if you like, you know, sleep with somebody who's not your wife, you've committed idolatry. But I say to you, if you even look at a woman with lust, you've already committed idolatry to your heart. Or he says, you know, you've heard it said that murder is wrong. But I tell you, if you look at your brother and sister with hatred, you've already committed murder in your heart. And so, like, what's interesting is I don't know if Jesus
Damn.
would be walking around being like, these trans kids are off the chain. What he'd really be saying is like, our hearts are hard, is probably what he'd be saying. It's like people are selfish, they're unkind, they don't care about one another. Because, like, if you look at Jesus's teachings, he's dominantly Like the new covenant, even though it's like there's less rules, it's way more tough because it's like it's not really about your behavior. It's about the condition of your heart. Where it's like this is why most Christians, for example, would agree with the new covenant. If you do an action that you think is sin, even if it's literally, it turns out it's literally not sin, you doing
Mhm.
it is sinful because in your heart you're doing something that you believe truly to be wrong and you're doing it anyways, right? And so like I don't know if Jesus would be walking around being like, Elon Musk, you've got too much money. He'd probably be looking at Elon Musk and be like, your heart is hard, right? Like you don't have care and consideration for like your God and for other people, right? So like this is what's really interesting about Jesus specifically is unlike the Pharisees who are really, really intense about behavior, and unlike I would argue most Christians nowadays who are obsessed with people's sin and behavior, Christ was constantly talking about the conditions of your heart. Like, is your heart oriented towards like God, which we believe God is good. Like, if we believe like at the end of the day, God is love, that's like the direction that your heart should be going towards. And love is obviously not just like nicey nice stuff. Sometimes when you love things, you're like hard on things. So it doesn't mean that love means yes manning every person's behavior necessarily. But yeah, I think
Sure.
obviously like what I think Jesus would think, any like fundies going to disagree with me, but I think I'm at risk of being like a Sadducee. Sadducees were like the mercantile group that were very like philosophical. So they were the type that approached Jesus and they're like,
Ugh,
hey,
the
Jesus,
most annoying group, I'm sure.
we are annoying, but
Fuck.
he doesn't say that like the blood of like that we're like have the blood of the condemned on our hands like he does about the Pharisees. So I might be a Sadducee because we're like, I'm very liberal and philosophical and being like, you know, Jesus, if I was married here and then he dies and I get married again, when I go to heaven, am I married to both? Right? That's what the Sadducees ask Jesus. And Jesus' response is basically like, bruh. Like he
That's
basically like
such a
obviously
good question.
That is a
Yeah,
great
it
question.
I'm
is a good
so
question.
glad that they asked that question. I've
And
wondered
Jesus'
that. I need
response
to
was
read
like-
these guys.
Yeah, he was like, you bro. Stop. That was I'm not quoting him verbatim. It's not like
Don't
it's
overthink it.
Matthew 29:11. Jesus said, "Bruh," but basically his response is like,
Based.
"None of this matters at all. Why are you even asking me this?" Right? But what did he say to the Pharisees? He said, "You're snakes." He called them raka, which is like in the Beatitudes.
God.
Jesus says, if you call another Christian raka, and you're wrong, which is saying like godless fool,
Wow.
you might be like condemned with the fires of hell. And yet Jesus called the Pharisees raka. So like this is why it's like everyone's like, oh, just a lib Christian. I'm like, I could be wrong, which is why I'm not a teacher. I don't talk about theology at length publicly because I don't want people to think I'm a teacher. But like, bro, I'd rather be a Sadducee than a Pharisee. Like if I'm gonna fall on either side, I'd rather not have the blood of people on my hand. I'm good.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess Jesus, that's so interesting. So like Jesus was just upset, I guess, like why? Like what with the process of inquiry? I don't understand
the
why
Pharisees?
that upset him so bad.
But the
Yeah, like
Pharisees?
because he was upset with the question of like what if you have two what if one of your wives dies and you remarry, what happens in heaven? And he was like, you guys are gonna go to hell or something. Like stop.
No,
asking
the
these
wife
questions.
question wasn't you're going to hell. The wife question, he was like, you're dumb fucks. Who cares? What an unimportant question. Like he's basically being like, you're missing the point if you're asking me this question because this question doesn't matter at all. Right? Like he's like, why are you worrying
see.
about in heaven who you're married to if you're married twice? Like maybe be worried about your faith here. Why are you even asking me this? Right? It's like being like,
I see.
when I'm in heaven, God, will I have gallstones? And he's like, maybe just don't worry about it. Like, why are you asking me this? Well, my dresses be pink or purple. That's like how he was treating these questions. Whereas the Pharisees was the ones he called raka. He didn't call the Sadducees raka. He called the Pharisees godless fools, which is like that's like a big mic drop dunk in the ancient Jewish culture.
I see. I
Yeah.
see. So it sounds like Jesus would just say, look, don't overthink it. Just try to be a good person. Try to be nice. Try to love your neighbor. Okay? You don't have to get too, autistic about it, essentially, what Jesus
Yeah.
might say.
Yeah, he would probably call like the
Right.
Sadducees autists. He'd be like, bro, chill, autist. Like, wrong thing. Cute, but also not important. Right? Like, what he's
We
really
need like
saying
a
is,
fucking we need a Twitch. We need like a Twitch talk. You know how they have like have you ever seen one of those teen Bibles where it's like
Yeah.
Jesus talks like a
Yes.
cool teenager?
or the anime Bibles.
we need Yeah, we need one where it's like Twitch talk where Jesus is like, "You guys are autistic. Don't overthink it. Okay,
Yeah,
stop
chill,
being
bro.
cringe."
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what did Jesus said? He said, like, love the Lord your God with all your heart, like your soul and your mind. Like, love him beyond anything else. And then love your neighbor as yourself. Like that was his like direct, divine, golden commandment, right? And so I think like the best that I think a Christian can do, like this is my view of basically Christianity. This is how I approach my faith, which is that like I believe in God. I believe that he's real, right? I believe in the spaghetti monster. I believe in the Apostles' Creed. But most importantly, I love God with all of me. And I'm desperately, desperately, desperately doing my best to try to figure out what God is saying is good and trying to be humble enough to realize that I could be wrong. And in like the grace and in the grace that God gives me for what a dumb fuck I am for where I'm wrong, I'm going to extend all that same grace to other people. And like and then some, particularly when it comes to like religious sin. This is why like when people are like, would you say that like a non-Christian doing this action is a sin? I'm just like, you're literally asking me, a Christian, essentially, do you think this spiritually dead thing doing a bad thing is a bad thing? And it's like they're spiritually dead. It literally doesn't matter. You're asking me if I can like take away from negative infinity. It doesn't matter. It's not an important question. It's so uninteresting.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. No, it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting to hear that you went from like I guess you grew up in a very fundamentalist Christian environment to being a somewhat, it sounds like a relatively progressive Christian.
Lib
I'm using the
Christianity.
term, yeah, lib Christian. I don't know what the right word would be.
Just so it's
But
clear, I could destroy most people theologically. Okay, lib Christians are notorious for being really bad at their Bible. I could fucking grape people with my theology. Like, I'm not saying I'm the ultimate expert, but it's like I don't believe in this shit for just because it feels nice for me. That is not why I believe in the things that I believe. Like I've looked really, 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 really hard.
I guess I don't know. I think the reason I guess I didn't grow up in a fundamental and
Man, now I want to hear Erudite explain why she believes God exists in the first place. Now I want to know. Now I want to. What is the fundament? What is the fundamental pillar of? I'm gonna believe this because I think God is real. It's like, why do you think God is real? What is the thing? What is the thread of logic that Erudite uses to talk so strongly? Like that's a debate I'd like to have. I would genuinely look forward to if I ever got big enough that I ever got Erudite's attention on any level. I would love to have that debate. As much as I probably prefer debating politics, I've gotten a little tired of debating theology. I would I would have that. I would do that. That'd be sweet.
fundamentalist environment, but I think that I guess I started a little bit further along in that process, and I guess yeah, it's interesting because I guess my grandma is kind of similar to you, a somewhat progressive Christian as well, but the process that I've seen a lot of my pretty much all of my friends, and I mean I just going to school like just so I mean I many I would say probably around half of the people that I went to high school with, let's say, are not religious today, right? At least that's my sampling of things. And that's especially the case. Like all the people I knew who grew up in fundamentalist environments, all of them, none of them religious. And I think it's because the process seemed to have been grow up in a very conservative fundamentalist environment, don't really like that environment because most people probably don't like growing up in like a very sort of strict sort of fundamentalist environment, let's say. And so they go into, well, I still want to be Christian, right? But they become more progressive Christians. But then, like, similar to me, I became a somewhat progressive Christian early on in, like maybe when I was like a later teenager, maybe, I don't know, 14, 15, 16 or something like that. But then I figured, man, I'm doing all this stuff to try and understand and justify the beliefs of, I guess Christians and the things in the Bible and stuff like that. But I guess ultimately, I don't know if I have a strong reason for really believing in the Bible because there's nothing there's no proof of it, right? There's not like any material thing I can latch onto.
Yeah.
And I guess that's just how I would evaluate.
Are we gonna hear Erudite's fundamental thread? Did I pull a React person and speak too soon and ask a question that's like about to be answered in 3 minutes? Because yeah, Boy kind of like hit on what did for me, which is that I can't actually prove any of this exists, and neither it seems like anyone else can. It's like even in like I'm very much for like science, not scientism, because that's a thing and that's a problem. But like actual science where it's like, yeah, you need to have a peer-reviewed thing showing your math, showing your work, showing your experiments, anything and everything you got, and that needs to be looked at by a bunch of other people that are also experts in this field that know what they're talking about, and they're gonna attempt to replicate your work, and only upon successful replication of your work the way you did it do we treat this as valid, even if it's only mathematical. We're not going to treat this as if fact until it can be verified by other people attempting to do the same thing. Like, it's a very stringent process. It's not it's not a quick easy thing for something to be taken as accepted scientific fact. And even then, accepted scientific fact is always open for renegotiation when new information comes up.
And that's kind of the path that I saw myself and most of my friends go to. But for you, like for a progressive Christian, because all my friends are not really religious or they're Muslim at this point in my life.
That's
Well, like, how do you like, you know what I mean? Like, how does a progressive Christian actually have strongly held religious beliefs, if that makes any sense?
So this is where I actually there's a line in Revelations that says like we will overcome by the blood of the lamb and the word of our testimony. And I think like when people ask me like why are you still a Christian, like most people who've come to your point in theology become agnostic atheists. I'm like, the reality is that like, so I do believe in like spiritual stuff, and so it's like I keep having too many experience, and I'll fully admit that they're anecdotal. We're talking about a fucking falsifiable belief. Like all I have is anecdote at the end of the day. I keep having too
Sure.
many experiences that it would feel like a slap in the face to my own reasoning processes to have like walked away, right? So just like uncanny, what you like maybe a non-Christian would call just luck, I would call like miraculous moments in my life. Not saying like literally miracles, like God came down and gave me golden teeth or anything like that. But just like enough of these instances occurring that I can't not believe, essentially. And I think like a lot of people, there's a lot of precedent even for this, like in Acts, it talks about how like people were converted by like the acts and miracles of like the disciples and stuff like that. And so yeah, for me, it's just I just keep having every time I've had like a major crisis in faith where I'm like, if I can't reconcile this, I'm gonna have to walk away. Just don't know if I can
Sure,
keep
yeah.
believing in this. Something happens where I get like an answer, and sometimes again, like I could go into the details, but most people would say, well, it could be coincidence. And I'm like, yeah, but then I keep having them like 5 to 6 times now throughout my life, every single time I have a crisis of faith. So again, they could just be coincidences, but isn't it reasonable to keep believing if I keep having coincidences every time I'm like, okay, God, like something has to happen or I'm gone. And then it's like, okay, and then the thing happens. And I'm like, okay, well, it could be nothing, but also it could be
Right.
something, and it's really hard to know.
Yeah, hard to say. I had a very similar conversation a little bit ago with a Christian guy, and he was trying to run down a lot of like logic arguments for how like, oh, how absurd it is not to be Christian. And my response was like, look,
That's
I just
crazy.
don't. That's just I was just like, look, I mean,
It's
fundamentally
not
what it came
faith.
down
It's
to.
literally not faith. Like, you don't logic people into faith. Like, that's crazy to me. It's actually insane. Like, at the end of the day, I actually genuinely think that, like, the only person who converts people is Christ. And I think, like, I could be wrong, because like the non-Christians would be like, okay, well, I prayed for God to show up and he didn't show up for me. And I'm like, I don't have the answer for you there. I'm not God. It's possible he did
Right.
show up and you were blind to it. But I don't know. Maybe God did show up and he's like, you know what? Fuck you, Econoboy. I don't want you. I don't know. I have no idea, right? But I would say, like, miracles are oftentimes the, like, personal witness that most people experience that is the difference between faith or not. I think that's why it's called faith. It's not because I, like, logicked myself into this position. I don't know. That just, like, it seems so asinine to me to be like, I mathed my way into God. I'm like, okay, how?
Okay, well that explains a lot. Okay, I guess that debate's not happening. So, like, I have no faith. I am not a person of faith. I have zero faith. I want either a strong logical argument for basically anything and everything, or citations if it's a question of material fact. I want evidence. If it's a logical argument for an idea, then I want a strong argument, and even like historical precedents if possible. Like if it's the economic theory or ethics theory or whatever, then it needs to be a real good argument, solid logic that I can't pick apart, which I've become pretty good at this point. I've been doing this for a long time. Way longer than streaming, by the way. Yeah, I have no faith. Faith is not a thing.
Well, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen all these arguments. One of the, it was, I think, who's the guy? He's he's an extremely famous, not extremely, but I mean, in terms of Christian debate community, he's like the most famous guy. He's a professor. His name's Craig, I want to say. I can't recall, but he debated Christopher Hitchens, and the guy that I was talking to basically went down the exact same line of argument that this guy did, and he used an example which I think kind of encapsulates just like a fundamentally different view, right? It's not, I mean, I guess to me, I care about kind of how like how replicable the thought process and like the analysis can be, right? And so that's why the scientific process, I think, just kind of makes sense as a basic frame for determining if, you know, we can really say if things are true or not. And he talked about how, you know, he used an example. He's like, let's say, he used an example something along the lines of like, let's say that somebody said, I am praying to God that I win the lottery. And let's say that they do win the lottery. And he asked, like, do you think this would be evidence that God is real? And I said, no, because I'm sure a lot of people who've won the lottery have like prayed really hard and won. But for everyone that won, I'm sure there was like millions of people that didn't win. That's just the nature of lotteries, right? Yeah, exactly. And he was like, what if somebody prayed that they would win the lottery and then they won the lottery and then they did this 100 times in a row? Like they literally won the lottery 100 times in a row.
Right.
Do you think that would be evidence that God is real? And I was like, again, no, because there's no reason to think that this is anything but just a random game of chance. Like, what's the mechanic here, right? How can we test this hypothesis? It's really hard to say. And he said basically, well, that's absurd. Like, obviously this would be evidence. And it's like, okay, I mean, sure. You know, I mean, if somebody's saying, God, I prayed to God and then this very improbable thing happened, that's some evidence of God existing. I guess from my perspective, it's just like, I don't know if that's, you know, for me at least, everything that's happened in my life, like I can always go back to a decently logical explanation. Like I've never had any experience with like ghosts or spirits or anything like that. So I guess that's easy enough. And then, you know, everything else, I mean, it's like some people say like, oh, my faith got me through my medical school or something, and it's like, I don't know, I think it was all that studying you did. You know what I mean? Like it's, but people credit different. Like
Yeah, you're the
it could
guy who
very well
says,
be.
love, you're not really in love. You're just having a combination of oxytocin, proximity,
Well, no,
and
but
like
you see what I'm
biological
saying? Like,
reinforcement.
no,
No,
because like you
I
see what
get
I'm
it. I
saying,
get it.
right? Like, because you can have like it could very well be the case. Like, I think there's a decent number of studies on how spirituality and like practicing prayer and meditation actually does have positive physiological benefits, right?
Yep.
Whether it's secular meditation or religious prayer, and so of course it could be the case. Like, yeah, if you lost your faith in the middle of med school, you may have not done so well. It's a pretty traumatic event for a lot of people. Um, but
That's
that's
not
just the different frames people use.
but that's not evidence of God existing. That's just evidence of that frame of mind being of utility. Because as your frame of mind is having an effect on your body. That is a completely internal experience with internal consequences. Or internal effects that have external consequences, I should say. That'd be more accurate, I think. That's not evidence of the thing you have faith in. That's not evidence of that existing. That's just a statement of you having the faith mindset. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that in and of itself. It's just it cannot be used as a claim that the thing that they have faith in exists. And the biggest reason for that, as Econoboy just pointed out, secular meditation, which I've done. I used to do a lot of yoga. That is just as useful, and it has no bearing on God, on the existence of God. Whether you could do it with you can do the secular meditation with or without. If God didn't exist, or if God did exist, it'd be the same. It'd be the same outcome.
I mean, one's not. I mean, I don't think one's necessarily. Um, I don't think it's like the stupidest thing in the world
Yeah.
for someone to grow up religious and to credit essentially their God with various things that happen in their life. So I don't know. I was curious because it seems like all the people that I knew who grew up in fundamentalist households kind of just became not religious at all. Like they didn't change religions. They didn't become like liberal interpretation. It was just like, no, just not for me.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, what's interesting though is a lot of people when you ask them like, why did you fall away from faith? I'd say like the most common answers is like they're like, well, I realized a bunch of stuff I was told about the Bible just literally couldn't be true. Right. Like even like the study of like Semitic people in Egypt like blows a lot of fundamentalists.
And damned.
minds where they're like, what? There were never really slaves like the Bible talks about in Egypt? And you're like, no, like not really. And if Semitic people were in Egypt, they were more like there were Semitic people in Egypt, but they're like middle class. Like they're like, no. Although we do have
Yeah.
some evidence of them like
When did you learn
leaving
that
Egypt.
Jesus wasn't white? When did you learn that?
I was pretty
was,
young.
like-
I was a skeptical kid. I've always been a skeptical
Oh, okay.
person. Yeah, like as
Googling
soon as I
around
was,
from a young age.
I think as soon as I was old enough to understand Middle Eastern people existed and that their skin color was connected like to their geography because of sun, I like put together pretty quickly that like blonde hair, blue eyed Jesus didn't make any sense.
Blonde hair, blue eyed Jesus didn't make any sense.
No,
That's a good
does
way.
not make sense.
That's a strong way to put it. Have you ever heard the theory that Jesus was never crucified and he later became Buddha?
What?
I love
Actually, I've
Buddhism.
not heard this.
I basically say that like I think God shows himself like I really like the C.S. Lewis take of being like, who are we to say what form of faith is sufficient to believe in God in the correct way, right? Like do I really believe that like because like ancient Asian cultures were never exposed to like the Jewish Christian God that they're just all going to hell because like shit out of luck, bad history? No, I don't believe that. That's ridiculous, right? Like there's even like
actually,
like some
I gotta do a thing. I gotta do another thing. Yeah, that's right. I did used to do that here.
some allusion to basically how like God reveals himself like uniquely to cultures. And so like there's if you look at like Buddhism, the teachings are so similar to Christianity that I'm like, I would be surprised to find out if there's like a lot of ancient Buddhist monks in heaven, just being like, bro, I didn't even know, I kind of say like Aristotle and Buddha were like Christianity before Christ was available for those people.
That makes sense, yeah. I think, have you ever heard of Baha'i people?
I've heard the name, but I'm not pulling any details up about them.
Baha'i people are, I mean, obviously there's I'm gonna miss an incredible amount of nuance, I'm sure, with the Baha'i religion, but the reason I learned about this was because I watched The Office and I googled Rainn Wilson, and the guy who played Dwight, Rainn Wilson, is a Baha'i believer, I suppose. And Baha'i people, it's interesting. I mean, Baha'i people essentially combine a ton of religions and say like, hey, all of these religious figures were part of the same sort of process of spiritual awakening and progress, and you can learn kind of a little bit from all these religious figures, and so we kind of take all of them to be part of the same divine pool of people. And that was, when I read that, I was like, man, see, these guys, to me, that makes some sense to me, right?
Right.
Because, I do think it's difficult for some Christians, I think, to justify, or like really anybody who chooses like I guess the Baha'i faith is a specific religion, but like I feel like it's very difficult to understand like the process of all these different faiths and religions coming and going, like the just creative destruction process of religion, I guess, and thinking like, no, but this is the one, like this specific one is the one, because there's been like, freaking millions of different religious beliefs, right? And so many different like dead religions, really, where people don't, it's like they used to follow it, but it's not really a thing anymore. Like, yeah, some people are Greek mythology, pagan people, but like that's a weird group of people nowadays.
Yeah, they're super weird. We're like, you literally believe in Zeus? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, even ancient Greeks didn't literally believe in Zeus, not in the way that like Christians nowadays literally believe in God. But yeah.
No, yeah, the Greeks, the way the Greeks followed their mythology, I think is really interesting because I think if you talked to an ancient Greek person, they would say like, man, the gods are dickheads, man. They're horrible, like they get up to no good, right? And I think that's a pretty funny view because there's just all these. There's not like a story. Well, I guess there are some stories that some people are like, man, God was like kind of a dick here in the Bible, I guess, but there's just so many stories of Greek
Like the
gods
gods
being
like
very
intentionally fucking with people. Yeah.
yeah, like it's like no, the lesson of this story is that the gods are a bunch of assholes, and you really better watch out when you're dealing
Yeah.
with them. Whereas like a Christian, like there's no story in the Bible where like the conclusion is just yeah, God's just a piece of shit sometimes. Like I don't think a Christian would ever say that.
Careful. Yeah.
Um,
So sometimes, you can't always trust Zeus. Yeah, I went through a Stephen
yeah,
Pry did
yeah.
Mythos where he like read out all the ancient Greek stories and kind of put them together and like updated the language and stuff. It's super good. It's like an audio book. It's like 6 hours. And so I drive with Nick one time. We listened to the entire Mythos series and it's very interesting,
Well,
the Greek stories.
you mentioned not having, I guess, the fact that the original writings of these figures in Christianity, I guess, aren't available. It was all recompiling, I guess, passed down traditions and stuff like this. Why? I guess you said some Christians. I guess that's a very controversial view because some Christians think if we don't have the original text, then I guess you're basically saying like the Bible in part is illegitimate.
Yeah.
So
like, yeah,
I don't
there's
get it,
some
yeah.
issue for fundies that like if you like the way most fundies that are somewhat scholarly are aware that we don't have the original texts, and they basically the way that they overcome that is they believe that like God performed a miracle to like protect his perfect word over time, and that like the way even that it was like translated in like to English I mean it was translated to English a long time ago, but King James version is like the most common format that we pull, although amplified is now like a preferred translation in English. They would again say that like God preserved it, but then even then most fundies would agree that like English is not the original language that it should be read in, like it's still a bad translation. So most fundies would even agree that like the true
Right.
words of God have to be in Greek, but they would say that like God still performed the miracle of basically like protecting these letters and scripts and like kept everything the same over time so that like we would be able to know his word.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think that's where I guess Muslims have like a significant advantage to Christians in that regard because the Quran was written relatively
So
close.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And
You
it's not
think
to
that,
mention
but they
that
still think the moon was split in half, so there's still some fun wild shit in there too.
there's wild stuff in the Quran, of course. But I mean, certainly the chain of custody from like Muhammad saying something and it being in the Quran is probably a lot stronger in the Quran.
Yes.
Which
Yes.
isn't to say, not to say the Bible is like I don't know, right? It's not to say the Bible is like mostly wrong, right? I mean, maybe
Right.
it's 80% actual, decent historical account, but the Quran is just a bit more. There's more historicity that you can probably rely on to the Quran. Part of the reason is what you mentioned that the Quran, Arabic's always been the language in the Quran. Muhammad spoke Arabic, and all the sort of original compilers of the Quran spoke Arabic. Arabic's not a dead language like Aramaic is. I don't know. I don't really think anybody speaks that anymore.
No.
I guess probably biblical Greek is probably a fair bit different than
it's
modern Greek. Yeah, if I had to guess. But yeah, that's why like most Muslims. I mean, I don't want to say most Muslims, but like every Muslim that I've ever known, like most of them don't actually speak Arabic, but they know like everything in the Quran that is Arabic. They're able to translate it just because they've learned it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Whereas like obviously with like you're saying, pretty much every Christian's going to learn Christianity in their own language, which is translated 100 times over.
Yeah.
I mean, have there been like serious? I mean, yeah, I guess this is an obvious question, but yeah, have there been? There's obviously been disagreements with how things are translated, but have there been like what are like some of the big examples of we thought it said this for a long time, but it turns out the new consensus is really that it says this. Have there been any big examples of that in Christianity?
It depends on the schism, because, for example, there's stuff like that in Catholic theology, but that doesn't mean Protestants agree with that shit. So yes, there has been these types of episodes. The issue is that that doesn't mean every Christian still would agree with that change. So most people in Christianity, other than Protestants, recognize that Genesis is a kind of like a combination of poetry, and it's originally oral poetry and storytelling that over thousands of years was eventually converted to written script, right? So most realize, most Catholics, for example, we used to kind of read the Old Testament didactically, and then Catholic theology kind of updated to be oh, actually, if you look at Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, they're actually written intentionally as paradoxical poetry. It's saying because Genesis 1 is about God being this vast thing. He's breathing stars. He's literally speaking time into existence. God is this big, vast thing. He was splitting the ocean and beginning the sun and stuff like that. But then Genesis 2, he's kneeling in the dirt, fashioning humankind together, with his breath, the same mouth that apparently was breathing stars is breathing life into man. And so the purpose of these two stories isn't to say both are literally accurately scientifically true. There's a lot of consensus, obviously, except for Protestants. Fundy Protestants would disagree, that the purpose of this is to hold the stories in juxtaposition, so that when little ancient Hebrew Timmy was kind of getting, every 15-year-old boy does, he's getting hot on his high horse, he thinks he's all that, be like, Timmy, remember Genesis 1, you're a vapor. God breathed stars. You think you matter? You think you're bigger than God? And then when little Timmy's sad and just got broken up with his girlfriend, you can go to Genesis 2 and be like, Timmy, he knit you together. He breathed his own life into you. You matter. And it's the point of, and I remember hearing that for the first time, at least for me. And that's broadly consensus in most Eastern Orthodox and Catholic theology, even though fundies would disagree with that. I remember hearing that for the first time in a secular world literature class. And I was like, Genesis 1 and 2 just became so much more beautiful. That's so much more beautiful than just these are literally science books. So that's a major revelation, but I don't know. Again, not all Protestants even agree with that. So
yeah, that makes sense. I guess one thing that's difficult. I guess one thing that's difficult is that there's not really the issue. I think that a lot of people have in these types of religious discussions, right? Certainly seen some of that in your chat tonight. It's pretty normal. Is that I feel like there's an instinct of my interpretation is literally just the correct one, right? But
yeah.
if you, I mean, I don't know. It's weird to be so smug about it, right? Because because a lot of stuff that I've mentioned, what was his name? Dave Martin. Yeah, Dale Martin. This guy, it's this is a guy who has literally spent his entire life trying to understand a single book, the Bible, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you asked him, how many times have you read the Bible? It's probably hundreds, right? And obviously he spent thousands of, probably 10,000s of hours, studying the Bible and trying to understand all the context and historicity of it and all this kind of stuff. And he's a Christian himself, right? And I guess maybe it's a Dunning-Kruger thing where he'll tell you, oh yeah, some of my conclusions are controversial. Some of them, most people don't believe. Some of them go against the teachings of the church and many different churches in Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's other scholars that have done the exact same thing. Oh yeah, I've also studied my entire life trying to understand the teachings of this book, and I have a totally different conclusion as this other guy.
Yes.
And it's well, fuck. I mean,
well, this is why
it's just harder. Yeah, it's harder. I was gonna say it's difficult because it happened so long ago, right? It's not it's damn, if you're disagreeing on let's say, I don't know, the beliefs of Karl Marx, that was only 100 years ago. I mean, there's probably a very definitive right and wrong in terms of what Karl Marx believed. Obviously, people disagree, but that's a much easier debate, I think, than Christianity. But I mean, there's just a lot of people that it's okay to have a very different belief on how you interpret the Bible, but I think that, and this is the same with any religion, but it's like, man, it strikes me as like just so I guess like immature, I guess, to be so confident in that
Deeply,
interpretation, because
yeah.
it's just like, how could you be confident? It's impossible to be seriously confident in your
Yeah,
interpretation.
you'd almost think that it's like if you believe in God and you believe that God like made to some degree is like signing off on the history of the church and like the way things. I'm not saying that he agrees with everything. If you believe that like God's hand is in to some degree in these things,
I need a bigger burst for
when there's
this.
so much variance, it feels like inalienably baked into this faith, an emergent principle must be like epistemic humility. It must be. I mean, you're literally trying to reconcile with what we believe is an infinite God. Like, I know that I'm wrong. The issue is I don't know where I'm wrong, but I fully know that I'm wrong. Like, first of all, I could be wrong that God exists. So then I'm super fucking wrong. And if I'm not wrong about God existing, I'm still wrong about something, obviously. Because if
Sure.
God is so understandable that like just me and my asshole dog can fully truly come to know
And their
capital T
dog.
truth,
And
beginning
dog,
and end,
guys.
and know everything about God, then God isn't God. He's just like my bro. So like I don't know. The
Yeah.
schisms to me feel like evidence to some degree of like the kind of like dynamic nature of God, but also therefore like feels baked into the faith is this like epistemic humility of being
Yeah.
like, well, who knows? That's what faith is.
Well,
That's
that's
the point.
fair. Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
fair. I guess as well, it's sort of like you can certainly come to some very like there's probably some like you said, like there's probably 80% overlap with most Christians, right? And you can probably confidently come to certain basic conclusions, but like you know, I mean, like you said, like when you start getting into a debate of like, did God really want you to avoid eating pork? It's like, dude, how the could we possibly really know the answer to that question, right? Like, how could we possibly really know the answer? I mean, the answer is obviously, I mean, maybe God's real. Maybe he has a strong preference for not eating pork. Maybe he doesn't care. But like,
Or
based on this book, like, how the could you know that?
or God is
You
good
know?
and wise. And at the time when he told people not to eat pork, it's because we couldn't prepare pork properly. And he was protecting people from fucking listeria. And maybe that's why when the new covenant rolled around, we had updated cooking things. And God's like, yeah, don't worry about the pork shit anymore. We don't care. The
Oh my God.
ceremonial law is dead, you know? It's almost like this is why I get frustrated where I'm like, it seems like God like has some level of like principle in what he's trying to do. I don't think God just like randomly decides that stuff is good. Although technically God could. He could just tomorrow be like, look, raping and murdering is good. And probably somehow the world would shift in such a way that it is truly good. Probably, right? If I believe that God is good and he has to decide what is good. But almost all of
Right.
his decrees often serve like some level of purpose. And so it's like, this is where I think like reading the Bible as an authority is valuable because like it's not about reading God said pork is bad. It's about like understanding like why did he tell this population at such a time that eating pork is bad? And it's like, well, because it's super dangerous.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a totally fair like historical. I mean, obviously, that's probably the accurate historical understanding of why many communities were culturally taught to avoid pork. I mean, same thing with Muslims as well. It's why there. I mean, there's a very small group of Muslims that believes that pork is not haram for that reason. Now, don't get me wrong. Like 99% of Muslims who are religious are still going to avoid pork for religious reasons. But
Yeah, we
You
got
know,
Paul tonight
that's
for our bacon experiments. Okay, we're allowed to now. Thanks, Paul.
yeah. I guess it's difficult. I don't know. I feel like again that's one of those beliefs where like a progressive Christian, I mean, certainly could believe it, but it leads you to I don't know. It's hard because if you're engaging in like a material analysis of why certain lessons existed in the Bible,
Yeah.
I feel like that opens you up to like even more arbitrary. I mean, Christians are probably more than any other belief accused of just like ignoring huge parts of the
Mhm.
Bible. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
We kind of like
there's a lot
abandon
of
parts of the ceremonial law. We're just like, yeah, because it's just like ridiculous.
right,
Yeah.
right, exactly. Or like how some people are like, how could you be gay and Christian? It's like, how's that even possible, right? And to some degree, it's like, well, I guess that does seem a bit odd, like because there are a lot of gay Christians, but it's like I feel like they probably it's probably taught that being gay is wrong. Jesus probably had a It just, thinking probabilistically, like Jesus probably had a conservative view on homosexuality, if I had to guess, right? So
Depends
I don't
again,
know.
like,
Yeah,
did
it's
gays
difficult.
exist in the way that like modern 2023 gays existed in like Jesus's time? Like
Well,
not really.
yeah, that's true.
And so it's
That's
like,
true. I
okay,
mean,
again, if Jesus is about the heart, like most of the behaviors that are referred to as being gay, so malakos and arsenokoites are like the main Greek words that are used. Malakos just means soft and effeminate. So like John the Baptist gets called malakos by Jesus.
wow,
I don't know.
twink John the Baptist.
Yeah, it's like just being like, John, you gay. Like, no, what he's saying is that like in some ways, like John the Baptist is soft, right? Because he was like a big, like John the Baptist was kind of like a hippie guy. Like he was just like peace and love, yes. Like I eat my insects and honey. And arsenokoites again was often referring to people participating in like in basically like pederasty, where like there was like a lot of like kind of different like churches where like young boys would be there and men would like either sodomize them or like stick their dicks between their thighs to like jerk off. And so a lot of what
Right.
Paul talks about when he talks about us in coitus is specifically engaging in like participation in those acts. And then later synecoitus is often used to refer to like it means bedman, but it's not actually clear that it's talking about like two 23 guys who are like, we just love each other and like, and butthole, it's not obvious to me because it's oftentimes like a synecoites is used to refer to like barbaric, very like be like hedonistic, like men that if we heard about, like, have you ever watched The Dancing Boys of Afghanistan?
I've never heard of it. No.
It's a documentary about how because of like the gender segregation, they'll get young boys to dance for old men, and then the old men will like groom these boys and like actually predate on them for years.
Yeah. Wow.
In place of
Very
having women.
uplifting documentary.
Yes,
it sounds
yeah,
like.
super great. But like the way that these men like talk and think about these men would probably be referred to as a synecoites, because there seems to be this like barbaric, like kind of like lustful, gross, like disregard of the other person. It's just about like actually getting yourself off to with no regard of the other. And it's like, well, that's not really the same thing as like a consensual monogamous gay relationship. Like it's just not. They're obviously not the same.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think, yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I've heard those interpretations before. I guess I've also heard people say, no, I mean, come on, like, just let's be real here. These were Middle Easterns 2,000 years ago. Like, these guys are probably not super cool with homosexuality, but I totally get what you're saying. Like, the historical understanding of homosexuality was a bit different back then because when it's almost like, how do I put this? Like, so some people will ask, like, why didn't they talk about, why didn't they mention women lying with other women explicitly, right? And one of the reasons, most likely, was because back then there wasn't really people didn't really understand that women could have sex with each other. That sounds pretty insane. Right?
Yeah. Like women's relationship to men was also like there's so many homo like the friendship between like who is it? Like David and Andrew in the Old Testament is so homoerotic, like homosocial. It's very strange because again,
sacrilege.
A lot of men's best friends and like life partners who they went to as their number one was other men because women were not viewed as like socially equal to men. There was like, why would I go to my wife about this?
Are you saying Jesus would approve of kissing the homies? Is that what you're saying?
He might approve of kissing the homies. Again, like my interpretation of sin is like I really try to derive like most of what I believe about my faith from like Jesus's words. And then I try to like expand. Like I would basically say like the gospel, although there's intentional changes in the script, as close as I can get to like what Jesus like theoretically originally said, seems like the good starting place for like my belief system. As like kind of like a highest level authority. And like, I don't know, Jesus is just so concerned about the heart.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I imagine it seems, I don't know, that's another reason why I think fundamentalists' views are so hard to reconcile with like just the literal words of Jesus. Because like, again, I'd imagine if Jesus was alive today, right, he would have strong views on, the wealthy and the rich, and probably how a lot of our institutions are structured in various ways, like even private institutions, right? But I cannot imagine like Jesus would look at a gay person and be like, "You're a degenerate. You're a piece of shit. Like you should kill yourself," right? But this is like a lot of fundamentalist Christians, like conservative Christians like this. They're so judgmental, and I just don't
Yeah.
like when I'm looking at when
There's
I'm
a
reading the
lot of
Bible. I'm just
people.
like if you want to
Yeah.
be Christly, I just don't understand why so many fundamentalists are so fucking judgmental. I mean, it sounds like the simplest. It sounds like the most like r/atheism argument on the fucking planet. But like, I don't know. It just seems like when you read Jesus, it doesn't really seem very judgmental. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
as simple as it is.
there's just a lot of people who try to use religion to justify their bigotry. It's like as simple as that. They're like, "Oh, I could use religion to justify my hatred. Now my hatred is moral. Awesome." And to those people, I'm just like, I'm concerned about your faith. I'm really concerned about like the standing of your faith. I
I'll
don't believe
pray
that's what
for
we're
you.
called to. Again, if you
I'm gonna
think that
judge your
trans
faith
people
now.
would be comparable to like the toots or maybe like the lepers, well, look at the way Jesus engaged with them. They definitely
Yeah.
didn't hate him, right? And these people hate you for good reason because you're awful to them. The main people who didn't like Jesus was Pharisees. So I don't know what to say. They're the people who killed him. So I don't know. It just seems like, yeah.
Yeah.
Just,
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I think I don't know. I guess like I said, it's just I don't know how when you think of like the very like fundamentalist Christian people in the politics space, like I guess people like maybe Andrew Wilson or Zen Shapiro. I can't think of any other examples outside of those two.
such
Just because
resounding
I guess I've
beacons of theology, truly. They know their word.
yeah, I don't know. I guess it'd be interesting to have like a very neutral conversation with a guy like that. It's like, dude, like did I just don't see how like how do you tweet out the things that you tweet, understanding just like a basic reading of what Jesus said? I mean, I guess to be fair, I've heard Andrew say, people think Jesus was this hippie, peace-loving guy. No, he was actually like a huge piece of shit just like me. And it's like I don't understand how you're I don't know. I don't understand how like the interpretation of hippie Jesus, who was super chill. I mean, I don't know. What do people base that off of in the Bible? Where's like badass judgmental Jesus in the Bible?
Badass
You know what I mean?
judgmental Jesus is like when he like goes into the church and he flips over the tables and like whips them. Like that's badass Jesus, right? Or like when he's like going and
Goddamn.
praying with his disciples, he tells them to purchase swords. Like it's not like Jesus was just like this airy fairy like loser. Like I said, he called the Pharisees raka. Like he
Wow.
turned to Peter and said, "Get behind me, Satan." Like Jesus was willing to call people out. And this is again, they'll cite Jesus saying like, "Go and sin no more," or like, "Get behind me, Satan," or like, "You're godless fools." And they'll be like, "See, Jesus was an asshole." And it's like, he wasn't just an asshole. If you think Jesus was just an asshole, you need to read again, because assholes don't have like massive flocks of people coming to him, and like assholes don't preach like long stories about like love. They don't like sit down.
Okay, I want the second part, but you can totally have giant flocks of people. Andrew Tate exists. Like, wait, what?
And like accept children into their arms, and say like, these are the people who inherit. Like these are the people with the true faith. Like pointing to like fucking 5-year-olds who are like, ah, like freaking out and stuff. It's like it feels like the issue for a lot of these people is they just like they can't have like a holistic view of like any person in the world, or probably themselves. So they can't recognize that like love does sometimes mean correction, right? Like I'm sure you're married, right? Loving your partner sometimes means telling them what you're doing here is harmful and it hurts me, right? Or what you're doing here is shitty, right? That's part of love. The difference is that if you love somebody and they know that you love them, they can receive that to some degree and be okay. And like that's the difference. Is like Andrew's like, "I'm being just like Jesus." And I'm like, "Really?" Because the priests and lepers like invited him over for supper. I don't know any trans person who would ever dare have you near their house. They probably wouldn't want you to know their address. So like, is that
Right,
true?
right.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, that was not so erudite on Christianity isn't what you think it is. In summary, I think she does in fact have a more holistic view of the whole thing, and also is base enough to admit that her outlook is entirely based on anecdotal experience. Which, I mean, fair enough. I can't you can't argue with that. Besides pointing it out, and she doesn't try to. So that's fair enough. I'll take it. You know. Let's see. Let me pop this out for a second. Oh yeah, I think I pulled up a video. Okay. Personally, I think I'm good on religion for now, unless someone wants to start a conversation on it. I don't know if I have a lot more to add on to that at the moment, to be fair. Uh, Give me a second. Okay, so what I'm thinking is I pull up this video by Business Basics. I just started watching them recently. I've been really liking their stuff, honestly. Um, this is China versus Japan, why China and Japan are head to war, which, to be honest, I've been kind of noticing. I don't know if anyone else has been paying attention to Japan lately, but for the first time since World War II, they are setting up their military to be able to stuff off the actual Japanese home islands, which is kind of a big deal. So again, this is Business Basics. Um, I This is one of his. I think this is one of his compilation videos. So he normally puts out like 7 to 12 minute videos. I notice, but every now and again he'll come out with like a big compilation. Where it's a whole bunch of stuff off one topic. Yesterday, I didn't do it on stream. I was doing a bunch of stuff around the house, and I listened through this huge one about Russia's build up to the Ukraine war and a bunch of other geopolitical movements happening around that are relevant, like Sweden and Finland, them ending up and joining NATO finally after Russia does its thing, and how Turkey's involved. Qatar is a big deal, and this is specifically China v Japan. I can totally see that going on. I've seen the articles myself on Japan's was a prime minister, I think, is their head of state, saying that their number one security concern right now is an aggressive China wanting to take over Taiwan, which would be a big deal for everyone because if anyone's not been paying attention, the reason why everyone cares about Taiwan is because Taiwan is the global capital of manufacturing semiconductors, which are basically computer chips. That's like the more technical term for computer chips. If you have anything that's any type of computation happening in it, has a computer chip in it, and basically how it works is there's a whole supply chain of several different countries. There's a couple European ones, don't remember which ones exactly, Korea and Japan, that send raw resources to Taiwan. Taiwan gets the advanced designs from American corporations that basically subcontract to the Taiwanese companies to then actually create the physical computer chip. And that's important because these are extremely, at this point, these are extremely, extremely, extremely specialized manufacturing centers and technicians, that if we wanted to build them in the US and move our computer chip manufacturing to the US, or say China takes over Taiwan and we have to do that, it's estimated between 10 and 15 years before any of those are actually ready to make any computer chips, basically. So we would effectively be behind in manufacturing, not even just the designing. Like we're the ones who do. I'm in the U.S. I'm an American. We do the designing already. The problem is we don't have the manufacturing. And it's all over there because this was Taiwan had the idea to set up very, very, very cheap comparatively. It is not cheap, period, but comparatively to doing it over here, for example, setting up uh, manufacturing over there on the cheap so that became Taiwan's defense strategy. And I want to say this was back in like the 80s. I want to say 70s, 80s, something like that, where a basically a Taiwanese entrepreneur was like, hey, you know, it'd be great if we made the semiconductors because computation is becoming the rule of the day. And the Taiwanese government is like, dude, you're a genius. You're a big five head, big brain, max IQ. Let's do it. And they super funded the crap out of him setting up and doing it, and it worked. And that became Taiwan's like majority defense strategy, was make them so economically and technologically valuable to everyone else that everyone else is willing to come to their aid the second anyone threatens them whatsoever. And because China has more and more become one of the rival superpowers to the US, uh, we've effectively used that as leverage as a weapon against Chinese development, um, by basically making it really hard for China to get advanced computer chips. Like, hey, China, you're on your own to develop your own computer chips. It's one of the ways that we've stayed ahead of the game, which I mean to me makes perfect sense. That's just, you know, that's the game. If they, you know, if they don't want to play by your rules, then you do stuff like this to them. If you know, if you're not going to blow them up, you do stuff like this. So that's how the game's played. So I'm not gonna, you know, say if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's probably good for Americans and bad for Chinese, but that's the you know, was it like the game of nations or whatever? But that's what that's about, which means that if something happens to Taiwan, that affects Japan, because Japan's one of the other like most technological countries on the planet. I mean, back in the 90s, before they had their population collapse, their demographic collapse, they were the rival. They were the China before China economically. They were the one that people thought, like in the late 80s, early 90s, people thought that Japan would economically rise above the U.S. They were growing so fast, so hard because they had doubled down, tripled down. So,
I'll let you talk to Michael.
oh, I am getting. Hold on, I gotta go BRB. Give me a second.
Uh,
Okay, I had a quick oh, get rid of that. I had a quick business call. So I am a web dev programmer. So, all right. So we were talking about Taiwan. Oh, and then Japan, right? And then Japan, right. So if the ability to do any tech, basically to have computers, the ability to have computers goes away, Japan's screwed. You know, they're as dunzo as we are, basically. So yeah, I mean, well, let's jump in. So again, it's business basics. Show the, I mean, it's super small. You guys can't really see it, but business basics, 2 words. They've been a pretty cool channel thus far, from what I've seen.
This is China, the dragon of the East and the world's second largest economy. This is Japan, the land of the rising sun and the world's third largest economy. There is no love
sorry,
lost
I'm
between these two
messing with my windows.
powerhouses. And it might not be too wild of a statement to say that a brutal war in Asia might be an impending inevitability.
There is the historical threat from China. Both nations have territorial disputes.
Chinese government ships entered the Japanese waters.
By 2027, Japan will have the third largest defense budget in the world.
It's a very strong feeling in China that Japan is the enemy.
China's massive military buildup in the Pacific.
Japan is arming itself like it never has before.
China and Japan have had squabbles and near incidents for years now. But it seems like the time for talk is nearing an end. In what has been a steep departure from its years of pacifism, Japan at the beginning of this year announced that it will double its military spending to 2% of GDP in the next 5 years. That is the nation's largest buildup since the Second World War. This action would make Japan...
Can I pause that? Okay. For a reference, for time reference, this video came out, I want to say 12 days ago? I'll pull it up. 12 days ago. So yeah, so when he says this year, it means 2023. This was made in this month, in September 2023, for reference.
And the third largest military spender in the world, behind only China and the USA. But what is Japan's reason for this drastic action? Well, China. Or in Japan's own words, China poses the greatest strategic challenge ever. This present moment seems to be the final tipping point in what has been a troubled 1,966 years of hostile coexistence. The big question is, where is this hostility rooted? In this video, I'll seek to explain the combative relationship between Japan and China, the history behind their relationship, what the future holds for these two East Asian powerhouses, and if indeed war is on the horizon. Alright, before we jump into things, be sure to hit that like button below. It helps out a lot against the bots who try to dislike the video to kill its reach. Recently, the channel was mass reported for my coverage about the Russian war, which led to a big hit to the views, so your likes really help out a lot. Thank you. Sakoku is a Japanese...
Yep, let's help a brother out. Bam. You saw it. Evidence. Right here. It happened. You liked it.
term that roughly translates to closed country. In Japan, this word is one of great historical significance. It represents a simpler time, a time of dynastic rule and noble lords, a time when samurai and arquebusiers had little need to defend the land, a time of peace and stability. For 215 years, the Tokugawa shogunate implemented sakoku. This made Japan an isolationist state, uncorrupted by profane foreign cultures. Until one day, in 1854, when an American Commodore and 1,600 Marines arrived in Yokohama to turn their world upside down. Of course, that's not completely true. Yes, Japan had been a quote-unquote closed country for about 215 years. But before that time, they had plenty of exposure to outside cultures. By the time Commodore Perry turned up in Tokyo, then called Edo, Japan had already built and destroyed close cultural bonds with a wide array of nations. Even so, sakoku was no joke. During this time, nearly all Japanese commoners were forbidden from leaving the country. Likewise, only a scant few foreign nationals were ever allowed entry. While the Tokugawa shogunate allowed some trade with the Dutch and the Chinese, this was sorely restricted. And yet, despite the shogunate's best efforts, people across Japan took a great interest in what they called Dutch studies, a catch-all term for European engineering, medicine, and military science. The demand for foreign writings eventually grew so great that the government was forced to lift the ban on outside publications in 1716. The shogunate would go on to fully embrace the study of Dutch texts, eventually creating an agency dedicated solely to translating these works for the Japanese public. Remember this, it'll be important later. There was
Capitalism.
one foreign land the Japanese elites respected above all others. China had culturally influenced the island nation since the year 645, when Emperor Kotoku wrote into law the Taika Reforms, a set of legal codes based around Chinese Confucian philosophy. The reforms, designed to centralize control in the hands of the emperor, were derived from a series of envoys who had been sent to China to study every aspect of their culture. These diplomats became proficient in Chinese writing systems and Chinese literature, studied Chinese diet and architecture. They even scrutinized the manifold religious traditions popular during the Tang Dynasty. These reforms quickly came to dominate.
Yo.
Tabletop streaming at like not midnight.
Yeah. Work was.
In a while, at least the earliest I've caught it.
Yeah, the work was efficient, let's say, today. Basically, you know how I was saying last night that I was having a weird problem where the FTP just wouldn't connect?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we found out why. Also, I think I fixed the Discord, like, long years out.
I think
yeah, you know what? The answer, the problem makes a lot of sense. They had actually just changed offices, the client, so their backend server's IP address just changed. And no one told me until today. It's like, oh, well, that would do it. But unfortunately, like, because of technicalities, I'm not gonna have access to any of that until like at least tomorrow. Because they have to put my IP address through like firewalls and stuff, which take time to take effect. So ironically, my actual real adult work today took all of like 5 minutes. It was changing configuration settings in like 3 files and sending 2 emails, and that was my work day. Pretty good.
Yeah, I went on a big shopping trip today. That's my night. I finally just got back now.
Nice. And then
and all that. I got some chocolate covered hazelnuts and some lemonade.
There we go. So yeah, today I've so far reacted to Not So Erudite and Econoboy talking about Jesus, because why not? And then I was just going over a business basics video. China versus Japan, why China and Japan are headed to war. Because, we need to figure out which dragons are the real ones. The 3-toed ones or the 4-toed ones. Yeah. But also, semiconductors.
I think you were cursing me last night.
Yeah, probably. What?
Every time I entered like a paid event in MTG Arena,
Mm-hmm.
I went fucking like 1-3, just like 1 win, 3 losses, or 0 wins, 3 losses, both times, right?
Yep.
The moment I like ended call with you, I entered another draft, another paid event. I went fucking 5-3.
Makes total
sense. The moment
sense.
you're gone, I went 5-3. Either I was just like not able to pay attention while talking, or like I don't know, man.
Nah, it's just me. I am a wizard, and only some people get the good side of.
What would be the name of that curse?
Like
some word, something like disillusion, but I know it's not the right word for it.
Oh, of like
a curse that makes you lose competitive games.
I mean, isn't there literally a spell that gives you disadvantage on ability checks? Isn't that a spell already in 5e? I think that's literally a spell in 5e. You can just give disadvantage on ability checks.
I'm not thinking of it in terms of like a thing in a game, but like if you hear like the curse of pestilence, the Pharaoh's curse. If there's like a curse name for this, what would it be?
Give me a second. I got a business call.
All right. Entering a historic ranked match, paid event. Mulligan. Keep. Fuck off. Jurinia. Oh no. Oh, white Soul Warden deck. Couple initiate pass. I can sometimes struggle against this deck, but it's all white, so I can get a cheese kill through getting just enough on the board to kill. But when we get a turn 1 Soul Warden like that, it's usually not very good. That one's enter the battlefield under his control. So it's not going to fuck with me too much. Well. Thing about these decks is if they make it really late into the game, they could just turn on an engine that I can't do anything about. Destructible. Fuck, I should have done the other one, damn it. Whatever. and War Elves, Soul Warden, Heliod. Only problem is me playing Mind Creatures also fucking pumps off his shit. Wait, is this an infinite combo? God damn it. Three. My deck's supposed to be competitive.
Ricola. Okay. That was a whole techie back and forth with like IP addresses and port numbers, and it still ain't working. And the other guys calling the super tech guys because stuff don't want to connect. So I might be getting a call back in like 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm like, all right, try it again. I'm like, oh, all right. Yeah, the fun of working in tech. But yeah, that's basically why I was streaming so early. Because I literally cannot connect to the servers to do the things I need to do.
Yeah, I entered my competitive match, my paid one, and first round I lost turn 4 to an infinite combo.
Nice.
Infinite 1/1 squirrels.
You know, I feel like with stuff like that is just incentivizing me. Yeah, I feel like that's disincentivizing me from trying to play Magic. At that point, it really is gambling, and I don't really care about gambling.
Stuff online first and kill them faster, you know. I mean, there's always going to be that air of luck, but I mean, the same 8 people keep showing up in the top 8s of world tournaments, so I mean, there's got to be some skill involved, right?
Only in creating the deck, because just figuring out whatever deck has the greatest likelihood of giving you like an infinite combo the fastest. That seems to be the case.
There's no such thing as one person showing up with a deck nobody's seen before that's like the craziest meta deck that just shits on everyone, because everyone knows that deck. And then there's 5 other decks made specifically to counter that deck, which makes it not that playable anymore. And then more decks get made to counter those decks, and that's how you end up with a fucking MTG meta.
Okay,
So it's like
I mean,
net decking is so like it's all on the internet so quickly that like the moment a set's released and one modern tournament happens, everybody knows what the top decks are. You know,
that didn't change what I said. That just changed how many layers you have to go down before you hit that point. It's still the same thing of like the skill is in just making the deck, not in playing the game.
Well, I mean,
this is
the fact that doesn't. I'm saying that doesn't matter. That's not a factor, because everybody has the top decks. So now it's only skill and then a bit of luck from the draw.
But like, actually, here's a question: where is the skill in Magic besides knowing the cards?
There's a lot of tiny interaction things you are paying attention to. The order in which you play your cards, knowing what is the threats, what's not the threats. Game knowledge is a big one. So like knowing the other opponent's decks as well as you can, be like, okay, I have this up, but he's holding 3 mana. So that means that he can have 1 of 2 cards that kill my creature if I attack you. So even though it looks free, I'm not going to attack. It's like a bunch of stuff like that. They just have like a massive knowledge. It's like the same thing that makes a chess player good. They just know what to do in all these situations because they've been playing for so long, and they just know it automatically, you know. It's like game knowledge is probably one of the best things, but it's also decision making, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is my biased opinion. This is heavy bias. This is all the bias. Okay. Warhammer, even though all Warhammer players will agree the game is not balanced, will never be balanced.
Mm-hmm.
But the threshold for or like the relevance of the player skill, I think, is far higher than in, say, Magic.
I agree with you. I'd say definitely you have a higher skill ceiling in Warhammer than you do in Magic the Gathering, for sure.
Yeah,
There's just
because
there's so much more going on in your typical Warhammer game than the Magic game, you know? I'd say there's
Right.
probably at least unironically 10 times, if not more, things going on in a Warhammer game than in a single Magic game.
Because you want to know where 9 out of 10 games are won and lost in Warhammer? Like where within the game that happens?
Where?
Movement phase. Movement phase dominates the
not
game.
Close enough. Move your guys too close. Oh, I meant to put this guy an inch further forwards. I thought I wasn't in range.
Oh, not even that. Choosing the wrong objective marker to go after at the wrong time can screw you, for example. Especially nowadays, if you decide to not choose the version where you draw random secondaries, which I always play, not just because I think it's fun, but I think there's actually some validity to it. Yeah, there's one thing of like, okay, if you always choose these secondaries and you know exactly how to like optimize for your list, but at the same time, if you're running a certain list and then the other person knows that, then if they're smart, they can work to counter that really easily.
There's a thing in the game that kind of helps alleviate those problems called the sideboard, which is every game is a best 2 out of 3, and in between the match you have a pack of 15 cards that you've like pre-designated to be your sideboard, and you can swap out main cards in your deck for that sideboard in between matches, but it always has to return to its original state but before you face your next opponent. So it's like if you go up against a deck that just outright counters yours, you sideboard a bunch of cards out and be like, okay, I gotta put this, that in. And that adds another level to the whole brain function of it, where it's like,
okay, I don't think I've ever played or even seen Magic played with sideboard, so I guess that might be part of my lack of understanding.
Yeah, that's most competitive games. Best 2 out of 3 with a sideboard. And every time you play a draft, you always have a sideboard, because every other card you picked that's not in your deck counts as your sideboard. So you can swap your cards out of your deck in and out in between games, even between opponents.
Fair enough. I just realized I think there's a way I can actually play this video on my stream and for you.
14 damage?
I think if I stream the same screen to you, but then I mute it within Discord, I think that would work. So you can actually take part in the
who's streaming
video.
The screen, then you don't have to mute it.
Oh yeah, actually that's a good. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So actually, yeah, it's even easier. I just stream it within Discord, and we can continue, or I can continue. Let us see. Where's the button? Share screen. Oh, right, actually. Can I do that from the other computer? I just realized the set screen with video is on the other computer. The one that's not, yeah, that's the one that's not in the call. Because my Discord audio, all the Discord VC and audio is on my streaming computer, and the actual YouTube screen is on my gaming computer, I guess, or like my everything else interface computer.
I must still be in awful rank right now, like in the ranked matches for my deck, because every time I go into ranked, I'm winning a solid 75% of my games easily. Like I shit stomp most people. But then the moment I go into like these paid events, it's like I'm facing a completely different tier of players and decks that just have like some cheese to win every time. It's never like a straightforward win. It's always like some bullshit that's happening to me.
Is there a way I can do
right now I'm mulliganing down to fucking 5 cards on my last game. This is great, bro. I'm just gonna fucking concede.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can set this up. It's just I think Well, yeah, because my desktop audio will also pull the Discord, but I don't know if I want those to be the same feed. I don't know how to do this. I do know is I got pee, so I'll be right back. I've spent so much time in the BRB screen all of a sudden. I'll be back for a second. Also,
Dude,
yeah,
I fucking
people.
mulligan down to 5 from 7 cards in my starting hand, and then I go up against a fucking discard deck. They cast 2 cards, I'm out of cards in hand. I hate this game, bro. 0-3 again. Fuck me. That's terrible. There
That's
goes
why you should
5
play a real.
points.
That's why you should play a real game like Warhammer.
My deck is supposed to be competitive. Was the website lying to me? I should
Yes.
be winning even against the top tier
Man,
decks.
imagine using a website to make your list. Yeah, I'm gonna go on BRB. People can hear you on BRB, so enjoy that.
I'm gonna be playing ranked now and putting my confidence back up again. I just need to get into a high enough ranked where I'm facing those kinds of decks so I can practice against them. Oh, I'm in a perfect hand for my first fucking non-paid match. Non-paid match, first one, perfect 7 card hand. Nothing could be wrong with this hand. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, everything's lined up perfectly. Motherfucker plays a scry land on their turn. Like, you can't make it up. I'm cursed. Attack my Esper Sentinel. Stop casting creatures. I can't do anything about those. Yes, I can. Dire Tactics. Exile your creature. Attack you for 3 again. Plays a Plains. Another flyer. I draw a Swamp. I play another Esper Sentinel. Attack. He kills my Thalia's lieutenant because I'm a fucking moron. Why did my lieutenant not get a counter for the Esper Sentinel entering? Creatures entering the battlefield don't or dying don't cause ability to trigger. Got it, Chief. The hell is he even trying to cast? Oh, that. Hell yeah. Drawing 2 cards now, am I? Oh, hell yeah. Two planes, too, so I can boom, boom. Double Hopeful Initiate.
And we're back.
Gotcha.
I got called out earlier.
I did.
Kinda, not really. I got a message like midstream of like you know how some Discord servers have like a promote yourself thing?
Yeah.
And I got just like midstream, like, hey, I've been, noticing your stuff, and like, it's not these days you're like putting politics in your tags, and like, not here. I'm like, oh, all right, fair enough. Then I had to quickly be like, oh, wait a second, that might be a bunch of the servers I'm doing this in. Let me go double check some stuff. It's fine. I thought it was kind of funny.
This guy's actually about to make this one flyer shit my whole life over. It's okay.
Okay, Warcom is starting to slightly annoy me. Can I just say?
Mm-hmm.
The Warhammer community, like the website. So, they put out 2 articles on the upcoming codex. and then for like 4 or 5 days we hear like nothing about it after that, and then suddenly they're like putting out more articles in Space Marines, like haha about them Space Marines coming out. Let's talk about the miniatures a bunch. I'm like, yeah, I get it, I like it. I'm a painter more than anything else. But can we talk about that codex coming out though? It's kind of like one of the bigger ways a lot of us are choosing what we're buying coming up. Like, hey, also give me something to talk about on stream, maybe. I know that's a very me problem, but still. Also, I swear they've talked. This one particular designer has talked about how much he likes one of the Stern Guard stances. Like 7 times it has been mentioned. I'm like, we get it. You like the guy with the metal arm and the just holding the rifle upwards. I think it's kind of boring personally, but I get why you like it. Cool deal. Yeah. It's just kind of frustrating the crap out of me because like I want to hear about the new rules. And ironically, as a painter, you would think I'd be like I read the articles. I'm reading the articles to be clear. I am digesting them. It's just like there's nothing to really talk about. This doesn't help me. Plus, like, list building is one of my favorite parts of playing Warhammer. Honestly, figuring out what to... And yeah, I get you have the same thing in Magic, but you can screw up way harder.
True casual format in Magic, the best one, and the most popular like way to play in general, it's called Commander, which is a 100-card deck exactly. You cannot have the same copy of any card twice, except for your most basic of lands, which you use to do everything. And on top of that, you have one card who's your commander. He stays outside of your deck, has to be a legendary creature, and you can't have any cards in your deck that aren't in that card's colors. So if you have a commander who's red and blue, you can only have red and blue cards in your deck. All of them have to be unique, and it has to be exactly 100. That format, you can deck build all you want, make really fun, cool decks that are unique and interesting, and not have to and it's not like really bad. You don't have to net deck. You don't have to make the craziest, most powerful shit. You don't even have to spend $500 on the cheapest possible deck format. It's like $40. You have a deck that can play against the guy who spent $800 on his deck because it's a casual for fun format. It's always 4 players, free for all. So 4 people sit down for it. It's a group thing. At least 4. You can do like 3 to 8, but 8 is like you're gonna sit there for an hour between everyone's turns. That happens with 4 players sometimes.
Okay, listen. Everyone said that about large-scale D&D, and like it is just not actually the case in my experience. I don't know if I just have a really good group for it, or
I think that's a unique case.
okay. I mean, it could be the case, but I'm just saying my experience thus far is that large group games are awesome.
Yeah, not for Magic the Gathering.
To be fair, not really for Warhammer either. I keep doing it because I find it funny, but it is a grind. It is a grind because you are already usually not doing much except defensive rolls and the occasional reaction for like 20 minutes in a normal 1v1 game. Now just multiply that. I mean literally multiply. It's not addition, it's multiplication. Because it's like, okay, let's say like the smallest version, 1v2, right? It's what that ends up if you're on the side of if you're the side of the 2 players, right? Not only are you waiting for your opponent, which is basically the same length as a not your opponent, your ally, right? That's the smaller of the 2 armies in question. They're trying to do their thing through all their stuff, and the opponent doing their, reactions and defensive rolls and everything. But when you get to your opponent has double the army and is often interacting with your ally and not you. So like somehow it's not your turn and you're also doing nothing, which is not normally how that works. Normally the only time, actually no, because of the changes to Overwatch. No, even in the enemy's movement phase, you like every army has something they could do in response to stuff. There's some interactivity in a standard 1v1 game.
Mm-hmm.
Because Overwatch is a universal stratagem. Everyone has access to it.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not you have the CP, I mean, you probably do because everyone gets a CP every command phase, yours or theirs. So yes, right before their movement phase start, you got 1 CP. Overwatch is 1 CP. So there is always an option. There's a reliable, consistent option for you to be involved even in their movement phase. And the command phase is always very short because it's just like rules interactions is the command phase. It is, all right, I got my CP, I got these abilities I'm going to do because they happen in the command phase. I got actually that's just abilities. I just got a list of abilities that happens in the command phase. I'm going to list them off. These things are now occurring. These rule interactions are changing because of this, and then movement phase. And like that's it. Like it's like for Space Marines, it's like, all right, I have a stratagem to put these guys over here. Oh, well, actually, no. First off, detachment roll for Gladius. I'm going to be in Assault Doctrine, but I'm going to use a stratagem. So these guys over here are in Devastator Doctrine, and my Oath of Moment target is that guy, and command phase done. Or do I have to make morale checks? Probably not, but maybe. So like 1 or 2 rolls max. And then a movement phase, and that's it. There's no psychic phase anymore, so it's not like it's Thousand Suns, so they're gonna spend like 15 minutes just rattling off psychic abilities and blowing you and themselves up. Oh, that's Perils of the Warp, and I just took 14 damage. Cool. Like, wait, what? Yep. That's not a thing anymore. All the psychic powers are kind of relegated to their relevant phase based on the card. It's like offensive stuff is treated as guns or melee, depending. Abilities are just or like things that are based on say movement are abilities that say in your movement phase, yada yada yada, whatever. Half of them are straight up just buffs or nerfs to stuff. They're just ever present, which actually I like way better because it makes, especially things like say Space Marine librarians, right? They're supposed to be like top tier battle psychers, right? That is their entire role as a post-human super soldier with space magic. You're gonna tell me that I can go an entire game rolling badly and not shoot off a single spell from this super mage?
Every time he tried to cast a spell, he tripped over a different rock.
Yeah, right.
Setting up again, trips over another rock. How many times does that happen before the super mage just makes himself levitate?
Yeah, right. I cast fly myself. I'm done with this 4th level spell slot. Let's go. Or was fly? Oh, that might be 3rd actually. It might not even be that high.
Fly is 3rd.
Yeah.
Levitate's a 1st level spell, if I believe, right?
Yeah, but it's a lot more constrained. But yeah, so it's like, wait a second, what? So yeah, a lot of the stuff that doesn't directly interact, or well, actually no, there's a couple nerf ones that just happen, but usually you have to be pretty close. But yeah, it gives you the impression that the psychers are actually doing their job reliably. Their range stuff can miss like anything else, but usually the ballistic skill is fairly good. And they usually work like plasma, where there's the normal one, and then there's the one where you can like push it, basically. And then if you fail your hazard roll, which is not related to your hit roll anymore, which is very nice, then you take damage. It's a certain number of mortal wounds. And I like how they changed it so characters. All right, hazard. Hazard's a universal keyword. It can go on any gun in theory, or any weapon in theory, really. Where after you use that weapon, based on the number of that weapon that you used, not number of shots, not number of misses, nothing. So it's not like bad plasma marksman blows himself up with his own gun. That doesn't make any sense, actually. Like, he missed, that's it. He just misses. After all these shots are done, you then roll hazard tests with the number of dice matching the number of hazard weapons. So if it's one spell but has 14 shots, you're only rolling once, because you only actually shot off once. So, you know, plasma shotguns be praised. There aren't any plasma shotguns as far as I know, but you get the idea. If I get a bunch of shots from my sustained hits on my plasma guns, it's still the number of plasma guns. And if you roll a 1 on any of those dice, then, you know, that model is destroyed. However, if it's a character or a vehicle, is, I think, like 3 mortal wounds. It might be a mortal wound, actually. It might not even be 3. I think it's just a mortal wound. Actually, I could check. But it really incentivizes using hazard weapons, especially in bulk.
Yeah.
And you're not, you can take hazard stuff on characters or vehicles. And I mean, I think vehicles still only took a number of mortal wounds before, but characters, it's like, you would never use a plasma weapon on a character, because you just lose a whole character in like one, you make the one plasma pistol an overcharge shot, and you roll a 1, and you lose a captain. It's like, wait, what? Excuse me? That's just not fun. That's way too dicey. So you never saw anyone using plasma pistols, or if you did, they never pushed it. Hazardous. 3 mortal wounds. Which, yeah, I'm pretty sure even basic humans like Primaris Psychers. Yes, I understand. You have Primaris Space Marines, and then you have standard human Imperial Guard. Top tier Psychers called Primaris Psychers. Whatever. They were already called that before the Primaris Marines, so I don't know. Whatever. I'm pretty sure those guys have 4 wounds. So, like, I think. You know, I should probably check. You know what, now I think about it, I don't know that for certain. But I can find out. Because currently all dash sheets are out for free. I just gotta find Imperial Asher Militarum. And let's see. Yep, Primaris Psyker. Oh no, they have 3 wounds. Never mind. They can blow themselves up. Which, you know what? To be fair, I'm fine with that. It's a standard human. A Space Marine Librarian, however, that's a little different. Because, yeah, I mean, if you read in the lore, whenever, also, I'm going to turn music back on here. Going for a while, but no. No background, anything. You read Space Marine Psychers go off in the lore. They're like throwing battle tanks. They are crushing squads. They're absurdly strong. They warp reality. Like you'd kind of expect, but I mean like on a pretty significant scale because of the scale of their willpower. So yeah, you're gonna tell me they tried to throw 1 fireball and blew themselves up at the beginning of the battle, which I've literally had happen in an 8th edition tournament. And not only did he blow up, he blew up so hard because I rolled 2 1s. I rolled double 1s on his psychic check. So not only did he blow up, he did 6 more wounds around him. Per unit affected. Killed a captain on bike. finished off a land raider that also blew up, killed some other stuff. Like it was just a cavalcade of like half my army in a tournament I took out by myself because the dice rolls going extremely poorly. It was stupid. It was stupid levels. Yeah, that you can't do that anymore. Well, I suppose you could if you've already taken damage, but it's actually I don't think psychos can blow up anymore. So it's that. What was I originally talking about before I got onto Snipers?
Bro, fuck if I know.
Yeah,
I
I ramble hard. I know.
I'm too high to remember.
I'm just like, dude, I gotta have like, which do they call it now? Today, is it ADD or ADHD? I grew up where like both of them were used almost interchangeably. I think there's some difference between them, but I think one of them is not technically used anymore. I have no idea. It's just based on. Well, I mean, I definitely have that, but you know, who doesn't have that though? I'm still racking my brain as to how I can have you at least hear the audio of the video, because I wanna play the video. Yeah, it's just, well, yeah, I can play it, but your commentary is gonna be entirely disconnected. Well, talking China and Japan, so
as if it was ever connected to begin with.
Yeah, right. I'm talking about politics and religion and then painting Warhammer, and you're just like, hey, it's about Magic the Gathering.
Japanese governance and many
core
aspects of Japanese life.
Warhammer lore, and then every couple of minutes I'm like, no, this one card? I hate that one card.
Dumb. What if for quality? Screw that. We don't do quality around here. Playing a video.
The role of women was restricted in Japan, just as it was in China. The land was reorganized into provinces and counties, just as it was in China, and a top-down system of governance was introduced, with a system of administration and written law that replaced the patch.
Right now.
See, right, like, that's why I need you to be able to hear the video. That there, exactly. I don't know what the guy just said. It was something vaguely important.
It always is vaguely important. Never less. The way I like it.
I almost... Should I do... I mean, I'm basically kind of doing the exact same format already. I may as well go all the way and just completely rip off his entire content format.
Who cares, bro? Do it.
Yeah. Do it.
Switch.
Do it. Mine now. Okay. Let's put it this way. You wanna talk in the VC on stream? Go for it. However, needs to be like a full like a actual conversation topic. If that makes sense. Like just random one-off comments about the thing you're doing has nothing to do with what I'm doing. It's not helping the people watching.
Yeah, I get you. No worries.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna get myself some breakfast then.
Yeah, get food. And then like yeah, no, totally. We'll talk later. It's just actually talk though.
Alrighty, see ya.
See ya.
Hereditary institution.
I gotta lay down the law sometimes. Lay down.
once endowed with the power of governance. These changes would echo through Japanese history. Fast forward 1200 years to 1845, and Japanese students are still expected to learn Chinese and study the Chinese literary classics. And while foreigners from China were still restricted to the port of Nagasaki, they were the only nation granted the special privilege of a small residential district within the city. But even considering these special privileges, relations between Japan and China weren't exactly warm. Since the late 1670s, there was an active national learning movement presented within Japanese society. This intellectual crusade took the view that Japanese culture was inherently pure. It decried the overabundance of Chinese academia, advocating for a focus on the history of Japan and the Japanese imperial family. And, at its core, national learning sought the eradication of all so-called corrupting foreign influences. Chief among these foreign influences was, of course, Chinese culture. The movement focused heavily on the Japanese language and the structure of the nation's historical development. Taking a page out of the Neo-Confucianist book, these early Japanese nationals created the Dai Nihon Shi, or in English, the History of Great Japan. This prodigious work of Japanese history and pride, like many products of the national learning movement, was ironically based upon the Chinese model of intellectual nationalism. While the Chinese Empire emphasized the study of Chinese classical literature.
Wait. So they still hardcore went Chinese. they still pulled it from the Chinese book. Amazing. Good job, guys. Great job. Also, as a reminder, this is China versus Japan, why China and Japan are headed to war, from Business Basics. 2 words. Definitely check them out. I've been really enjoying this guy lately.
National learning sect attempted to draw focus towards the poetic works and feudal traditions of ancient Japan. Despite its occasionally derivative nature, the national learning movement's proponents eventually mounted a full-scale war against all foreign influences. This included an attempt to purge Japan of all Buddhist and Confucian institutions. A lofty task, given that the Japanese state was run based on Confucian principles, and each Japanese citizen had to be registered at a Buddhist temple. Certainly, the national learning movement was not an immediate success, but its core tenets took root during the Tokugawa shogunate and steadily spread. During his reign from 1680 to 1709, Shogun Tokugawa Tsunayoshi made it a policy to encourage national learning among scholars of the era. He and members of his clan actively provided funding for the National Learning Scholarship. In 1728, nativist scholar Karuna Azumamoro established his National Learning Academy in Kyoto, where he emphasized the purity of the Japanese imperial dynasty and discouraged Buddhism and Confucianism as corroding influences, attracting many Shinto clergymen to his way of thinking. By 1746, one of his students, Kamo no Mabuchi, was hired to lecture members of the ruling Tokugawa clan on ancient Japanese history. In 1760, Kamo no Mabuchi became a wandering scholar. He traveled throughout Japan preaching a dualistic ideology, in which Japanese culture, with its more fluid grammatical structure, was representative of all that was good and natural, while Chinese culture, with its strict grammar and more structured writing, was the embodiment of the artificial, unnatural aspects of the human life. In 1765, Kamo no Mabuchi penned his seminal work called The Study of the Idea of Our Country. Published in 1806, decades after his death, the book...
Yo, I just want to say, I am fairly sick of this general conception that the natural is inherently good and things made by man, a creature of nature, is inherently bad or lesser. It's like, no, we are not foreign to nature. We are of nature. Additionally, there's a lot of things in nature that don't work, just like a lot of things that humans make that don't work. So if the argument is that, oh, well, like humans make some things that mess things up, it's like, yeah, so is nature, right? What do you think like vestigial means? It's a thing that is just like a evolutionary leftover. that has no actual function or use, maybe anymore, or sometimes ever did, and there are clearly superior and inferior forms throughout nature. Like the joke, the classic joke. Oh, it's classic. The joke it's popping around a lot more now, I've noticed, however. Pandas. The only reason pandas are extinct is because of us. Because pandas, as a model for an animal, kind of suck. Sloths aren't doing so great either, because their general structure also just kind of sucks. It's not good. Like, we have way more species that are entirely extinct or turned into something else because their stuff wasn't good or did not remain good. Natural does not mean good. It's just this ironically artificial differentiation in the human mind between things that are not human made and human made. It's not even based on nature. Nature's not the distinction. It's the lack of human that is what we call nature. But we then give what is human the term artificial. Right? It's a reactionary term. Getting pinged on Discord. Why am I getting pinged on Discord? Who pings me? Who dare pings me? Oh, I don't care about this. This seems... I'm not dealing with this. It's about moderating a server. It's dumb. I'm not gonna deal with that.
Aim at the prevalence of Chinese learning, which was so common in Japan. In his text, Kamo managed to encapsulate the core of the national learning philosophy.
Messing with this
He argued that Chinese life was comprised of nothing but
things.
terror and suffering, owing to the periodic rise and fall of the many imperial dynasties. He juxtaposed this idea with the allegedly more consistent, more stable Japanese dynasty, which national learning scholars so adored. Thus, in this national learning movement, we can see the beginnings of the Japanese nationalism that would come to dominate, a set of ideas that held Japanese superiority, the purity of the unbroken imperial line, and a general distaste for Chinese society and culture at its core. It's February of 1854, and the...
Oh yeah, so let's really get the hippies mad. Anything humans make, it's the same as like ants or what's the other insect that builds giant? Bees, spiders. Alright, so you're gonna call like spider webs? Spider webs are artificial. Ant colony, like ant hills, ant colony structures, termite structures. Those are artificial. Not natural. Bad. They're bad things. Those are bad things. Right, because we're an animal. Unless you're saying we're not an animal. Are you taking a religious take on that then? Like, what? Why? I mean, go ahead if you want to at that point, but then you run into, like, if you're going with the Christian method, we're to be stewards, but stewards also means we can utilize, no? Like, it was on us to name the animals and have mastery over them. I mean, the Bible is very encouraging of agriculture, for example. Because was it not, I could be wrong, this could be just like a cultural retelling of the story, but wasn't it with Cain and Abel? Cain brought a sacrifice of like animals, or was Abel that was the hunter? No, Cain was the hunter. Cain brought a bunch of animal flesh, I believe, but sacrifice was distinctly not denied because of what he was giving, but because of his heart that was specifically made. So you had two sacrifices, if I remember the story correctly. Actually, it doesn't matter like which guy gave which guy it was, but there was a sacrifice of like plants, of like grains and fruit, and then there was another sacrifice of animals and meat, and but it was specifically said the reason that the sacrifice was denied was because of the heart of Cain. So like you can't even, at least in like under the Hebrew slash Christian tradition, I don't know about Muslim, you also can't like really I don't think you can make a hard claim for that, because actually just nature in general actually doesn't matter about the it being animals or plants, either or like still fits. Like we are the ones that have mastery over um yeah, I guess nature, but still like the dichotomy starts with humans. And I think it's a business call I gotta take. Maybe? Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. If you are enjoying the content and you don't want me to have to keep taking unrelated business calls, then you should join the Patreon. Command Patreon to get you there from wherever platform you're currently watching on.
States Commodore Matthew C. Perry is sailing into Tokyo Bay for the second time. On his first trip, the Commodore approached the island nation with a fleet of 4 vessels and a letter from President Millard Fillmore requesting a treaty that would establish diplomatic relations and bonds of trade between the two countries.
I'm just realizing that there's a bunch of bolts on this guy that I need to hit with silver before I can call this this body done. But yeah, looks like I just need to continue doing it the old-fashioned way and just, take my time with it and not try to rush this. It's gonna go faster going through all this Gravis by just taking my time with it. Than trying to be tricky with it because I don't really care for how it looks. It doesn't really look highlighted, it just looks generally dry brushed.
Today, he has returned after half a year, this time with 9 ships in tow. By the end of March, he will have secured the signature of Emperor Komei on the Treaty of Kanagawa. Still favoring its long-time isolationism, the government of Japan was predictably displeased to find itself trapped between a rock and a hard place. Perry's expedition and the ensuing treaty left Japan feeling more vulnerable than ever. Only 12 years before the Kanagawa Treaty was signed, Japan had watched its neighbor to the west fall prey to the military might of the British Empire. The First Opium War was a massive defeat for Imperial China. Despite its wealth and grandeur, the powerful nation had failed to maintain its own sovereignty, losing its right to ban opium imports and finding itself locked into a treaty that gave land, trade power, and significant legal authority over to the British. While Perry's treaty was not nearly as invasive as the one that the Chinese had been forced to sign, it was still viewed as an egregious usurpation of Japanese authority. The 1854 agreement established 2 minor ports where American naval steamships could refuel and stock up on supplies. It also protected American whalers, provided for the humane treatment of shipwrecked American seamen, and established an American consulate in the city of Shimoda. Above all, this meant one thing: Sakoku was dead. Isolation was over, and Japan, whether it liked it or not, was now part of the international community.
Nope, found a few parts I gotta fix. That was just one, now I see 2. Nope, we're still highlighting. We're still stuck.
By 1858, Japan had signed treaties with Britain, Russia, and France, as well as a second treaty with the United States. Altogether, the island nation was now trading with almost every foreign power that expressed interest in doing so. Furthermore, the nation had granted extraterritoriality to many foreign states, preventing the citizens of other nations from facing trial inside of Japan. The swift evaporation of their country's sovereignty left the people of Japan disillusioned and dissatisfied with the leadership of the Tokugawa shogunate. The nativist spark that national learning principles had been coaxing for decades was now ready to ignite. The military movement to overthrow the shogun and restore the imperial family to power began in 1866. The feudal domains in the south and west of Japan had long expressed dissatisfaction with the rule of the shogun. Despite their similar inclinations, they were trapped in a cycle of feuding interests which kept them forever divided. At long last, after the laundry list of unequal treaties had been signed, the clear encroachment of foreign powers forced the...
Why am I getting a ton of messages? I'm getting a bunch of DMs, so like, jeez. I'm so spam. People Good lord. Alright, let's get back to what was I doing? Bolts.
To unite. They could not have chosen a better time to coalesce. For the people of Japan, after centuries of isolation, were not well disposed towards the mass of outsiders whose
There we go. Okay.
vessels now gathered in their ports. Their rallying cry was Sono Joi, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians. On November 9th, 1867, Tokugawa Yoshinobu willingly gave over his rights and privileges to the emperor. After 10 days, he resigned, and the office of the shogun was no more. The events that followed represent one of the swiftest periods of development in the great saga of human existence.
Oh, right.
This period
yeah.
is known to history as the Meiji Restoration. In 1867, Japan was a nation in crisis. The regime that had ruled Japanese society for centuries was out of power. The young Emperor Meiji, not yet in his 15th year of life, was now tasked with governing a country of 34 million. And Japan, feudal and underdeveloped, now seemed destined to meet the same fate as its neighbor to the west. And yet, by 1895, their fortunes had reversed. Japan found itself the most technologically developed and industrialized nation in Asia, with a military strong enough to face the very empires that had broken their isolation a mere 41 years ago. How? There are many factors that come together to explain the seemingly miraculous rise of the Japanese Empire. But before we discuss what Japan managed to achieve in its rapid rise to the top, we should identify the groundwork that made it possible. Despite its regressive political structure and intense isolation, Japan was a shockingly well-educated society. Samurai, the Japanese warrior class, quickly turned towards bureaucracy to make themselves useful during the country's 2 centuries of peace. These warriors and their children became local government officials, tasked with keeping records and enforcing the law. To give their samurai the necessary administrative skills, many daimyo, Japanese feudal lords, opened schools to educate their loyal retainers. Additionally, many of the common folk had money enough to send their children to terakoya, a type of private school that taught basic reading and writing skills. Their population was also vastly more urbanized than one would expect for a nation whose economy was based largely on agriculture. This urbanization likely also owes its existence to the surplus wealth generated by avoiding violent conflict. With such a heavily literate population, it's no wonder fields like Dutch studies became so prominent in Japan. Though they did not immediately act on the knowledge they consumed, members of Japanese society were still uncommonly well informed on matters concerning the more developed portion of the globe. While their physical infrastructure lagged far behind Europe and the United States, the shogunate's governance may have actually managed to build a feudal population more inclined towards rapid reform and development than any other in the course of human history. With this ready foundation, Japan began its rise in 1868.
That actually makes some sense because if you watch after World War II, when Japan rebuilt and restructured, it shockingly quickly they became one of the most developed countries in the world. Like, it felt like historically, practically overnight, they went from one of the last holdouts of feudalism to a technological giant. And it remains that way to this day. They are extremely advanced. So yeah, I had not really thought. I mean, I had noticed it before, but I hadn't thought of like how that happened exactly.
When a council made up of military leaders who restored the emperor to power was formed. Most of these state councilors were ambitious young men from the lower rungs of the samurai, but what they lacked in experience, they made up for in skillful planning. The old feudal domains were abolished and replaced with the system of prefectures that is still used today. The old class of feudal lords gave up their land and power to become kazoku, noble peers of the realm, with seats in a chamber of parliament modeled after the British House of Lords. The samurai class was also abolished, and these warrior families became shizoku, a class between the commoners and nobility with no special privileges beyond a modest imperial stipend. In 1872, the local militias of noble houses were abolished and replaced by a unified standing military, organized in the style of the great imperial powers of the age. A new system of conscription mandated 3 years of military service from all men of all classes. A unified command office was created in 1878 to coordinate naval and army actions. These joint chiefs of staff answered directly to the emperor and were given broad authority in matters of military planning. The spirit of loyalty and obedience that had once been the province of the samurai came to define the new, drastically enlarged military class. Young men throughout Japan were transformed during their mandatory service, and when they went home, they carried the ideals of the armed forces and the old samurai's Bushido code back with them. The military found profound success, both as a defensive force and as a method of social transformation. The Japanese economy saw similar modernization. By 1880, all major cities were connected by telegraph lines. In 1882, a modern banking system was established in Japan, and was paired with government programs to fund private industry. By 1872, Japan's first railway was constructed. By 1890, more than
they are not holding back. They are like, hey, what's that technology? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Like that, you know? I like this. Actually, really much of anything in the way of technological development I love hearing about. Advance thy technology. It's funny. I play Space Marines, but in real life, I basically am Mechanicus. Gotta get those tech wins in Civ.
1,000 kilometers of track had been laid. Japanese imports increased by $435 million. Exports increased by $395 million. An average increase above 400% in just 34 years. Needless to say, industrialization was achieved. As Japan modernized and embraced its imperial vision, its eyes turned toward mainland East Asia. Korea had been a tributary state of Imperial China since the mid-4th century, but China had never exercised complete control over the country. Korea's tributary status was often ceremonial in nature, leaving the peninsula with control over domestic affairs while they ceded authority over international matters to the dynasties of Imperial China. But by the mid-19th century, China was in dire straits, having lost much of its own autonomy in the Opium Wars. Japan, on the other hand, was rising in the east and ready for imperial expansion. Now, Korea was a strategically important location for both China and Japan. The peninsula was a buffer zone between the two nations and would be supremely relevant in any conflict between the two states because of its potential to dramatically shorten supply lines. Instead of crossing the entire China Sea, the Japanese would only need to cross the much shorter Yellow Sea if a conflict arose. And for Japan, the economic potential of the Korean peninsula was too great to ignore. While Japan is comparatively lacking in natural resources, Korea is rich in iron and coal reserves. For a nation so eager to expand, the opportunity to improve military readiness was too great to ignore. As Japan, the rising star of the East...
Right, for those that don't know, the reason that katanas ended up the way they were folded so many times, and through that, the way of samurai swordsmanship developed because of the sword was effectively because Japan had really crappy iron. They simply could not make like arming swords and long swords of European designs in the same way on remotely the same quality levels. It just wasn't a thing they could do. Their iron was garbage. So to develop swords that would be actually good for combat, they had to effectively develop a system of constantly folding the iron over and over and over again to remove all the impurities from it. Because it was so impure and just kind of hot garbage. Which makes it extra funny and ironic. You had that whole, I mean, you still run into them sometimes today, that whole era of like 90s Americans obsessing, or that was the beginning of it, the obsession over Japanese culture and how, like, quote unquote cool the katana was. Katana can cut through anything. It's like, no, it really can't. It's actually only after that arduous process is on par with a standard European longsword. Actually, well, I suppose arming sword would be better because katanas are actually kind of short. European arming sword. Not even a longsword. Longsword would be a superior weapon. Straight up. More reach. More reach, as much agility. If not in some cases more so, because of how European sword styles were in a dueling sense. Yeah. Now, if you used high quality steel to make katanas, then yeah, they become much better in their manufacture and really good swords. I still personally would probably take a European longsword over a katana though, because again, reach. That was also why I think you didn't see like longer katanas or longer Japanese blades, is because the longer the blade gets, the stronger it has to be before you start having literal structural problems. And, well, when you got bad material to work with, it's pretty hard to make stuff stronger. Europeans did not have that problem. They had pretty good steel over there. Pretty good iron to turn into steel.
Even stronger, and China's dominance began to fade, conflict in Korea became inevitable. On September 20th, 1875, a group of Japanese sailors went ashore on Ganghwa Island in Korea's coastal waters. The men, sent to request water and supplies, sparked a violent response from the local Korean military installations. The island's forts fired on the sailors' vessel. The Japanese ship, called the Un-yo, responded with exceptional force. First by bombarding the island's military fortifications, then by landing on the island to set the locals' homes ablaze.
Oof.
In the end, the Koreans were left with 35 dead, 16 captured, and 1 fort destroyed, all by a force of 22 Japanese sailors.
Oof.
5 months and 6 days later, the Treaty of Ganghwa Island was signed.
They done goofed. They messed around and boy did they find out. Oh, that's rough.
The agreement was not unlike the Treaty of Kanagawa, but this time Japan was the aggressor. Its provisions officially ended Korea's tributary relationship with China, opened 3 Korean ports to trade with Japan, and granted Japanese citizens extraterritoriality within Korea's borders. For the next 8 years, China and Japan jockeyed for influence over the Korean people. While Japanese leaders supported Korean modernization efforts and defended reformers, China threw its lot in with conservative traditionalists, including the Korean monarchy. Tensions came to a head in 1884 when the Japan-backed Enlightenment Party of Korea attempted a coup d'etat against the China-backed monarchy. While the coup was a failure, it did result in a mutual agreement between China and Japan to withdraw all their troops from Korea. This brings us to the tipping point. The first great conflict in the modern era between Qing Dynasty China and the Empire of Japan, the First Sino-Japanese War. For a period of 10 years after the attempted coup, tensions had a chance to cool. That all changed in 1894, when Kim Ok-kyun, the pro-Japanese Korean leader of the failed uprising, was lured to Shanghai and murdered by Chinese forces. His body was taken back to Korea aboard a Chinese warship. There, his dismembered corpse was put on display in public as a warning to the pro-Japanese rebels. Unsurprisingly, the people of Japan saw this grotesque display as an inexcusable assault on Japanese national pride. China had just butchered a man whose entire life was dedicated to taking Korea down the same path of modernization that Japan was undertaking. Later that year, after the breakout of a peasant rebellion in Korea, Chinese officials sent troops over the border to help defuse the rebels. Already on edge, Japan saw this as a violation of their previous agreement to keep troops off the peninsula. Soon enough, 8,000 Japanese soldiers were marching on Korean soil to combat the 2,900 sent by China. Quickly, the rebels began to lay down their arms, encouraging all foreign warriors to leave the peninsula. The Korean king was...
The rebels like, yo, this is our business, guys. We'll stop. This is not proportional. Japan's like, we're about to get pretty proportional in here. I'm about to get real proportional about this. Oh boy.
inclined and ordered all Chinese troops to leave his country in hopes this would mollify the Japanese. These efforts backfired. With a large military force on the ground and no Chinese soldiers to stop them, Japan marched into Seoul. They quickly captured the king and gave him the title of Emperor to signify Korea's final and complete detachment from Imperial China. After this, China sent over 11,000 elite soldiers, the best troops they had to offer, aboard the Kaohsiung. But as the ship sailed across the Yellow Sea, it was destroyed by the Japanese Navy. As the ship and the soldiers sank, so too did the hopes of the Chinese people. Since the end of the Opium Wars, Imperial China had attempted to renovate its military, doing its best to modernize in the way Japan had. Their inferior weapons and tactics showed that their efforts had all...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Second he said they were all on one ship, he named one ship, I was like, oh no, I know where this is going. You telling me you took an entire army of your best troops and you put them all onto a single ship? Also, how'd they get 11,000? How big was the ship for that age? I mean, this is what, like late 1800s? Okay, I mean, yeah, alright. They probably could build a ship that big. That's just, it's still a lot of people on the ship. I mean, how many people are on, like, modern ships? Let's go all the way to the side, to the top. Cruise size of U.S. supercarrier. I want some... a Nimitz class aircraft carrier. 5,000 to 5,200 including air wing. And I'm sure it could probably transport more, but it's still like double that. Good lord, those things are considered floating cities. But it says complement. What is... I'm blanking out as what that means in ship terms. Like, more people... I mean, even if I add those numbers, ship's company, 3,500, air wing, 2,400, 2,500 rounding up. We're still looking at, like, 10,000 people. Like, if all those are raw numbers, they just add all together. We're still looking at 10,000 people. And Nimitz class aircraft, they shoved 11,000 people on a single ship. And was like, yeah, take these to Korea. And then, like, no one saw a problem with this? Oof.
Not. War was not declared until August 1st, 1894, while the international community predicted China with Kaohsiung. But as the ship sailed across the Yellow Sea, it was destroyed by the Japanese Navy. As the ship and the soldiers sank, so too did the hopes of the Chinese people.
Oh, I think it's the Japanese Navy. I'm like, is this the ship that
Since
they're
the end of
talking
the
about?
Opium
I'm
Wars,
not sure.
Imperial China had attempted to renovate its military, doing its best to modernize in the way Japan had. Their inferior weapons and tactics showed that their efforts had all been for naught. War was not declared until August 1st, 1894. While the international community predicted China, with its vastly larger army, would attain an easy victory, the reality of Japanese modernization soon set in. The vastly superior Japanese forces were able to slash through the poorly funded Chinese Navy and eviscerate the enemy nation's supply lines. After this, they cut off Chinese forces in northern Korea and encircled Pyongyang. On September 15th, Prince Yamagata Aritomo led Japanese armed forces as they converged on Pyongyang. The prince's 10,000 troops did battle with the 14,000 Chinese soldiers in and around the city. By the end of the day, 6,000 Chinese troops lay dead, missing, or injured, with only 568 casualties on the Japanese side. Overwhelmed, the Chinese left the city, falling back behind the border in hopes of defending the homeland. Little did they know, these efforts would also be in vain. Japanese forces managed to invade Manchuria, north of Beijing, and the province of Shandong, to the south of Beijing. They proceeded to fortify their control of all naval routes into the capital city. Quickly, the Japanese Navy and Army, from land and sea, managed to seize control of Port Arthur, a port city on a tiny peninsula between Korea and northeast China. It was there, on November 21st, 1894, that Japanese armed forces perpetrated the first in a long line of large-scale war crimes on Chinese soil. The massacre came after the discovery of several injured Japanese soldiers, men no longer fit for combat, who had been physically mutilated, burned, and killed by Chinese soldiers and bounty hunters. There is documentation of many Japanese troops, including Lieutenant Kijiro Nanbu, pledging to seek vengeance for what was done to their injured comrades. Though the city had been evacuated, there were still thousands of civilians remaining in Port Arthur when Japanese troops entered the city around 2 p.m. Multiple reports of the events that transpired were set down in writing by Japanese soldiers. When the slaughter was done, an unknown number of corpses were left to rot. Within the city, at least 2,600 were killed, but the majority of the deaths occurred in the suburban hills surrounding Port Arthur. The massacre's total death count could be as high as 20,000. Upon seeing that their capital city was under threat from the north, south, and east, the Chinese sued for peace. What followed was the Treaty of Shimonoseki, signed in April of 1895. In this document, China recognized an independent Korea and made substantial territorial concessions. China gave up Taiwan and the 64 smaller surrounding islands that made up the Pescadores archipelago. They even stooped so low as to give away the Liaodong Peninsula, the landmass upon which Port Arthur sat. In addition to the land concessions, China was expected to give Japan 17.6 million pounds of silver as war reparations, and granted Japan trading privileges within Chinese territory. The defeat China suffered was so severe that European nations saw additional opportunity to encroach on Chinese authority, causing a cascade effect that would trigger several revolutionary movements that would eventually see China's Qing dynasty removed from power. China's Qing dynasty came to power in the mid-1600s. For centuries, the regime faced violent conflict and rebellion from within their own borders. The ethnically Manchurian royal family encountered frequent conflicts with the majority Han Chinese population, and a variety of secret societies, religious sects, and ethnic minorities that existed inside their vast land empire. By the mid-1800s, the Opium Wars, severe corruption, poorly managed military affairs, and cascading natural disasters resulted in widespread famine, killing some 40 million. Needless to say, the Qing dynasty was already primed for a total collapse, when, in 1850, a failed civil service student named Hong Qichuan started a rebellion by claiming to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ. For the next 14 years, he and his army of followers Jesus Christ. When the Qing dynasty was already primed for a total collapse, when, in 1850, a failed civil service student named Hong Qichuan started a rebellion by claiming to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ. For the next 14 years,
What?
he and his army of followers, mostly starving peasants from Guangxi province, led the most successful rebellion that the Qing dynasty had ever faced.
What?
By the end of the rebellion in 1864, as many as 30 million people had died in the conflict.
Jeez.
It was then that the Qing knew they f***ed up. Seeing path to power, radical reformers rallied around the 5-year-old emperor Tongzhou in 1861. China's first ever foreign affairs.
Sorry, I had missed it initially because I suddenly just jumped into Imagination Land because I got a DM from the dungeon master of the supersized game I'm in, where we have like a dozen players in this. It's almost like it's almost like a consistent always online kind of world. A lot of it's like text role play for the most part, but we do have more or less regular sessions where we're like basically restarting civilization on this crazy island. There's a bunch of stuff, and I'm playing a wizard. It's in 5e. It's D&D 5e. I'm playing this wizard, and our fortress, we've using magic for the most part, builds this fortress, and we have this giant army coming at us, and we're preparing for it. And my character's been one of the much more like proactive. Like I just got turned. I got turned on. Okay, I went hyperactive. I was like, "You told me there's an army coming. All right, here's like my list of like 8 things I can start doing right now to prepare for this." We're gonna build alliances. I'm gonna pull over allies. I'm gonna use this like overpowered super scroll to make like an army of robots. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Like all these like big like geopolitical level stuff. And then the GM just DM'd me. I need a fear form because my wizard his specializations are primarily around illusion and fear, like intimidation. Uses a lot of fear stuff. He's consistently like referred to as the Shadow Man by the other players. That's just the thing they started calling me because like all his stuff are like shadow based. He even has magic initiates, so he has some warlock spells like Eldritch Blast and Hex, and all his stuff looks like it's all illusions. In reality, if you were to take a close look at it, it's illusions, but it looks like he's constantly using like ghosts and wraiths and shadow and eyes and like horrifying forms and like shape shifting to like do body horror and all this crazy stuff. It's all like fear based, just to set my enemies on edge, kind of deal. And I'm like, and he asked me like, "Hey, what is a fear form for Viso?" I'm like, "What do you mean a fear form?" He's like, "Overpowered form." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I'm gonna design it after I finish streaming." That's So my brain started doing that on its own. I was like, no, I'm gonna focus stream for now. I'll figure that out later. And when my brain's like, yeah, nah, you're gonna start thinking about that right now. Oh, great. Okay. I got one more message from him, and then I will. Okay, cool. All right, now we're gonna focus back on this. That one of the most successful peasant revolutions, like basically ever. 30 million people dead by a dude that said he was this younger brother of Jesus Christ. What? What? Okay, I gotta admit, I love history. I read and watch and listen to a lot of like history stuff, but mostly it's European. I mostly stick like European American history stuff. I knew already when China decides to throw hands, it's always been a really big scale because they've always had a lot of people, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that their rice is their dominant grain, and rice is more efficient calorie-wise. So like it kind of India and China have always had a really large population because of that, more so than most anything else. But like 30 million people dead around 1900. Like it was what, right before, I forget what year, it was like late 1800s, right? By a guy that said he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ. What? That's yo, China's wild. I didn't know most of this. There's been 30 minutes of like mostly new information to me, which it's been a while. I think it's part of why I've been a little bit more on the quiet side. Uh that's yeah. I need to I need to look more into Eastern history. Like actual Eastern history. I need to get past the like modern Eastern culture nonsense. I need to like actually listen to like a lot of their history because this is you'd think I'd know this, but like history's usually wilder than stuff you can write. You can't write stuff as crazy as some of the stuff that's actually happened. Truth is stranger than fiction. It apparently continues true in the East.
Office was founded, alongside state-funded schools teaching English and French. By 1865, the Child Emperor's government was manufacturing arms, and the nation's first naval blockade was constructed in 1866. A new naval fleet was commissioned and became the 8th largest in the world. In 1872, Chinese students were sent west to study in American universities and brought valuable knowledge home when they returned. And after using their modern weapons to finally defeat several ongoing rebellions, it looked like the Qing dynasty might actually save itself from utter defeat. However, even as the government tried to change, a series of conservative forces held China back. While the study of modern science and technology was promoted, many young people had little faith in the new path being offered. Study of Confucian classics and passage of the standardized civil service exam was the only reliable route for those wishing to advance their own careers. The things taught in American and European universities were seen as valuable to the nation, but earned Chinese students little respect and even less job security. And though China had purchased a new fleet of ships from all across Europe, its navy was still clumsily managed. Their naval forces were essentially broken up into 4 separate fleets, each functioning in its own region with little to no coordination. The partially modernized army suffered from a similar lack of centralized leadership. Troops were often conscripted and trained at the local level, leaving China's army broken up into several smaller fighting forces, each led by a different high-ranking imperial official. In 1873, the 17-year-old Emperor Tongzhi was put in direct control of the government, despite his age.
I'm sure that went
This
well.
move showcased a core flaw in the Qing dynasty's modernization movement, namely their complete unwillingness to emulate new modes of governance. Without the more consultative, merit-based forms of government that dominated more powerful nations, China struggled to construct a resilient society. Rampant corruption and institutional malaise proved too great a challenge, even for the most ardent reformers. Needless to say, the self-strengthening movement was a failure. Except the Tongzhi reforms weren't Imperial China's only attempt at reform. After Tongzhi's death in 1875, the Guangxi Emperor ascended to the throne. And while he spent his first
Alright, I think this is finally done. I can stop messing with this and we can move on to the next guy, which next guy's got some war crimes going on. Quick break from the video. Yeah, while a lot of the other guys have dudes and pieces on their bases, this guy is still getting taken apart. That's gonna be fun. I am wondering if I don't want to green stuff some like nah, you know, I'm gonna do that with I'm gonna do it with a hot glue. I got a new hot glue gun. I've not really done a hot glue before. I'm gonna do some hot glue stuff when I do the final touches. But yeah. It's gonna be an interesting experiment.
For years in the office, only nominally ruling while his aunt, the Dowager Empress Cixi, governed, he did have a brief 9-year window of power beginning in 1889. Following China's embarrassing defeat in the Sino-Japanese War, a panoply of groups across the country began advocating for modernization. Intellectuals across China began to publish works arguing for various paths to reform. And in 1898, during his aunt's semi-retirement, the Guangxu Emperor began to accede to the requests of certain moderate reformers. On the 11th of June, the emperor issued his first reform decree in which he asked the people of China to study foreign subjects like medicine and engineering. Shortly after, the emperor began to speed up reforms, moderating himself less and less. In total, 40 separate imperial commands aimed at modernization were written into law.
Nice.
The Confucian civil service was to be dismantled and replaced with a national system of universities and lower secondary and primary schools. Modernized systems of commerce, medical education, and scientific research were adopted. Advanced industry was promoted. The nation's law codes, the civil administration, and the military were all reworked to emulate European, Japanese, and American systems of organization. Though inspiring, the emperor's reforms didn't last. The very same year they were written into law, in 1898, the old guard of Imperial China began to chafe under Guangxu's reforms. Corrupt military leaders, local governors, and Confucian civil administrators felt power slipping through their fingers. These forces quickly rallied around the more conservative Dowager Empress Cixi. Forced out of retirement, the Dowager carried out a coup d'etat and restored herself to power. Though 2 important imperial advisors escaped to Japan, at least 6 of the emperor's reform-oriented staff were executed.
Oof.
Guangxu was imprisoned in his palace, rather than being killed. The people of
Oh,
China,
that's something.
left frustrated with government inertia and despondent over the barrage of foreign attacks, found hope in a wide array of political movements and secret societies. Chief among them was, and I'm not joking, the Society for Righteous and Harmonious Fists, more commonly known as the Boxer Movement.
Oh,
The
yeah,
Boxers were
okay,
a
I've heard of
complex
this.
group with a fascinating array of beliefs. But at their core, the movement had one goal: to rid China of all they considered foreign influence. The movement began in the 1890s in northern China, and originally was dedicated to overthrow the Qing dynasty. However, as time passed and their membership rosters expanded, the Boxers grew increasingly focused on the foreign powers that had come to dominate key spheres within Chinese society. The Boxers were most prevalent in Shandong province, just south of the capital Beijing. In this province, poverty had grown relentlessly after years of war, drought, and famine. To make matters worse, unemployed youth turned to banditry en masse to survive, worsening conditions in the region. Chinese Christian converts became a lightning rod for peasant resentment. The faith became a shield for many bandits because of its official protection under imperial law, owing to various treaties signed with European powers. Many converts were able to avoid punishment with impunity. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Dowager Empress
That's not
Cixi
good.
was looking for a way to combat foreign influence. Despite their anti-Qing origins, imperial conservatives largely saw the Boxers as a useful tool to combat foreign powers. After a brief skirmish between the two factions, agents of Cixi convinced the group to abandon their opposition to her government and instead support the Qing in destroying the foreigners. After this, the governor of Shandong began to employ Boxer bands as local militias. In late 1899, Boxer gangs began openly assaulting Christian missionaries and their local Chinese followers. These Boxer forces began to march north, distributing anti-Christian propaganda to local peasants. As the march went on, the Boxers burned foreign-built buildings, tore down churches, and slaughtered groups of foreigners and predominantly Chinese Christians. In May of 1900, the Boxers had come to surround the rural areas near Beijing. The city of Beijing housed a population of over 1 million, with a significant number of foreigners in the International Legations Quarter. The legation's fearful residents and the actual diplomats who lived there began to contact their nations for help. In June of 1900, the foreign powers responded to the Boxer mobs with an 8-nation alliance. A force of 2,100 Marines and sailors began to journey towards Beijing. Before they could arrive, thousands of Boxers flooded the city of Beijing and began a mass killing of Chinese Christians. A population of 3,000 Chinese civilians found refuge within the walls of the legation's quarter. On June 11th, Japanese ambassador Sugiyami Akira was assassinated by Boxer troops when he tried to leave the city to meet the incoming relief force. On the 17th of June, a second legion of the 8-nation alliance seized control of the coastal Daegu forts. The next day, Dowager Empress Cixi ordered the indiscriminate killing of all foreigners within the country. The terrified residents of the legation's quarter found themselves besieged. Having received word of the Boxer Rebellion, the Eight-Nation Alliance swiftly assembled a force of 19,000 troops, more than 40% of which came from Japan. On the 14th of August, the massive force took control of Beijing, ending the 8-week-long siege of the legation quarter. After much negotiation, in September of 1901, the Boxer Protocol was signed, mandating $330 million in reparations be paid to the Eight-Nation Alliance, an indemnity far smaller than what the Japanese initially requested. Despite initial Japanese opposition, American diplomats persuaded the alliance to abstain from seizing larger pieces of Chinese territory. Instead, they were convinced to embrace the open door policy, concocted by U.S. Secretary of State John Hay, which mandated Qing territorial integrity be protected, leaving China open to equal investing and trade with all powers. From 1904 to 1905, the people of Japan fought and won a war with the Russian Empire. The historic victory showcased the extent of Japanese power in East Asia. The war saw Manchuria, the enormous northern homeland of the Qing, play.
Let's say I didn't expect going into this video getting like the last like 200-ish years worth of history of Japan and China, but I can't say I am disappointed in that, actually. I think I'm okay with this. It's been actually really fascinating to me. I had heard a few stories of the Boxer rebellions. I think that's what they're generally called, the entire Boxer situation. I don't think he actually said the term at any point, but the actual whatever the Boxer situation generally referred to in history. I had never really learned what that was exactly, like what had really gone down, and now I have at least a basic understanding, and now I can look into that more at another time.
Japanese control. What's more, after losses to European powers following the First Sino-Japanese War, Japan had successfully regained control of the Liaodong Peninsula, where the city of Port Arthur sat. And perhaps the greatest prize of all, Korea was now firmly under Japanese control. Unsatisfied with the open door policy, from 1905 to 1907, Japan sought greater territorial control in China. Having taken control of Taiwan in 1895, the Japanese Empire saw the nearby province of Fujian as the ideal place for expansion. However, at this time they were also trying to obtain loans from France, which supported the open door policy. The French, fearful of territorial conflict, bound Japan to the policy as a condition of their financial agreement. In 1907, the Japanese forced the abdication of Gojong, the Korean monarch. After his departure, the monarchy was removed from power and an extended.
Wait, didn't they put into the Korean monarch just running in and getting rid of him now? How long ago was that? I don't think that was even that long ago. I don't even know if that was like a full generation.
Extensive campaign of Japanese domination began in the country. In 1910, Japan officially annexed Korea, beginning a manifold effort to forcibly integrate Korea with Japan. A web of Japanese military forces, business interests, and Meiji-era officials seized control of the education system, the police, land ownership, and other key aspects of Korean life. Japanese settlers and businesses, interested in agriculture, were given land that had been seized from Korean peasants. Those same peasants were forced to perform days of compulsory labor and paid exorbitant taxes to fund large-scale irrigation projects. In schools, Korean language and history were suppressed, while the Japanese language was promoted. These abuses would continue in Korea for the next 35 years.
Oof.
Perhaps chastened by the disastrous Boxer Rebellion, Qing officials seemed to experience a brief period of lucidity. From 1901 to 1911, Cixi and the imperial court implemented several last-ditch reforms attempting, once again, to modernize their country. In 1901, the administrative office was established with a board of 5 well-respected statesmen responsible for overseeing all reforms. The office resolved to institute political reforms that would transform China into a constitutional monarchy over the course of 12 years.
Nice.
In 1906, the process began, and by 1909, China was holding actual parliamentary elections and elections for regional provincial assemblies.
Sweet. Too
From
bad that
1902
won't
to
stick around.
1907, provincial administration was partially reformed. These changes saw the financial and military power of local governors dramatically reduced and modern policing practices established. In 1901, an Office of Foreign Affairs was formed. In 1905, the imperial examination system of the Confucian classics was abolished, and modernized academics were established in every province to replace it. Tax collection was largely standardized across the country, and new, simplified law codes were established. Reforms made to the military were of similar significance. 1901 saw the founding of a new training system for imperial army and naval officers, as well as the establishment of 3 well-stocked arsenals in major cities. In 1903, military readiness was partially addressed with the creation of the Central Training Command. The largest regional army, based in Beiyang, was turned into the new National Army. A lengthy plan to reorganize the army was published in 1904. The report included plans to increase pay, thereby reducing corruption amongst the enlisted men, as well as plans to observe provincial officials to ensure central decrees were enforced at the local level, and plans to assign non-commissioned officer positions to literate soldiers with sufficient expertise. But just as these new directives were implemented, a movement was brewing. Millions of Chinese citizens throughout America, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and other nations began to organize. In 1894, a Chinese-born resident of Hawaii named Sun Yat-sen founded the Revive China Society. The organization, largely populated with Chinese expatriates, was dedicated to fomenting revolution against the Qing. Having received substantial donations from supporters, Sun returned to his homeland, intent on sparking an uprising. His plot failed miserably, and the revolutionary went into exile. But by 1897, Sun had attained great notoriety as the face of Chinese revolution. That year, he moved to Japan and forged close bonds with supporters of the Pan-Asianism movement. In addition to asylum, he eventually began receiving political and financial backing from the Japanese. With the covert support of a powerful nation, Sun Yat-sen's influence began to grow. In 1898,
Man, I wish sometimes that these revolutionaries that got funding and help from other countries ever would figure out that the reason they're getting that funding is not because that country actually believes in the revolutionary ideas. No, it's because having a revolution in another country means that country's weaker. It's literally just to weaken the country in question. That's why. The Japanese were supporting that guy because it would lead to a weaker China. As long as he and his movement were around, China was weaker than not. But, yeah. Somehow revolutionaries generally don't figure that out or are willing to overlook it for the paycheck, basically.
Chinese reformist Liang Qichao fled to Japan and established a Chinese publishing outlet. Liang's propaganda, which argued for revolution, was an enormous success. Using Japan as their base of operations, Sun and Liang began to win converts at an exponential rate. In Tokyo in 1905, Sun became the head of the United League, a revolutionary coalition. With chapters across America, Japan, and Europe, the group was particularly attractive to Chinese students studying abroad, making their membership unusually well-educated. But after supporting 12 failed revolts in mainland China, Sun and other revolutionaries began to feel the heat of Qing oppression, even from their hiding places.
You know what they're missing? You know why those aren't succeeding? It's because they're not claiming to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ. That's the missing link. That's what you need to have success in China. Bet you could even pull it off today. Nah, I don't think that would work today. Although there's a I don't know if it still exists. I remember seeing a while ago, like years ago, there was this movement of following of a guy down in Mexico, I want to say, who swore he was actually Jesus. He was the literal reincarnation of Jesus. And people believe him and send him a ton of money all the time. He has a whole thing going on down there. On some level, I have to be like, you know, if people are actually believing this, then yeah, I guess it's what happens. That's what you get. Not saying what he's doing is right. I'm just saying that on some level, I think the people kind of deserve it. It's got to be some level of personal accountability in here. For a claim like that. Like, jeez. Also, apparently my food is ready, but I'm in a bit of a painting flow, and I don't really want to stop, but I should. I am pretty hungry. Pretty sure it's roast tonight, too. Nice. Alright, yeah. I'm gonna go, get my food. See, this is starting to... It's coming along decently for pretty early on. I'm still trying to decide if I want our cultists' armor and clothes, like brown or green or both. I'm not really sure. But... But yeah, I will return in a couple minutes with food. And I'll probably move this onto the main screen. I hope the people are enjoying this to some extent. No, like, practically no conversation today. What day is today? Tuesday? Yeah, to be fair, until very recently, I didn't really stream on Tuesdays, so yeah, I guess that makes some sense. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Pop music on.
Still and silent, calm before the storm. Gold and diamond, jewels behind the throne. Into the night, out of the dark, take to the sky, chasing the stars. Hide and seek, reason and rhyme, grand and glorious. Living the dream, yours and mine, euphoria. Hide and seek, reason and rhyme, grand and glorious. Living the dream, yours and mine, euphoria. Stone and feather move outside your head. Now or never, strong in every step. Give me a sign, hitting the mark. Take to the sky, chasing the stars. Open your eyes, watching afar, waiting to fly. This is the start. Hide and seek, reason and rhyme, grand and glorious. Living the dream, yours and mine, euphoria.
You know you're just another monkey. 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 You're alone in the jungle now. You wanna make a fire but don't know how. You're alone in the jungle now, trying to survive. You're alone in the jungle now. You wanna make a fire but don't know how. You're alone in the jungle now, full of stupid monkeys. Monkeys think they're really smart, always knew it from the start. They came up with science and arts, covering their monkey parts. Monkeys are confused, always asking why. Monkeys are scared, they don't want to die. Monkeys pray to gods and then they fight about whose god is right. You know it's just another monkey. You know it's just another monkey.
Alright, we're back. Yep, it is roast with a lot of pepper on the menu and a salad. I'm excited. And we're gonna keep rolling with this nonsense. So, let me get this straight. China gets messed up by the English. Japan modernizes, begins modernization. Tries to help Korea modernize. Helps them separate from China. China begins modernization. China decides it doesn't want to modernize. Then China does want to modernize. Japan undoes the separation from China part, makes them part of Japan, and like basically enslaves them all of like a generation later. And Japan's continuing to modernize, and is China back to modernizing yet? Or I missed that part. And there's another global movement of something something for Japan. I don't know what United, what they call it. It was such a generic name that said nothing about what they're about. United Council. I don't know. It was like the most generic name of an organization I've ever heard. Like, how do you go generic? Yeah. All right. Anyway. Let me get my screens here correct.
Abroad. In 1907, the Japanese government pulled their support for Sun and asked him to leave the country. Unbowed, Sun used his celebrity to fuel a tour across Europe and the United States.
Oh, the revolutionary guy got kicked out of Japan. Cool.
As the Qing declined and the propaganda continued to flow, the cause of revolution gained increasing support. In October of 1911, in southern China, the movement for revolution finally caught fire. The Qing, unable to contain the spread, began negotiating for a constitutional monarchy. However, even this concession could not stop the numerous provinces from declaring their support for Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary coalition. Sun quickly left the United States and headed for Europe, where he ensured neither the British nor the French would give aid to the failing Qing. This latest attempt at revolution was indeed a great success, and liberal reformers began the work of establishing a Chinese republic. The new government based itself in Nanjing. Though initially elected as provisional president by the National Assembly, Sun Yat-sen resigned the office, giving it up to Yuan Shikai, the most powerful military leader of the Qing forces, in exchange for an alliance to secure the new republic. However, despite their rapid rise, the new Republic of China was not as secure as many assumed. President Yuan largely ruled using military force alone, and ignored the provisional constitution that the National Assembly put in place. Dissatisfied with his leadership, provinces began to declare independence. Warlord states sprung up, and chaos began to spread. When thinking of the First World War, most minds reasonably turn to Europe. But the Asian sphere, though less central to the conflict itself, was still the backdrop for a massive expansion of Japanese influence over China. In 1914, when the war broke out, Japan saw a great opportunity. Having signed a treaty with the British Empire in 1902, the Japanese were well placed to join the Allies and fight the Germans in the Pacific. Since 1898, Germany had controlled the city of Qingdao in Shandong province. A joint Anglo-Japanese force, led by Japan, lay siege to the German-controlled region. By November of 1914, the Germans had surrendered, leaving much of Shandong in Japanese hands. The events that followed are known to history as the 21 Demands, a Japanese attempt to diplomatically strong-arm China into granting the Pacific Empire many of the special privileges that European powers already enjoyed in the country. The demands were wide-ranging. Some were aggressive but nevertheless expected requests like extended control over Port Arthur, Manchuria, and Shandong, or guarantees of Japanese railroad and mining interests in the country. Other demands, however, were far more extreme. For example, Sections 5 and 6 of the demands would have given Japan...
Real quick. Okay, there's a third railway. I was like, how did they get such a nice shot back then? It's such a smooth sideways shot. At that speed back then, and then I wanted to confirm, it's a third railway that the cart that the camera's on is on. Okay. That's all I had for that. I was like, wait a second, this is surprisingly good videography for this age.
Japanese railroad and mining interests in the country. Other demands, however, were far more extreme. For example, Sections 5 and 6 of the demands would have given Japan power over matters of taxation, government financing, state decision-making, and internal policing, all of which would arguably make China a Japanese protectorate. Enraged and dumbfounded, Chinese President Yuan Shikai rejected the initial demands. The Japanese returned to the negotiating table with a simplified list of only 13 demands, the more egregious requests having been omitted. Tacked onto the new demands was the ultimatum giving the Chinese only 2 days to respond. Yuan Shikai capitulated to Japanese demands and signed the various agreements into law on the 25th of May, 1915. In China, domestic resentment towards the deal with Japan and the Treaty of Versailles was explosive. The issue became known as the Shandong Question and served as a lightning rod for a new sense of Chinese nationalism. This sense of national outrage mixed with national identity was, in no small part, dependent upon a certain anti-Japanese sentiment. One could argue that this event, more than any other, is responsible for the birth of a new, far more aggressive variety of Chinese nationalism.
You ever want to get people unified in a hurry? Give them something to unify against. Man, something about... I've been thinking about, like, reactionaryism. I'm sure there's a word. It's the general concept of how many belief systems, ideologies, movements, they're all based on simply as a reaction to something else. That if that something else didn't even exist, neither would the original movement or idea that was being discussed. Like, Marxism is in reaction to capitalism, for example. It's in reaction to Protestantism is in reaction to Catholicism, which is in reaction to Judaism to some extent. Well, maybe Catholicism is more building on Judaism, like original Catholicism, and modern. Moderns moved on somewhere else.
Since the end of their war with Russia, Japan...
Yeah, that's all I really had. It's just something I've been thinking about recently. I don't know to what end goal, just I guess becoming more aware and noticing the reality of how much in larger human thought processes is based on reacting to something else in the world around us.
Exercised a hefty degree of control over Manchuria. However, this control came from their support of a man named Zhang Zuolin, the region's powerful warlord. But in 1928, the overconfident Zhang angered his Japanese overlords and found himself on the wrong end of an assassin's pistol. His successor caused similar offense when he explicitly aligned himself with the Republic of China. So, in September of 1931, the Japanese army staged a fake Chinese attack on the South Manchurian Railway, which Japan controlled. The quote-unquote attack was nothing more than a pithy explosion which caused zero damage. Nevertheless, it served as sufficient pretext for invasion. The Japanese army easily took control of the city of Mukden before mounting a full-scale invasion of Manchuria only 3 days later. The Republic of China ordered its troops to withdraw from the region, leaving Manchuria firmly under Japanese control. In the end, China lost some 500 soldiers, the Japanese only lost 2. The empire installed a superficial puppet government headed by the previously abdicated Chinese emperor Puyi and named this new country Manchukuo. Using the landmass as a base of operations, the Japanese proceeded to interfere in the region known as Inner Mongolia. Here, starting in 1935, well-organized imperial army soldiers pushed out Chinese forces with only light resistance, allowing the Japanese a significant measure of unofficial control over the region. In 1937, 6 years after the Mukden incident, Japanese forces clashed with Chinese troops at the Marco Polo Bridge, frighteningly close to Beijing. This marked a turning point. The conflict in the far north of China had spread to the most populous regions of the country.
Actually, I said it. Speaking of Inner Mongolia, how does Mongolia still exist? Like, we see Mongolia here, right? And I was just thinking, how did through all of China going communist, Russia existing and then going communist and then collapsing again. In Mongolia is a fair chunk of land. Most of it's desert, most of it's not great, and most people live right in here. Is it that they still hold this border because no one else wants to take more of it, or is there something else going on that I'm not aware of? That Mongolia is able to hold this shape through all of this. Like, what is the thing holding this line together?
Then, an even greater wave of nationalism had spread through Chinese society. Despite their nearly irreconcilable differences, the factions and the warlords were suddenly united in their mission to oppose Japan with all they had. But this newly found unity of purpose did not instantly translate into defensive capacity. For the first 2 years of this new war, the Japanese army found remarkable success. The Empire's forces seized major cities and provincial capitals, going as far west as Hankow. They seized control of the majority of ports and dominated the rail network throughout most of the country. After a 3-month-long siege, Chinese forces lost Shanghai in November of 1937 and were forced to flee the area. But the greatest loss in this Second Sino-Japanese War was yet to come. In December, after chasing the fleeing Chinese soldiers for more than 200 miles, Japanese troops seized control of the nationalist capital, Nanjing. Outraged and humiliated by the lengthy siege of Shanghai, the Japanese forces were once again hungry for revenge. What followed over the course of the next 6 weeks is known as the Nanjing Massacre, or more commonly, of Nanjing. Prince Yasuhiko Asaka, the emperor's uncle and leader of the Japanese forces, ordered his troops to kill all the captives that Japan had taken prisoner. The criminal directive was followed, and 90,000 unarmed prisoners of war were put to death. Not satisfied with the scale of their first atrocity, the Japanese soldiers went on to murder every military-aged male they could find in Nanjing. In the end, at least 260,000 civilians were murdered, well over half the population of Nanjing. But this number does not include the 90,000 soldiers who were killed after surrender, which would raise the count to 350,000. The crimes against humanity did not stop at murder. At least 20,000 and as many as 80,000 women were raped by gangs of Japanese soldiers. The victims were assaulted by 10 or 20 men at a time, only to be murdered in the aftermath. Troops raided businesses and private homes under the guise of collecting food, destroying shop fronts and breaking down doors to loot and pillage. A Nazi trade representative named John Rabe was living in the city at the time. Despite his party affiliation, Rabe was disgusted by what he saw taking place. Under his leadership, a small coalition of about 24 foreigners who had not fled the city established the 2.5 square mile Nanjing safety zone. There, some 250,000 civilians hid, though they were subject to frequent raids by the Japanese military. After Nanjing's virtual destruction, the westward city of Hankow became the new capital. But the city's new status could not protect it from falling into Japanese hands in October of 1938, along with the city of Canton. Imperial forces then swept across the lower Yangtze Valley, taking control of all rail lines therein. And Japan's naval forces continued to dominate the sea. But Japan's good fortune soon ran thin. Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the Chinese nationalist forces, soon moved his capital to a more defensible position west of the Yangtze Gorges. Many of the nation's most prominent leaders regrouped with Chiang across the western provinces of Sichuan and Yunnan. There, they dug in for the long haul, still in control of a territory. Their defensive positions proved favorable, and they managed to frustrate the Japanese advance. Meanwhile, throughout occupied territory, Japan struggled to attain the cooperation of the resentful Chinese citizenry. Few Chinese civilians were willing to work with their new imperial overlords. Many thought collaboration to be shameful. Many others feared retribution from the underground militant operatives who served the loyalist cause. And while Japanese forces maintained control over cities and railways, they found significant opposition across the more rural swaths of their territory. There, guerrilla mobs loyal to an independent China were able to maintain informal control for years at a time. Though most guerrillas were originally servants of the nationalist cause, those affiliated with the communist faction often proved more effective thanks to their prior experience fighting Chiang's forces. Skilled in their covert operations, the Reds began sending their troops behind enemy lines. There they made common cause with rural villagers who, regardless of their previous party affiliation, were now willing to work with any group opposing the Japanese. In many cases,
Makes
these
sense.
communist operatives managed to transform small agricultural communities into well-organized self-defense units with secret local governments run by party members. Of course, these operatives also actively spread communist propaganda, and perhaps because of their intimate grassroots approach, the Communist Party began to expand exponentially. The Reds' largest fighting force was called the 8th Route Army. This particular portion of the guerrilla insurgency saw its rosters balloon with shocking speed, going from 30,000 troops in 1937 to 156,000 in 1938. 8th Route was ostensibly folded into the larger 6,000.
1 year. Times 5. That wasn't even their main army. Well, like, it was their main army, and that there was the largest fighting force, but that was not like their entire army. That was just a section. That's nuts. It's just a little bit of marketing success. Just a little bit. But, yeah. I gotta get rid of my plate. I'll be back in a minute. I'll get back to painting. Back to painting.
In 1938. Eighth Route was ostensibly folded into the larger Nationalist Army in 1938, but in reality remained under communist control, operating independently in the mountains and plains of northern China. Meanwhile, the lesser communist force, known as the New Fourth Army, was charged with taking action in the lower Yangtze Valley. This trend of communist expansion would continue on throughout the war. Back in 1936, in the district of Pingfan in east-central Manchuria, a special detachment of the Japanese Imperial Army was established. Its name was Unit 731.
Oh yeah, I heard
The
about
unit's
this recently.
innocuous title served to cover its insidious mission. The detachment and its 3,607 workers were tasked with a special kind of scientific investigation, the likes of which displayed such depravity that their labors are now synonymous with the acts of Dr. Joseph Mengele. Unit 731 researched and developed both chemical and biological weapons. Under the leadership of Japanese Surgeon General Shiro Ishii, the facility's personnel carried out some of the most egregious acts of torture and human experimentation ever seen in history. Chinese conscript laborers were brought on to construct Pingfan. Many of these workers froze to death during the winter chills. Others were dealt with in mass executions after their work was done. The secrets of the facility would be protected at all costs. In their Manchurian base of operations, the Japanese scientists referred to their human subjects as logs, in keeping with the facility's official cover as a lumber mill. Just as in Hitler's death camps, the victims were given a number to replace their name. Likewise, the research campus at Pingfan was equipped with 3 massive crematoriums in which the vast uncounted dead were disposed of, their ashes leaving behind no remains for future generations to find.
Oof.
Despite official rules about who was to be experimented upon, in actual practice, there were no limits. Criminals and communist prisoners of war sat beside pregnant mothers and infant children in Pingfan's cells. These people were delivered in trucks and railroad freight cars, often hidden beneath actual logs being brought to the camp. After arrival, the true work of Pingfan would begin. Prisoners were infected with a wide range of communicable diseases, including typhoid, typhus, tularemia, anthrax, syphilis, cholera, tuberculosis, botulism, and any other viral or bacterial infections the physicians at Pingfan wanted to study. Unit 731 workers had a special affinity for the bubonic plague, often throwing prisoners into pits filled with rats and fleas contaminated with the disease. For those imprisoned at Pingfan, death was the most pleasant outcome. The victims' suffering did not end so long as their heart remained beating in their chest. Those who survived one round of experimentation were infected again and again to test the efficacy of certain inoculations. Some had blood repeatedly drawn from their bodies to test how long they could survive with ever fewer ounces of the vital fluid. Some were used to study the effects of frostbite on the human body. They were taken out into the woods in mid-December and forced to stand in ice water until their limbs were frozen. The more resilient test subjects suffered through every malady known to man: necrotic rot, lymphatic inflammation.
This is when Nurgle's born, right? Korn's the first in the human Middle Ages. And this is when Nurgle's birth. That's my guess. This is new levels of messed up. Yeah, I don't even have much more to say on it, dude. I don't know what else there is to say on this. This is some high efficiency war criming right here.
Fever, ulcers, buboes and boils, but above all, pain, debilitation, blinding, undiluted physical pain for months on end. The finale of each patient's time in the facility brought greater suffering still, as many of them were vivisected, a practice in which people are dissected while still alive.
Oof.
These victims were rarely given
Wait, what was that?
which people are dissected while still alive.
Witnesses with vivisection reported victims usually lets out a horrible scream when the gun made, and the voice stops soon. And the voice stops soon after.
These victims were rarely given anesthetic to ease their suffering, because the scientists wanted to avoid tainting test results. Vital organs were regularly removed from the inmates whenever researchers required, say, a liver or an eye to examine. These people were often sewn back up and left to die without any form of treatment. Running out of research subjects was, after all, never a concern. The cities and villages throughout Japanese-occupied territory provided plenty of unfortunates, desperate enough to be lured into Pingfan with a promise of food or extra employment. What's more, Unit 731 did not work alone. While Pingfan was the largest research facility, it was only one of several dozen such institutions throughout Japanese-controlled lands. Japanese Surgeon General Shiro Ishii turned his methods of human experimentation into a vast network, which featured somewhat prominently in Japanese medical circles. And yet, despite acquiring a veneer of prestige, Ishii's networks of military researchers consistently violated the most fundamental ethical principles of medical practice. Each center was charged with investigating the effects of biochemical weapons on living people. Each did so without regard for basic human rights and dignity. Each saw untold thousands tortured until death. In October of 1940,
What was it about the 1930s, 1940s that it just seems like people lost their minds? Let's just go all the way to the dark side. Like, what happened? I don't even know.
Airplane flew over Kaimingji. What at first was feared to be another bomber turned out to be something far stranger. From the air, the pilot dropped grain in vast quantities on the hungry population below. What followed was a scene more reminiscent of medieval Europe than 20th century China. Bubonic plague spread from the deposited fleas and food to the bodies of Kaimingji's civilian population. Within days, hundreds of cases sprung up. The outbreak went on for 2 full months before Chinese authorities could take any real action to stop the spread. Officials eventually evacuated the infected area and built a 14-foot wall around the quarantine zone. The Chinese covered the place in sulfur and burned the entire section of the city to eradicate the disease. This one event was only the first in a long line of experimental biological warfare attacks overseen by Shiro Ishii. At least 11 separate Chinese cities were attacked, often with ceramic explosives designed to detonate with minimal firepower so as to not damage the disease-infested cargo they carried. 12 separate attacks, all targeting civilians, were deployed. Some aimed to infect people by handing out bread and sweets contaminated with paratyphoid. Others tried to devastate crops with pernicious pests. And on several occasions, the Japanese troops were sent to poison life-giving sources of water. In 1941, bubonic plague was introduced to the city of Chengdi, a major population center. Once again, a single aircraft was deployed over the city, dropping food and other infected biomatter. In this attack, many thousands of people became infected at an alarming rate, hamstringing the nationalist government's response and causing widespread chaos.
Yeah, between this and Spanish flu, this is my new headcanon of when Nurgle comes around. This is Nurgle all over. Like that one guy basically wrote Nurgle's handbook, like his tactics manual. Yeah, I don't even know. That's all I got.
By early 1939, things had reached a freezing point. The nationalists held down the fort in the west, the guerrillas kept the Japanese army occupied, and Japan attempted to strangle Chinese supply lines. The Imperial Navy proved itself largely capable of blocking Chinese attempts to resupply on the vast eastern coast. While a few ports were only under intermittent Japanese occupation, the empire still managed to dominate this part of the country with only some difficulty. But the situation shifted in September of 1939 when Japan's ally, Germany, invaded Poland, kicking off World War II. Though deadlocked in China, the Empire of Japan encountered a golden opportunity on June 14, 1939, when Nazi troops marched into Paris and seized control of France. The fall of the French metropole left their colony, Indochina, modern-day Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, up for grabs. In 1940, they went south to occupy the former French territory and seized control of the last coastal rail line leading into southern China. But much to Japan's chagrin, alliances shifted and eventually the British began using their colony in Myanmar to sustain the Chinese. Japan then countered Britain's move in 1942 when they took control of Myanmar and the British colony of Hong Kong, once again cutting off supply lines into free China. Chiang and the allied Chinese forces were left in dire straits. Back in 1941, the cooperation between the communists and the nationalists had begun to break down. The Reds' numbers had continued to grow despite taking serious losses. In 1940, the 8th Route Army's ranks swelled to 400,000. Unwilling to obey Chiang Kai-shek's orders to evacuate their troops from certain regions, communist forces had found themselves, once again, in violent conflict with the nationalists. These conflicts ended in a real collaboration between the two major parties in China's quote-unquote united front. The slow and rickety path to nationalist China's eventual encirclement left the country weak and desperate. Having lost all their major manufacturing hubs in the east, they were often unable to maintain the modernized standards they had come to embrace after the revolution. Without advanced manufacturing and access to transportation infrastructure, the nationalist government was unable to support its troops, much less the mass of civilian refugees that had fled into their territory from the occupied East. To make matters worse, Chiang's government instituted poor fiscal policies to cover short-term necessities, sparking rapid inflation. These compounding problems left both the military and civilian populations destitute. Poverty and financial collapse led to widespread corruption within the army, where hoarding and graft became rampant. Malnutrition set in, and the lack of any nationalist offensive against the Japanese caused the Chinese armed forces to swiftly deteriorate. Quickly, the brief spike in support for Chiang's government that they experienced at the start of the war was winnowed away to nothing. And yet, despite their profound suffering, the people of free China refused to surrender to imperial forces. As the main opposition to Japan struggled in the west, the communists in the north and the east saw their fortunes improving. The local governments they created frequently encouraged mass participation in party activities. And having instituted land reforms, they pulled a great many peasant farmers over to their side with an improved standard of living. Japan's attempts at erecting a civilian puppet regime continued to flounder in the territories it controlled. Their troubles with recruitment remained a constant concern, and the few Chinese civilians willing to work with Japan were rarely seen as reliable leaders and bureaucrats. In early 1944, relief finally came in the form of material shipments from the United States. Nationalist soldiers trained to become pilots and mechanics, receiving support from the Allies. American and Chinese joint air operations dropped bombs on previously impenetrable Japanese holdfasts. Even so, Chiang's troops were far from ready to mount a grand campaign against occupying forces. After 7 years of war and poor governance, the nationalists were left ineffective and unpopular. At the same time, the communist forces had only grown. As America fought the war in the Pacific and drew Japanese troops away from China, the Reds were all too happy to move into the vacuum they left behind. In the summer of 1945, Japan found itself in a familiar position, staring down the barrel of an American cannon. Once again, almost exactly 100 years after Commodore Perry opened up Japan, American warships were flocking to Japanese shores. At the end of July 1945, the Imperial Japanese Navy was no longer able to conduct major defensive operations. Allied forces were set to invade Japan's home islands. In public, the Japanese government expressed its determination to keep fighting. Privately, they were reaching out to the Soviet Union in hopes that Stalin and Molotov would act as mediators between them and the US. Next made all of this posturing seem infantile in comparison. Between August 5th and August 10th, 1945, 3 things happened. First, the United States dropped the first A-bomb on Hiroshima. The city was a supply and logistics hub for Japanese armed forces, and most importantly, housed the headquarters for the 2nd General Army, which had been tasked with commanding the defense of all southern Japan. The bomb's detonation marked the first use of nuclear weapons in the theater of war. The massive blast and subsequent fallout killed between 90,000 and 146,000 people, most of whom were civilians. Second, on August 9th, the Soviet Union mounted a full-scale invasion of Manchuria, which would only last 11 days. In that time, the Soviets confounded Japanese expectations with a series of surprise maneuvers. Despite only having 11 days, the Soviets managed to march through all of Manchuria, eventually stopping at the 38th parallel, wiping out Japanese control of the region. Third, also on August 9th, US troops dropped a second nuke on Japan, this time targeting Nagasaki, killing between 60 and 80,000. Having taken one more blow than they could handle, the Japanese High Command made a decision. For the very first time, on August 15th, 1945, Japan and its 77 million citizens heard their emperor's voice on the radio. To our good and loyal subjects, after pondering deeply the general trends of the world and the actual conditions obtaining in our empire today, we have decided to effect a settlement of the present situation by resorting to an extraordinary measure. We have ordered our government to communicate to the governments of the United States, Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union that our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration. Though he did not use the word surrender, the intention was clear. By accepting the Potsdam Declaration, he was offering unconditional acquiescence to every single Allied demand. The war was over. Manchuria was now under active Soviet occupation, along with most of Mongolia. Puppet leaders previously employed by Japan were either captured by Soviet troops or fled to distant lands. Immediately, China's 2 remaining factions began a mad dash for the territory the Japanese had abandoned. Interestingly, at this point in the war, Chiang Kai-shek and his nationalist troops were receiving support from both the US and the Soviet Union. Chiang's support from Stalin was conditioned on the USSR's retention of control over Port Arthur. But this was not necessarily his to guarantee. Mao's troops dominated the north and had control over the northeastern lands bordering the Soviet-occupied zone. The United States temporarily landed 50,000 troops in Beijing to hold down the fort, as 100,000 nationalist troops were flown in. The nationalists, apparently unconcerned for their reputation, began forcibly conscripting the local citizenry, looting local homes, and governing just as poorly in the eastern city as they had in the west for so many years. Needless to say, communist power only grew as a result as the rural peasants flocked to Mao. The nationalists, using US military transport facilities, were quick to sweep up strategically valuable cities and grab rail lines as the Japanese evacuated. But they suffered from the same problem the Japanese experienced. Communist guerrillas occupied vast tracts of rural land and were essentially free to torment Chiang Kai-shek's troops exactly as they had the Japanese. Back in 1945, the Soviets had agreed to end their occupation of Manchuria in exchange for Chinese recognition of the Soviet-aligned Mongolian People's Republic. Suddenly, fearing the total extinction of the Chinese Communist Party, the USSR began to tip away from the nationalists. In 1946, as they were leaving, the Soviets handed the enormous stockpiles of Japanese weapons in Manchuria over to Mao's forces, triggering further conflict between the 2 Chinese parties in the north. The USSR then began providing the communists with in-depth intelligence on nationalist troop movements, giving Mao a significant edge in the fight. The nationalists were caught up in further missteps as they began to work with Japanese generals. These former enemy commanders were responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Chinese citizens, who they killed through the use of scorched earth tactics in the north. Despite the negative impact on their reputation, the nationalists protected these war criminals, who began to work closely with Chiang as his advisors.
Wait.
Their refusal to turn over
Why?
Japanese war criminals for prosecution, and their even closer association with the former blue shirt Chinese fascists, resulted in a loss of support from the United States.
Yeah, I
The
can see
next
why.
nationalist offensive
I don't think
campaign
that was
against
a
the
good idea.
communists saw them seize a major city at the untenable cost of 1 million troops. Despite
Like, why were they holding on to them? Did he say it and I just missed it? Why would you hold on to him?
intelligence on nationalist troop movements, giving Mao a significant edge in the fight. The nationalists were caught up in further missteps as they began to work with Japanese generals. These former enemy commanders were responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Chinese citizens, who they killed through the use of scorched earth tactics in the north. Despite the negative impact on their reputation, the nationalists protected these war criminals, who began to work closely with Chiang as his advisors. Their refusal to turn over Japanese war criminals for prosecution, and their even closer association with the former blue shirt Chinese fascists, resulted in a loss of support from the United States.
Yeah.
The next nationalist offensive campaign against the communists saw them seize a major city at the untenable cost of 1 million troops. Despite urban losses, Mao now had an army of 5 million soldiers and could expand across rural reaches without high losses. By 1948, the communists began to capture major cities from Chiang's troops. Their losses meant little as they were able to immediately recruit more troops from the peasant population, a feat that nationalists could not achieve with their poor reputation. The communist advance south was sure-footed from there, and nationalist leaders began either fleeing to Taiwan or defecting to the communist cause. On October 1st, 1949, from the new capital of Beijing, Mao proclaimed the establishment of the People's Republic of China. The Allied occupation of Japan was plotted out in a series of conferences before Japanese surrender. The Allies, China, Britain, the USSR, and the United States, put particular attention into how Japan would be disarmed, how to prevent future remilitarization, how its colonies would be managed, and how its economy would be stabilized. And while the other Allied nations had a say in what reforms were implemented, the nation was, first and foremost, occupied by troops of the United States. In September of 1945, U.S. General MacArthur was appointed Supreme Allied Commander of Japan, placing him in charge of what would become a 7-year-long occupation. Having received his command, MacArthur plotted out his strategy for reforming the Japanese society. First, destroy the military power, punish war criminals, build the structure of representative government, modernize the Constitution, hold free elections, enfranchise the women, release the political prisoners, liberate the farmers, establish a free labor movement, encourage free economy, abolish police oppression, develop a free and responsible press, liberalize education, decentralize the political power, separate church from state. Japan's refusal to surrender until the last possible moment meant the destruction of an exceptional amount of the nation's infrastructure. Firebombing campaigns and supply shortages left the people of Japan physically and mentally exhausted. US B-29...
Yeah, I gotta say, that list, I can get behind that list. That list of changes and reforms and stuff. Kinda like it. I might be kinda biased, but I kinda like it. Also, that would also go a good way to explain what I said earlier about, oh hey, Japan of all countries went from one of the last holdouts of feudalism to a tech giant in only a few decades after World War II. Well, I guess we know where a lot of that came from.
Bombers targeted manufacturing and transportation hubs. Major and minor cities were crippled under the weight of American military might. Tokyo had been all but destroyed after American air raids carpeted the city, killing more than 83,000 and leaving over 1 million homeless. By the end of the war, more than 600 major industrial facilities had been destroyed. As many as 500,000 Japanese citizens had been killed, and 8.5 million had no place to sleep at night. When the occupation began, 4.2 million new homes needed to be built. Transportation networks had to be restored. Schools and hospitals had to be constructed, and, most importantly, food production had to be reestablished. In the final years of the war, the average Japanese adult was living on just 1,042 calories per day, though in major urban areas like Tokyo, things were even worse, with people living on a little over 700 calories each day. Immediately, emergency wheat donations were shipped in from the US. The government higher-ups who had been involved with military affairs were largely purged from political office. 28 of these dismissed politicians found themselves in handcuffs, standing trial for war crimes in Tokyo. In total, only 7 officials were put to death, with 16 receiving life sentences. Emperor Hirohito, and indeed all members of the extended royal family, were spared prosecution, despite having committed a panoply of crimes during the war. Among those who went unpunished was the emperor's uncle, Prince Yasuhiko Asaka, who, as previously discussed, was responsible for the Nanjing massacre. In his place, Iwane Matsui was, controversially, held responsible despite having taken some actions that arguably would exonerate him. Shiroishi and his cronies escaped from justice by striking a deal with General MacArthur. To dodge prosecution, the scientists released all their illegal research findings to the US, which in turn covered up the truth of the horrors they committed. The reinstitution of a liberal democratic state began with a reduction in the role of the emperor. The monarchy became a figurehead. Its powers largely transferred to the hands of the democratically elected leadership. Wealthy landlords who had previously owned the majority of agricultural properties in the country were made to sell vast quantities of land. In turn, this land was sold at cost to their previous tenant farmers, breaking apart the nation's heavily concentrated agricultural industry. The wealthy elites of Japan saw their bases of power partially destroyed as worker unions, antitrust legislation, and labor rights were all put in place. Elections were held with shocking speed, the first taking place on the 10th of April 1946. This election was the first in which Japanese women had the right to vote. 1 year after, Japan's new pacifist constitution was adopted. The document's ratification stripped away the nation's right to wage war and build up its military forces. The constitution did allow for the creation of smaller Japanese self-defense forces, which would operate in conjunction with American troops to protect Japan from the rising communist threats to the west and north. Unsurprisingly, with one nation facing substantial international isolation and the other completely demilitarized, Sino-Japanese relations became notably less scintillating. Even so, in 1950, the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance was signed. Article 1 of the treaty was a mutual defense pact designed to prevent the revival of Japanese imperialism. In 1952, Japan recognized the government in Taiwan, aka the Republic of China, as the legitimate Chinese state. Despite this, the Japanese government exchanged trade, labor, and cultural delegations with Communist China in the 1950s to maintain diplomatic relations. In 1952, Mao's China and the Japanese government ratified their first trade deal. In 1958, Mao's government severed all trade ties with Japan out of frustration over Japan's support of the Republic of China. But these bonds were soon mended in 1960 out of desperation, after the Soviet Union broke its previously close ties with Communist China, forcing the nation to backtrack to defend its economy. In 1972, relations between Japan and Communist China were normalized with the signing of a joint communique. The document outlined 3 key points. First, Japan acknowledged its hand in causing great harm to the Chinese people during its invasion and occupation. In turn, China renounced its demands for war reparations. Second, Japan, at least on paper, recognized the Communist People's Republic of China as the only government of China, and agreed that Taiwan was an inalienable part of the territory of the People's Republic. And lastly, the agreement confirmed that the two countries would establish diplomatic relations, exchange ambassadors, and would negotiate agreements in trade, shipping, aviation, and fisheries. A long-term private trade agreement was signed by China and Japan in February of 1978. Under this deal, trade was meant to increase by $20 billion within the next 7 years, with Japan exporting production equipment, technology, construction materials, and machine parts in exchange for crude oil and coal. This ploy proved overly optimistic when, the following year, the Chinese were compelled to slow their development goals and scale down their financial obligations. Despite it being downgraded, the deal was a major milestone and demonstrated the two countries' dedication to normalization. From there, the story of relations between the two nations is one of investment and peaceful coexistence, with a few important caveats. Despite the comparatively muted relations the two countries had experienced over the past 70 years, the reality of China and Japan's sordid past shines through to today. In March of 2005, 17 Chinese cities erupted in protest. The angry citizens weren't reprimanding their leaders or demanding domestic change. Rather, their anger was turned outward. The mass demonstrations were directed against Japan. The angry mobs, several thousand strong, marched on Japanese consulates throughout the country, threw rocks through the Japanese embassy's windows in Beijing, and filled the streets with chants of "boycott Japanese businesses." Why? The reason wasn't exactly clear. Some protesters were expressing outrage over new Japanese history textbooks that grossly understated Japanese war crimes during the Second World War.
Oh no.
Others were enraged at the recent G4 proposal, requesting Japan be given a seat on the UN Security Council. Many others were simply content to toss eggs at Japanese restaurants and grocery stores, expressing a generalized sense of rage that they felt towards the island nation. Outraged, the Japanese government demanded financial restitution for the damages suffered, condemned the violence that broke out, and not much else. The curious spat of unrest could have been ignored. But then, in August of 2012, it happened again, even larger than before. This time, the cause was a bit more obvious. The CCP had whipped up its citizenry into a blind rage over a territorial dispute concerning the small, uninhabited Japanese-owned Senkaku Islands, which China claims as their territory. The first bout of protests sprung up after two activists from Hong Kong who had sailed to the islands were detained by the Japanese Coast Guard. The demonstrators, reportedly calling for their government to cease trade with Japan and retake the islands by force, marched across the city of Shenzhen. As they walked, the angry mob smashed Japanese cars, burned the Japanese flag, and vandalized any stores selling products made in Japan. In the end, hordes of armed police were sent in to disperse the furious crowds, arresting several protesters in the process. Events with varying levels of intensity took place in 9 other cities, but tensions briefly cooled. Until the 11th of September, when China sent 2 ships to the island to assert their claim of ownership. Japan promptly nationalized the Senkaku Islands, and 4 days later, a second barrage of protests began. These demonstrations, even larger than the ones earlier in the year, quickly ballooned beyond the bounds of state control. The cities of Changsha and Qingdao were the first to see instances of arson and mass vandalism. Once again, across the country, Japanese cars were smashed. A Toyota Motors outlet was set on fire, as were 2 Panasonic factories in Suzhou and Shandong. 2 Japanese department stores in Qingdao and Changsha were plundered by rogue demonstrators. Thousands of malcontents busted their way into the Garden Hotel in Guangzhou, where the Japanese consulate was housed. In Shenyang, an angry mob threw bottles of ink at the Japanese consulate's pristine white walls. On September 18th, another group surrounded U.S. Ambassador Gary Locke's car, refusing to let him enter the Japanese embassy. When all was said and done...
Yo, how do we make sure people notice us? Well, it's got very clean walls. Let's fix that. I don't know, it just stood out to me as just really an interesting way of going about that, honestly.
One 180 cities saw mass events in which protesters vented their rage and called for a boycott of all Japanese-made goods. With Chinese power on the rise and Japan in a comparatively pacified state, one may inevitably be forced to ask hard questions. Questions like, can Japan be bullied into submission? And if the answer is yes, what does that mean for the sovereignty of free nations living in the shadow of authoritarian China? Will the governments of democratic states in East Asia be allowed to govern for their people? Or will they be put in the same position that China found itself in so many years ago, forced to bow to the whims of imperialist powers willing to abuse human rights to maintain their own power? Despite its centuries-long hiatus, China is, once again, the powerhouse of the East, and those wishing to maintain their power in the Chinese Communist Party have proven time and time again that they have no qualms about inflaming violent nationalism to distract their citizens from increasingly authoritarian rule at home. There are many alive today who can recall the horrors visited upon the Chinese people at the hands of the Japanese Empire. There are even more who grew up hearing stories of what happened from their parents, their grandparents, and their great-grandparents. Such a large population with such an intimately close connection to the crimes that were committed will not be willing to forgive and forget anytime soon. And though the old militaristic regime that once ruled an empire has been dead in the ground for 78 years, the people of China will never see the promise of the liberal democratic society that so aptly replaced it. For as long as an authoritarian government rules in China, her people will remain in darkness, never seeing the light of truth that a free nation can provide.
Wait, that's where it ended? Oh, no. Okay, so all that... Man, I didn't get to, like, almost anything modern. It actually kind of surprised me. I thought it was going to be like, alright, so now we've gone over all that. Now we're going to talk about how they're, like, at each other's throats. I was waiting for that to start, like, for a while. And just, bam! Nope, we're done. We got to like, the night... We got to, like, the what was it, 1980s? And just stopped. I mean, it was interesting. Just, man, I thought there would be a bit more like, okay, so I can, you know, what was it, earlier this year or late last year, Japanese Prime Minister says we're considering China as the largest security concern. Yeah, just, wow, that, just kind of shook me. Still found that a lot I didn't know. Which is a lot of reason why I was quiet for a lot of it. I was like, whoa, I just want to listen and catch everything. So yeah, that was Business Basics, China versus Japan. You know what? I'm just gonna let that, I think I'm just gonna let that sit. Unless people have something, like, specific they want to toss out or suggest. Let that sit for a little bit. We're just gonna pop some music on. Yeah, little wonder that China's a little salty. Especially when they're not really shown what's happened since. Because, like, yeah, like I kept saying, Japan's changed a lot since World War II. Alright, I'm gonna pull up the... Actually, there's a little bit of metal I want to put here and there. And I want to cover a bunch of this in brown wash. Or actually, I should probably do the green too, and then also hit that with brown wash. That would probably make it look better. Kind of want to do dark red on this scarf, or maybe we just, there's still besticle or flesh on the brush. Anyway. Um, yeah. I don't have a green that's more commonly seen with Lycadians. So I've got a much darker green, and we'll see what we can do with that.
It's so dark out here in space. And it's been so long since I've seen a face. My eyes are shut, but I can see the void between you and me. And I'm feeling
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna make this little plate here also this green. Yeah, there was a lot of crazy back and forth between Japan and China leading up to the World Wars. Yeah, I'm just digesting all that. That was a lot of detail I wasn't really aware of before. Then I'm noticing I'm a lot on the tight side, I guess. Alright, so now I... Ugh. Alright, so now I'll just highlight, but I think it's scratch up a bit the green. Then the little ribbon thing. His hand. And actually, before I get into that, well, I remember. Bottom of the handle here. Because I really want to lean into how this is not a real weapon. This is a improvised weapon, basically, or something really crappily turned into a weapon. Okay, crude green. Keep this probably mostly pretty basic. Yeah, in case you're wondering, this is getting a lot of shading before this is done. This is getting multiple layers of multiple colored shades. So if this looks very bright, that's okay. AK Whistler one? Hey, welcome to the stream. I'm paying many years to the work life. Man, that sounds pretty bad. Sounds like it sucks, man. Sorry to hear it. And I'd like to say, all things considered, I've been pretty fortunate lately. And that I can afford to spend a pretty decent segment of my time doing this. This is actually just like a carpenter nail stuck into a wine cork with a quarter glued on the bottom, so it stands on its own. Some manner of nail. The blue tack down here is because I'll often use blue tack on the top of a cork to put like a base on directly onto it that for some reason I don't want to use a proper handle for. And then at some point the nail just got stuck through it. I don't remember why I did that. it just kind of turned into that at some point. It's been a really long time since I've painted really much of anything that wasn't a Space Marine. Something equivalent. I don't think I've even painted even like an Imperial Guard before, now I think about it. So this for me is actually a really nice refreshing change of pace. It's not just straight up power armor. Which does have like a different feel to it than even like this. I'd assume this is the equivalent of flak armor. If you could, AK, let's say you were playing 40k, what faction are we talking about? Are you a heretic? Excellent. Oh, thanks for the $5, man. I appreciate that. Actually, I really appreciate that. I was considering ending the stream soon because I was just kind of like tired and like losing like motivation due to a number of other things going on. And I'm like, you know, this stream's been kind of meh. But no, thank you. Put some more pep into things. I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, never played. I've only painted. Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, if you're familiar with the lore, where to choose a side. I know, so the first 5 years I was into Warhammer, I only read the lore, but I knew pretty early on that if I ever played, it would be Raven Guard, and here I am. A solid, what, 11 years later, and with a pretty sizable Raven Guard army. As you can see, it has just been getting angrier over time. It's become pretty angry. Pretty angry, I'd say. This is gonna be so bloody. I've been paying since I changed plastic. Man. There have been a couple lore updates since then. Just slightly. Couple things here and there. Like, you probably don't even recognize what the Space Marine is if you haven't been reading it. Like, man, can I tell you a story? Or, like, 18. I just pulled a number out of nowhere, but you see what I did there? What was I gonna grab? Oh, wait, I still want to do, like, scratches and stuff. Yeah, are you familiar with Primaris Marines? I forgot a lot? Okay. Alright, so... Right, you've got the Imperium of Man, right? That is trying to hold up under, you know, aliens, demons, the Chaos Legions. You got Abaddon, the spoiler, trying to do Black Crusades to eventually tear down the God Emperor from his golden throne, where he barely lives, holding on, only due to a steady, high nutrition diet of 1,000 souls a day, so that he may continue to power the Astronomicon, so people can do warp travel through the hellscape, known as the warp. Because the Astronomicon is basically their North Star for navigational purposes. Without that, the human galaxy-wide empire falls to nothing. You panned the old Abaddon. Oh, you probably panned the old Failbadon the Armless, if you remember back when they switched to plastic then. Where his arms kept falling off. Yeah, he's gotten slightly nicer as a model. Hold on. Abaddon, the spoiler model. So now that they've not only switched to plastic, but they've gotten pretty good at plastic. I give you... Oh, you know what? Screw that. I'm gonna give you the full thing. Yeah, Abaddon's new model. Abaddon is not here to play around. He is here to give you a bad time. Man, I want to paint this model someday. It's a sweet model. Yeah, he's upgraded slightly. His arms stay on this time, by the way. I can confirm that from just knowing other people that have him. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, the models today are intricate, ornate, and yeah, quite nice. Painting is pretty rich today. Actually, let me grab one of the things I first. Where can we see your painting? I have, actually, if you do command links, so you do exclamation mark links, all one word, it'll actually give you a link to a link tree where you can pick whatever platform you want to follow me on. And I mean, Instagram probably has the most stuff, or portfolio from a website where it's kind of more randomized for funsies, because it'll make sense when you look at. But actually, some stuff I did recently. There is a captain in Gravis armor with a freehand flag I did. This is one of the new chunky Space Marine boys. That is actually a Raven Guard fan art, kind of redone and super tiny. This camera doesn't pick it up very well. I got a new lens adapter coming in, I think tomorrow. Should make that a lot better. I'm not gonna step over in there. One of the brand new models that just came out recently, Apothecary Biologus. This is a heavy armor, would-be medic, except this guy is not here to fix you. He's here to help you hurt the enemy more. He's here to dissect the enemy and figure out how they tick, so we can hit them harder. Basically tabletop. You know what? Yeah, I'll grab you the link here. Copy. There we go. This should actually bring you straight to my Instagram. There we go. There's my Instagram. I will say a lot of my stuff is fairly kit-bashed, as in I've modified the actual core mini quite a bit. So, my stuff's not always a good example of the actual minis, necessarily. Like, normally this guy is not holding a cultist that he is in the process of brutally murdering. Or, I guess at this point already has brutally murdered? You know, the line's kind of fuzzy right at this moment. I need red for that scarf thing. I'm gonna start throwing shade layers on here. Then this can actually look like it makes sense. Hey, thanks for following Instagram. Right now I'm painting some heavy intercessors, which are okay. So you might remember Yield Tactical Marines. Those still kind of exist, but they're in the process of being replaced. Now the standard Space Marine troop is called an Intercessor of the new Primaris Marines. They're bigger, better Space Marines. With proper proportions, actually. However, these new battle line have a few different versions because their new armor is pretty modular, let's say. They have stealth variants like the Infiltrators and Incursors, which I do have some I could show in a second. Both standard ones and ones I've modified considerably. And then there's these, which are the heavy intercessors for when, well, we don't want this land ending up in anyone else's hands, that we are not moving. So I got the army many years ago. I'm old. I started painting as a wee child. My girlfriend's brother was into it, and for Christmas he bought me a Blood Angels stuff. Then I got into D&D. Nice. Oh, I'm trying to remember. I think I probably know the kit you're talking about. I'm trying to remember the name of it. What was the old Blood Angels battle? The big one. I keep thinking Devastation of Ball, but that's new. Minis and others, but enjoyed the Space Marines. I dug all the vehicles. Yeah, actually, if you stick around and, after I do a bunch of these infantry, I'll be doing a Land Raider, because Land Raiders got good again, but I can pull out, remember the Land Speeder? They're actually dropping these. They made a bigger version called a Storm Speeder, but yeah, I like tribal horror quite a bit, so my third company has a lot of tribal horror elements. This is fully magnetized. I have all the bits to make it the other versions around here somewhere. Yeah, like I said, my Raven Guard are angry. They do not appreciate the way things are right now. Yeah. Can I reach my Sikaran without getting up? I think I can. Oh, I'm a Storm Raven. Can't reach the door. Ah, man, I'll get up. I have a bunch of these magnetic tray display cases over here. But they're stacked. Alright, you remember the Horus Heresy? Back in the Horus Heresy, we had bigger, better tanks. This is one of them tanks. This is a heavily modified Dakaran Venator tank destroyer. Again, we got tribal horror going on. These are actual chains. These are magnetized to swap out with heavy bolters. And I even have a... It's red now wraps. A full trophy rack. Displaying all of the guys that really screwed the Raven Guard over in the past. Because, you know, I'm angry about it. Oh yeah, because I didn't glue this fully in place, so like it kind of just floats there, so... I don't even know if this will fit under my camera. Can I? It's gonna look kind of weird, but Storm Raven gunship. I'm pretty sure they had these back when you were around. I don't know if they had a model, but this is also fully magnetized because there are a lot of weapon options on this boy. Oh, get back in there. Yeah. This thing is also suddenly quite good now, at least I think, because they finally made transports good again. For 2 entire editions of the gameplay, transports were bad. Now they're good again, so time to play all the transports. So yeah, after I finish painting these guys, I'm painting a Land Raider. Giant flamethrowers. Let's go. Flamethrower is real good. Remember the bikes? I've got some partially assembled bikes around here somewhere. I also got some of the... You can actually see on my Instagram the White Scars bikes I did for commission a while back. I haven't fully painted or built all these, which actually now I'm probably not going to because they're saying they're going to drop these. Let's get back in. Nope, other way. Yeah, I was in the process of doing these a while back and then just kind of ended up doing other stuff. And then now they're like, nah, those are going away forever soon and to be replaced with solely the new Outriders. Where are they at? So, Outrider, minus the head. Because I like paying heads separate, makes it easier. Yeah, these are the new bikes. Bigger rifles in here, or bigger bolters. Chainsaw does way more these days. So do you stream your games? That would be interesting to watch. Oh yeah, no, I magnetize the crap out of my stuff. I like just being able to swap weapons. I like the whole WYSIWYG thing. Were the games themselves not currently? I probably could if I want to. I've just not set up how to do it at my local game store. Seeing as I'll be getting a car again pretty soon, that might become more of a thing. What is more likely to be a thing and sooner is resuming, because I used to do this back when I was on Twitch. I'm a multi-streamer now. Like right now I'm streaming on Rumble. And the reason you see the Rumble icon on the stream is because I am also currently streaming on YouTube, Kick, and DLive. But back when I was on Twitch, I would occasionally do the Tabletop Simulator, which is basically a Steam game that you can actually play full Warhammer 40,000 in. And I was just talking to someone yesterday on stream about starting that back up again because I just changed up my streaming schedule, which will allow that to be more prevalent. I just haven't set any games up yet. So while it won't be my models, it will be my tactics. Yeah. It's especially important because right now a new edition just came out and they're starting to release the codexes, so a lot of the strategic elements are getting changed up currently. So we just started 10th edition of the game. You're probably more familiar with like 3rd or 4th if I had to guess. That was probably about the time period you mentioned. I'm trying to remember when that big Blood Angels box came out forever ago. That was before I got into Warhammer, but I mean, I like the history of stuff. And yeah, so they made it so it transports, you can get out of the transport after it's moved, just you can only shoot. You can't charge into melee. Unless you have a special rule like Assault Ramp, like Land Raiders do. They also made vehicles way tougher, and anti-vehicle weapons not as tough, because last edition, everything was so hilariously lethal that basically armies were just tons of infantry with really powerful guns, and it was just who could shoot the most first. And that was about it. That's all you got. It was the late 90s. Oh no, I was born in 94. So I technically was alive. I may not have been very conscious, but I was technically alive. Yeah, I didn't start getting into Warhammer, even the lore aspect, until I was 18, so we're talking 2012-ish. Yeah. And that's when I found the Warhammer Wikipedia. And I did not stop reading it, and even to this day, I have not read that entire wiki. There's so many, I'm sure there's way more. I haven't read the wiki in a long time. Now I listen to the audiobooks and Audible. So yeah, they've been updating like the entire Space Marine range. They've added a couple factions since you were around. I don't think the Tau was a thing yet. I think you had Tyranids. I think Tyranids were a thing. Necrons are now a big thing. Tau are a thing, which are these super high-tech at Dad's age, so when I retire, and hopefully in 8 years, plan to chill and paint the winners. Man, my dad just retired, and I've been trying to get him some hobbies, because, man, he's not a hobbyist, he's not a hobby type, and he needs it. I am concerned. Let me put it that way. I am a little concerned. Yeah, okay, so you know Tyranids. Have you heard of Tau? T-A-U. Very high-tech, very, futuristic. Lots of mechs, lots of drones. Almost everything is plasma. That may have been later. That may have been after you. Okay. So, I'll show some Tau stuff in a minute. It's actually, Tau are really relevant to me as a Raven Guard player because they're probably our biggest nemesis right now, if you will. Like, our current chapter master became chapter master after the Tau killed our last chapter master. Right in front of this chapter master, no less, back when he was the captain of Third Company. So, a little bit of a rivalry between me and the Tau. The squats are back. They actually brought the squats back. They're now called the Leagues of Votan, and they're really cool. Whole new line. World Eaters are now their own faction with their own codex and a bunch of stuff. Man, lots of stuff have happened. We got 2 Loyalist Primarchs have returned. First it was Gilliman, and when he showed up, he brought in the Primaris Space Marines, and then more recently, the Lion came back. So we got 2 Loyalist Primarchs on the board, which is good, because Chaos has, like... How many Primarchs do they have active? Well, they have Mortarion and Magnus. Those are the obvious ones. So I guess it's just 2v2 right now. I do play D&D. I play a lot of D&D. I play too much D&D. If all my games actually occurred on any given week, I'd play 4 games a week. Well, technically one of them's Call of Cthulhu, but you know, still. Last time I played was 3rd edition. D&D or Warhammer. D&D I mostly play 5th, but I started with playing 3.5. Actually, I was just telling someone the other day that I miss the prestige classes of 3.5. I don't miss a lot of the other mechanics of 3.5, but I miss the prestige classes. Call of Cthulhu? Yes. Especially when you make it no longer horror and you turn it into like the SCP Foundation or like like the Librarians show. I don't know, we went on break for a little bit, but right before the break we have finished our 2nd outing with half of our characters living, and my character, who's been there from the beginning, is like, okay, that's it. We're starting a actual foundation. We're starting like a organization for hunting down these paranormal things, these anomalous things. let's see. I called it Bastet, Bastet, after because my guy's a Egyptologist, linguist. Was a linguist that specialized in hieroglyphs. 3.5 was last playing. Yeah, they're actually about to release 6th, which everyone's just saying is basically just 5.5, but whatever. But it was like Bureau of Anomalous Science, Technology, and Extraterrestrials. And then we had to go on break, so that's where the game's stuck there. So what I'm mostly doing in D&D right now is I have a game that is like a mega game that was kind of based on West Marches. Was that a format back when you played? Gaming kind of took over. Oh, what do you play for video games then? If that's what you mean. I gotta do that guy's hand so I can finally do some washings. That's what we're now waiting on for that. I do play video games on stream from time to time. It's not super common, but it does happen. Assassin's Creed addict, huh? Did you put like Assassin's Creed? Consoles, I don't have enough time to devote to keyboard layouts, etc. To be fair, I don't know the last time I actually made a custom keyboard layout for a game. But I will say, now that I have a PC that is capable of PC gaming, like gaming basically anything I want, it's really hard to incentivize me to play consoles again. I'm like, can I get this game on PC? Probably. Can I run it? Yes. Alright, that's how I'm doing it, because I'm always in front of my gaming rig anyway. All the games of Assassin's Creed? I'm sorry. I played 1 and 2. I thought 1 was fun, I thought 2 was amazing. I played like a little bit of 3, then I fell off. I heard that 3 was okay, 4 was really good, Black Flag, and then after that, it started getting really questionable because they were pushing it out so fast that quality was not exactly assured. I'm not that smart. Oh, well, I mean, fair enough. I mean, to be fair, while my goal is to become a full-time streamer, I am not a full-time streamer. I'm a web dev programmer. Well, actually, I started with mostly design, but I became a programmer. Actually, part of why I'm able to stream as much as I can is because when my dad retired, I took over his business because he's been a web dev since '96. And he's like, you know, I'm done. Any new stuff comes in, you can do it. I'm like, okay. I'll take it. Ironically, it lined up with me doing basically a giant reset of my life, as I was with a woman for 9 years, and then 2021 in summer, we separated for the last time, and I ended up having to move back in with my parents because most of my income was tied up with her, as we had started a business together. And kind of just had to start from the ground up, and been getting myself back on my feet since. But now things are starting to really go my way. So, yay! But, yeah, so the computer part, it's funny. I can get computer upgrades and stuff and actually call it a business expense. It's kind of nice. Actually, because the streaming makes me income, I can get paint and brushes and stuff and call that business expense too. It's pretty good for my taxes. Because my taxes are not kind as a self-employed person. I don't know if you know this, but one of the reasons why self-employed people can put almost anything as a tax write-off is because the base tax rate does not like self-employed people. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it was no surprise to me. I've been an entrepreneur since Spring 2017 is when I left my last normal job. Since then, I've been self-employed. Yes? What's yes? The tax rate not liking self-employed people? Yeah. Yeah. I think it starts as like 60% of your income. Yeah, it's, you have to get real clever real quick. While I'm not always clever, I am stubborn. If I can't obtain clever in a situation, I'll take the stubborn card and use that instead. I'm actually gonna mostly paint the hand here correctly and then move on to the other stuff. I know I keep just putting more and more steps between me and putting shaders on the stuff, but hey. And writing off your painting. Yeah, no, all of this, basically, like cameras. Actually, that camera I originally wrote off as part of my tech business because I was occasionally doing commercial media. Because I've been playing around with video production since like 2014, so yeah. I just got done painting IRS, I feel the pain, yeah. Yeah, every year I have to sit down with like multiple Google documents and go through every single like bit of transaction data in my entire life for the last year and dissect everything. It's like, alright, was this remotely used for either of my two main business ventures? Yes, no? And tally them all up and then shove them into what's that called? It's like Free Tax USA or something like that. Actually I probably want to do skin wash before I do the ivory. Yeah. So like year before, got a very small what do you call it? Refund, and then this year, not so well. Last year was kind of rough, so this year I actually ended up paying taxes because I had a bad year. This year, we're going much better. Making moves, advancing plans, even making money, if you can believe it. But end day goal is grow the streaming back up and eventually get to full time. I say backup because so I started with streaming for 11 months, although I was only streaming for 8 months of it for reasons, on Twitch. And in that time I had gotten to 270 followers, and with only 270 followers, with just Twitch revenue alone, I was in the top third of Twitch earners. Which Twitch is very top heavy, so it's like I wasn't making a lot of money, but I was making more money than most people streaming. And I had other means of income outside of Twitch related to the streaming, so I was like, alright, so this can work, but they're changing the rules, and I just learned about multi-streaming, so I think I'm going to leave Twitch, start over, and do that. That's where I am now. And yeah, we're getting there. We're starting to get momentum again. A bunch of my old regulars followed me over, and I mean, I didn't used to stream on Tuesdays, so that's why I don't see any of them right now. That's new. I just set up, I just redid my schedule, so now I'm able to stream 6 days a week if I'm able to. It's my first time on Rumble and found you and was like, no way, I would have never thought of doing this. Oh, yeah, streaming painting? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, welcome to Rumble. I don't watch anything on Rumble either. I just stream here. I just work here. I mean, I've been playing around with, when chat's not active, chat is my crutch, by the way. My entertainment value is greatly based on my ability to interact with chat. But, that being said, when I don't have that going on, I usually have some kind of video that I'm commentating on, and it's usually political as a forewarning. This says I'm getting DM'd. Oh. Like today, we actually had a video going over Christianity, and another one going over China versus Japan, and their like history leading up to today, and how they might be looking at going at each other again. Can this like finish drying so I can get in there and highlight this so it looks like actual flesh and not like weird greasy meat? What I'd love to do is, I'd love to do in time is occasionally be able to have portions of stream just devoted to debate of some kind. Really, most anything. There's not a lot of topics I wouldn't debate on. I spend a lot of my free time on debating as is. Do you do a black primer base? I did do black primer and a black base coat. Which, you know, seeing as most of my armor is black anyway. Yeah, that's saves me a lot of time. In theory, last guy ended up repainting most of the black because I tried doing dry brush highlighting, basically. It didn't go in my favor. Gravis armor is too round. So instead of just grabbing the edges nice and cleanly, the dry brush just kind of grabbed everything and just made everything gray. I'm like, that didn't help me at all. Now I have to repaint everything. Ah! Alright, I think it's dry enough. Immediately hit some kind of hair or something. What even? Get out of here. How dare. I know this wash often dries a little gloss, which I hate, by the way. So I'm not even entirely sure if it's fully dried right now. Spray that's hard? I come over here for Russell Brand. Why, did he get kicked off YouTube finally? I do watch him on occasion on YouTube. I know recently he's been working on the rape allegations. Which, like, actually, I actually ended up watching a video on stream, or part of the beginning of a video on stream about that, and it was like, listen, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Like, this is for the courts to figure out. There's no real ideological thing for me to, like, wrestle with here, so, like, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time looking into this. But yeah, generally speaking, I like where Russell Brand's been going lately with, like, questioning institutions and stuff. Which a lot of is, okay, yeah, that's dry. It's just very glossy. Man, I hate stuff that dries glossy. I think I should have shaken? I should have shaken? Shooken. I should have shook? I don't know. The ink bottle way more for applying. I hope the other... Their washes will fix that. But, yeah, like, I remember, what was it, late last year, I watched a whole bunch of Russell Brand going over the whole lab leak theory, and I'm like, why is there so much pushback against this? It's just, like, day 2 of COVID being a thing. I was like, well, wait a second, you're telling me there's a lab, like, right there. Why? Of course it came from there. What are you talking about? Why would it come from anywhere else? We got banned and made it back? Shook. Yeah. Just listen to Art, Bell, and Paint. I actually don't know them. Yeah, did YouTube kick Russell Brand off? Hold on, let me go look. No, his channel's still there. 6.66. Hey! 666, let's go! It's a sign. 6.66 million subscribers. Yeah, Russell Brand's still on YouTube. Yeah. What, oh, he's actually said, he has a video he put up, 7 hours ago about, something about NATO and the Ukraine situation. Alright, let's see what Russell Brand's got to say. Yeah, let's go. What you gotta say, Russell? There's our boy. There's our buddy, our pal. Like, here's the other thing about, like, the rape allegations, which, man, I'm sure YouTube is gonna love this, but at the same time, they haven't monetized me yet, so, and I already make money in other ways, like through streaming. Like your generous contribution earlier. Thank you again for that. That was over 10 years ago. Like, I don't know, like, after a certain point, how much is society gonna get back from the fixation of these things? Like, the repair of these things, of getting society's due from a criminal element from that long ago, if that makes sense, right? Art Bell, paranormal conspiracy stuff, here's talk radio. Oh, I see. I understand your thing. You used to listen to Art Bell and Paint. Gotcha. Yeah, what's this about?
NATO just admitted that they were warned that continued expansion would lead to Ukrainian invasion. They did it anyway. So who really caused...
I mean, yeah, like, we kind of knew, like, the public knew that if they were paying attention. Russia wasn't working that hard to hide it. The question is, should we care about Russia's constant insecurity about its security problems that dates back to Ivan the Great, when Russia from Moscow was first formed? Should we care about that insecurity about their security? What about Ukraine's insecurity because they handed over all their nukes back to Russia in '91, or any of the other tiny states? You know, what about Georgia? Do we care about their insecurity about their security? Because it's not like Russia was without allies before, and Russia was slowly being accepted by the West. Like, certain states lifted statute of limitations, so if you found a state its jurisdiction, they can get you. Oh. Okay. Not like I have much to worry about myself, but good to know.
And why are the media not covering this?
Okay, to be fair, I don't watch mainstream media much, so like I don't know. I would have figured they would have, but all right, let's see what this is. If you couldn't tell, I am pretty pro-West, pretty pro-America, pro-liberalism, pro-NATO. I see a lot of it as just the game of nations, and guess what? I'm American, and I like America, and I think it's great to mainland California. That doesn't surprise me at all. I think America is probably one of the best places to live in, at least for someone of my ideals. So, like, yeah, I'm gonna root for America, and people against America, I'm not gonna root for. When it comes down to a he said, she said, good lord. Blah. He said, she said, of like this, the whole NATO expansion back and forth, I don't care. It's like, okay, Russia's concerned about stuff. Alright, and?
There you 6.6 million Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining us on this voyage to truth.
6.66. That's remember.
And freedom, where we look at the facts and analyze them and come to conclusions together. Today we are talking about the extraordinary revelation that NATO have acknowledged that they were warned by Putin's administration.
Putin warned NATO of imminent invasion if they pursued NATO. If Ukraine pursued NATO. Well, here's the thing, right? Why? All right, here's what this keeps coming down to. Why is Putin worried about NATO? Why should he be worried about NATO? It's not the Cold War anymore, or at least it wasn't. It wasn't until it suddenly was again because Russia did stuff. NATO, here's my understanding. The West in general had been generally quite happy to economically more and more bring Russia on board into the rest of like the West with like trade and cultural sharing and yada yada, right? And for the most part, it was actually a bit of a conversation point of like, what is the point of NATO anymore? Because Russia's not a threat anymore. They're another democracy like the rest of us. They're one of us now. Cold War's over. That's a part of history. It's Putin deciding NATO's a problem. Because, you know, like, what NATO can also protect from? China. Or from Arabian states. Or, you know, with Africa constantly under... constantly in various states of civil unrest, civil and political unrest. You know, NATO can provide some protection against all of these. It doesn't have to be against Russia. But even in general, like, people are like, what's the relevancy of NATO? Guess what was the best thing that could have ever happened for NATO? Russia invading Ukraine. They've added how many countries since? I want to say 3? Switzerland and Finland are big ones. They're added because of that. It wasn't, you know, NATO wasn't actually a problem for Russia. It was just people generally wanting to be, you know, having more stronger allies in the case of anything. There were never plans to invade Russia in NATO. That was not a thing. No one cared. It was 2000s, 2010s. No one cared. People started caring. The only time people cared is when Russia kept doing stuff, like invading Georgia and annexing Crimea. That's when people cared about Russia. No one cared about Russia besides that. They're not in the World Bank. All the countries we've had beefs with are not part of the world banking system. I mean, Russia was part of SWIFT. And also, like, why weren't they part of the World Bank? What was the reasoning given for, like, did they not try to become part of the World Bank, or did we keep saying no to them? But they were part of SWIFT, so they could trade with the EU. That's my understanding, anyway. That's when entice Russian invade Ukraine is being used by the West to destabilize Russia. In a lot of ways, I think Russia's been doing a good job of destabilizing Russia. For example, their propaganda machine is something to take interest in. I don't know if people are aware of this, but 100%, without exception, of media companies in Russia are owned directly by the Kremlin. They want control over their own currency. Yeah, well, they definitely got control over it after, they invaded and then were kicked off SWIFT, and now their currency's entirely, like, within their own country. It's nothing else going on. Here's the thing. Globalization has happened. It's not a thing that's happening. It has happened. Okay? We have the internet now. Among a bunch of other stuff. Like, everything affects everyone else all the time in all directions. Okay? So, like, there's no, like, I mean, unless you're going to be North Korea, you're going to be affected by other people doing stuff, and you just have to roll with the punches. Focus on becoming stronger in and of yourself, and eventually gain local and then global power as other people wane. Like Poland. You know what Russia should have done? What Poland did. Have you looked at Poland's economic and military progress in the last decade? Or two, even? Incredible. It's basically miraculous. They've done so good over there. And how's that? They mostly focused on their own stuff. They pull, like, any external investment they could get, they got, and they focused on building their own economy and industry. And then when that was rolling, they started pushing up their military bigger and bigger and bigger, and now they're set to become the largest land army in Europe, and not only a regional power, but in the next decade set to become a global power. Poland's on the rise, which is like, okay, so what's Russia's excuse right now? Like, Russia is sitting on, in Poland has more security concern than Russia, to be honest, if you're talking, like, geographic, because, like, the whole Moscow is just on an open plain, and anyone could just run over the border and into Moscow. It's like, okay, Poland, there's a reason Poland's been the punching bag of Europe for the last, nearly 3 full centuries? Oh, it's Black Templar, I wouldn't know the way on Black Templar. They are just a wide open, flat plain with water on 3 sides. It's 700 kilometers wide of just flat plain, which is flat. Defend that. Go ahead and defend that. Well, they're figuring out how to do it. They're getting a really big, very modern, very mechanized and fire-supported land army, and they're building up their industry and their economy and their tech sector, becoming one of the fastest growing economies in Europe, one of the fastest growing economies in the world, actually, like right alongside China and Qatar, relatively speaking. While Russia is sitting on so many natural resources, it's ridiculous, with someone very willing to buy them in China and willing to help them build up the infrastructure for these resources. And they were beginning to get warmer and warmer political relations with the West in Europe, which they were already one of the biggest suppliers of fuel, natural gas and other fuel types, and oil, right? Russian oil. So what's the problem here? They could have continued with the path of the pen, and they chose the sword. Except their sword wasn't big enough. Don't choose the path of the sword if you got the small sword. We thought they had a big sword. Ukraine's showing they do not have a big sword. Or, like, it might be big, but it's not very sharp. Very paper tiger going on. Right? So, like, when you look at Poland, or even, like, China, right? China's been doing a lot of saber rattling and whatnot, but, like, odds are they're not going to try Taiwan. Like, there are so many reasons why they really, like, that's really not a good idea. Lot of reasons. One of which that they have a bunch of oncoming natural resource crises, like a half dozen of them, many of which Russia could solve. And China's been trying to make moves towards having Russia help solve those for them. But Russia's too focused on the Ukraine conflict. It's causing a problem. Russia had a bunch of other options. It's literally their leader is a corrupt and power-hungry guy. And yes, Putin is corrupt. There's very well documented like this giant case of back when he was before he ever got into politics, and he was just like a pen pusher in his younger years, where he personally signed documents for all kinds of administrative stuff with the state, like for the state, basically, that were all corrupt. It was all corrupted, like moving resources in the wrong directions, giving what's the word, like permission to people, but it was permission that was not his to give. A whole bunch of stuff. Like, we know he has definitely been corrupt in the past, like extremely corrupt in the past. We're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of documents with his personal signature and stamp on them from back when he was just a bookie. So, like, to think that he's not still corrupt now in the most corrupt country on the planet by every index, crazy. He's stuck in the Cold War thinking. Like, that's where we're at. Didn't need to be. They chose it. They chose it flat out. Like, seriously, no one cared about Russia in like a NATO sense until very recently. So, alright, so let's, I don't know if AK is still here with me to go back and forth, but let's continue with what Russell Brand's got.
That continuing to expand NATO would lead to an invasion of the Ukraine, and yet they did it anyway. This is not simply to say, oh, aren't NATO bad and isn't Russia fantastic? Of course, this is a geopolitical issue. It's not that simple. What we're interested in is why the mainstream media not covering the fact that NATO have acknowledged.
Okay, I appreciate that. He said straight up, like, this is not about, like, if NATO should or should not have done that. It's more about, like, why the media wasn't open about. Okay, which is, he wants to keep his buddies in his pocket. Yeah. If we're talking about Putin, yeah, basically. That's how corruption works. You just keep everyone bribed and paid off, and then generally you're good. But yeah, I don't see there being any actual practical, realistic reason that someone that's in the West that backs NATO looks at NATO stuff, what NATO's trying to do, and I'm looking around being like, NATO wasn't going to do anything. NATO is primarily a defensive arrangement. NATO only comes into play when you do something to NATO, right? So, like, if you have no plans of doing anything to NATO, why do you care about NATO, right? Like, let Ukraine join. Give it long enough. If they had waited another 10, 20 years of not messing around, if they had invaded Georgia, if they hadn't annexed Crimea, if they definitely had not invaded Ukraine, could have waited another 10, 20 years, and they might end up part of NATO. Russia could have joined NATO, I think. I think that could have happened, except Putin wants to be stuck in the old days. basically is where I'm sitting.
They knew that their actions and expansion would.
You know why? You know why it'd be great if Russia joined NATO? Why NATO would want Russia to join NATO? Here's why NATO would want Russia to join NATO, okay? Because if they let it sit long enough and then China ever tried anything and messed with Russia, now everyone gets an excuse to just dogpile China. And then we could knock out China. And then we can have full liberalism for the most part. Like all the world powers are now liberal. Liberalism across all the world powers. I think the problem Americans have with NATO is the money we fund. Where the bankroll we fund the most. I am actually fine with that. You know why I'm fine with that? Because we were already the biggest hitter in NATO. Because of post-World War II, we decided we're going to have the biggest military in the world, and we're never not going to have the biggest military in the world. And I think that's actually a good thing. Because at the end of the day, you know, we have our own governmental issues, cultural issues, whatever, but at the end of the day, we are a liberal, democratic, liberal in a classic sense, like classically speaking, liberal, constitutional democratic republic. And as an American that is a classical liberal by political alignment, if you will, I consider myself a classical liberal with even slight anarchistic leanings. I think that's the best way of doing things, and having my country that works that way, for all its flaws, having the biggest stick is amazing, especially when, because we are that way, we are the richest country in the world. We can bankroll us having the largest military in the world. Yeah, yeah, like I said, we're a constitutional democratic republic. That's what I said. Because we're that way, we're the richest. And if you actually look at the numbers, we might spend more than the next 5 countries combined, but we're also richer than the next, like, 15 countries combined, okay? So, like, we have money. We spend more dollar per dollar on our welfare state, on our welfare system, than we do the military, okay? To put that into perspective, you look at our government budget, we spend more on the welfare state than we do the military. And yet we still have the most advanced, most capable, second largest in numbers, and the third largest in numbers army. By that I mean the American people. The American civilians is the third largest standing army based on gun ownership in the world. We have the second and third largest armies in the world, as well as the most advanced, right? No, we're not all individually rich, but that's a fact, that's a feature. I don't think that's a bug of capitalism. I think it's a feature of capitalism. Capitalism is all about, we want people that are actually going to have a good faith try at their experiment of life to learn over time by legitimately trying what works best for them to be a productive member of society, because it benefits them both immediately and indirectly. Like, first, immediately it benefits you because you make more money. Then it benefits society because the ways you're making money benefits society. Then the ways that benefits society makes the society stronger, which then benefits you because everything in a modern market builds on top of each other and interconnects and brings back wealth to you indirectly in 1,000 different ways. You know, better roads, better communication, better food access. It's very small, it's tiny little numbers, but it increases. And you let the people that are legitimately trying to learn the best ways of being productive, and the people that end up being hyper productive, super geniuses, whatever, become so hyper productive they shoot up the ladder like a rocket, and then they pull the entire bottom line of society with them by a little bit, and you try to get as many of those as possible. And because of that system, you also have a lot of people that fail or are not legitimately trying. They're not actually like giving it a real go and like sitting down and thinking about, like, listen, what is my problem solving process? Does it need refining? What is my plan in life? Is it giving me a direction to go up and forward? Do I need to refine how I'm approaching that plan? How's my budgeting? How's my relationship with money, my knowledge on money, on business, on contracts, on getting a job, on getting skills, on all these things? Are you actually doing all those things? And a lot of people aren't. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not taught to think that way either, which I think is a problem. We need our education system is basically backwards. It's still it's still stuck in the early Industrial Revolution days. But if you really try, I mean, really put yourself at it, like every day, at least a little bit of progress in yourself, and all the ways that you can be productive, enhance your productivity, enhance your calculations as to what would be productive, etc., you can consistently get better, be more productive, and help other people more because of that. Right, and that's where capitalism shines, is that the people that are doing that are figuring that out, pull everyone with them. Our education system is publicly funded, and partially because of that, it has a lot of problems with it. It needs a giant overhaul, really. If we're not nuking it entirely, like I think there's some argument that publicly funded education could, in theory, be, a lot better. It's not through. We don't need reform. We need a restart. Is my opinion on the education system. But that's a big part of it. Is that people are taught the bare minimum of certain standards to then get very basic entry-level jobs, and are not taught how to go on from there. It's like, here's how you go on from there. You get some marketable skills that have some level of specialization. Because here's the single fundamental thing that most people don't realize about like how wages work. A wage is based on two factors: your replaceability and the willingness of the rest of the people that could replace you. That's what's based on. How many other people can do your job, and how willing are the other people that can do your job to do your exact job. That's how your stuff is paid. Whatever it is you do. The reason that entry-level jobs pay so low is because you're extremely replaceable. Anyone can flip burgers. Anyone can, like my first job was at a retail place, TJ Maxx and Home Goods. I brought in the shipments of trucks. I mostly opened boxes and pulled stuff out of boxes. Anyone can do that. So you get paid dirt. Of course you do. Now I'm a programmer. Not just anyone off the street can do my job. So I get paid decent money. I think some people would rather have more money put in infrastructure, etc., and spend at home, not defending the world. Keeping the world relatively stable does help at home. That's why I think a lot of people don't realize. Because, like I said, globalization is here. It's already happened. So much of trade, of business is done internationally now, especially because we have the internet, that you do need the rest of the world fairly stable. Else, you are going to feel it at home. We are not an island. Strategically, we're an island because we have an ocean on both sides, but we are not an island. For example, Taiwan. No. Even before you get into superconductors, here's the biggest single reason. It's what everyone needs to understand about why the U.S. military is as strong as it is oil. Okay, I don't mean like occupying the Middle East. No, it's the oil trade routes. The only thing that keeps modern society going shouldn't be more equitable. Everyone else hasn't caught up, but it doesn't matter because the oil trade routes. If you want, like the U.S. right now produces, I think, like 60% of its energy use. I want to say that's the number. So it's another 40% that we import, right? Where do you think that 40% comes from? It mostly comes from the Middle East, okay? As well as almost everyone else's oil. Okay, that oil comes out of those countries, down out of the Persian Gulf and into the Indian Ocean and anywhere else from there. Guess where the capital of piracy in the world is? Somalia. That's immediately south of there. Or other countries wanting to just grab it for their own or mess with other people. The U.S. Navy is the single largest thing that keeps anything happening to that oil while it's on a boat. There was a proof of concept with that with Operation Praying Mantis back in the 80s, where Iran and Iraq were going at each other, and Kuwait was funding Iraq, so Iran started messing with Iraq's boats, and then when they ran out of Iraq's boats, they started messing with Kuwait's boats. Well, Kuwait wasn't part of OPEC, so it was keeping all of the gas prices cheap. So when the gas prices could no longer be cheap because Kuwait's oil wasn't getting out of the Gulf anymore, well, now it affected gas prices in the U.S. Well, Ronald Reagan wasn't going to have any of that, so he sent the U.S. Navy to have a proportional response that, in result, ended up in 8 hours destroying over half of Iran's entire navy. Okay? That's why we have such a powerful military right there. Because yes, if other things happen, say in the Middle East, our gas prices at home go up. If like what's happening in Ukraine affected food prices through most of the world, because Ukraine's a giant breadbasket. Didn't affect us much over here because we make a lot of food here, but affected in most of the world. There are other things that can affect us. Taiwan. If China decides to not only rattle their saber but draw it and go after Taiwan, there goes our semiconductors, because semiconductors are extremely expensive to make. So the raw resources from the several different countries involved, there are a couple in Europe and there's South Korea and Japan. The raw resources go to Taiwan. Taiwan then takes the most advanced designs in the world made by U.S. corporations over in the U.S. and they ship the designs over to Taiwan. Taiwan then manufactures them at these hyper specialized, super advanced manufacturing centers at a very cheap cost comparatively to anywhere else that could possibly be. It has been estimated that if we want to rebuild that over in the U.S., it would take 10 to 15 years to build the plants and train the technicians necessary to do that, and then it would be way more expensive. So it would have basically put a halt for a decade, all technological advancement. We were energy independent under the last president. Under Trump, I mean, yeah, I've heard that a bunch, and like personally, I would like nuclear energy to become way more of a thing. But the fact of the matter is, that's where we're at. Is right now we are still importing oil. But the other thing is that at the end of the day, while I say I'm American because I'm pro, because I live here in America and I'm pro-American ideals, at the end of the day, I'm really about American ideals more than America itself, if that makes sense. I want humans to do better. I want the whole globe to do better. If it's possible to lift everyone else up, I would like that. I don't mind paying a little extra for us to not only have the best defense system in the entire world by a long shot, be able to go toe to toe with entire other continents solo, and also help the rest of the planet eventually go through their own industrial revolutions because they're able to get oil out of the Middle East or wherever else. I mean, yes, I'd like us to get back to making more oil here. Yes, I'd like more nuclear energy, but that's not the case right this minute. So then we have that. And we have the benefit of, like, I never have to worry about an invasion actually going through my backyard, literal backyard. I don't have to see tanks going up my street like they are in Ukraine, because no one can touch the U.S. U.S. is literally militarily invincible. Short of, I guess, Russia launching every single one of its nukes and hoping more than a third of them actually leave the silo, which that is questionable, and then a few will get through over here. And in which case, after that, we will turn Russia into a crater. Let's be real. Let's be fair. Moscow will literally be a hole in the ground. But that's the only case scenario that, like, the American homeland actually gets touched. If more of that money that we pay to get all these goals would happen, questionable. Because, like I said, we spend more on our welfare state than our actual military. Nuclear energy is extremely expensive. And oil is in a weird spot where right now fracking still does a lot of area damage to like water purity and stuff, which was the primary way we were accessing more oil down in Texas. So like more oil in general here is kind of tricky. We need some more technological advancements, and nuclear is still extremely expensive. So like it's actually questionable if like actually that would be enough money, to be honest. As crazy as that sounds, but it's kind of the reality. And we don't pay NATO, by the way. We don't pay NATO. We develop our own military. And then the military just happens to be the biggest in NATO that does most of the wrong. Which, by the way, Poland is, like I was saying, stepping up to the plate and becoming a significant military power within NATO. As are the Scandinavian states. They just made a pact where they're operationally combining all three of their air forces between Sweden, Norway, and Finland, which is a big deal because Sweden is a pretty big air power. Don't think that's correct. Was correct. We don't like, we probably send some money to NATO, but like the big thing that we give to NATO is the fact that our military already is so powerful and we exist within NATO. Like, we don't directly pay NATO. NATO does not command our forces. If anything, our forces command NATO's forces. Like, we're the ones with 11 aircraft carriers in supercarrier groups around the world in each ocean, keeping the lid on anything boiling over into serious nuclear powers or world powers backyards, basically. Literally nothing happens in the world without us knowing it. Like the whole Chinese weather balloon, yeah, they came out after the whole situation, said, yeah, no, we watched that lift off out of China and come over here. We watched it every step of the way. We know everything that happens. The spending on social programs versus military, I will pull up those stats right now. Because I have seen those. I'm gonna close this so I'm not showing my entire browser here, but okay. Federal budget in pictures. Ready for this? Okay. Medicare, it's in 2022, spending as a percentage of the 2022 budget. Medicare, Medicaid, and other health care, 27%. Social Security, 19%. These are the major entitlements, 46%. Income security, 18%. National defense is 12% of our government budget. 8% net interest. All other, the miscellaneous section, is more than national defense. Social Security by itself is more than national defense. Medicare, Medicaid, and other health care is more than national defense. Income security, more than national defense. Like, we spend more than the next 5 countries combined. Yeah. But again, we're the richest country in the world. Yeah. Like this is what I feel like a lot of people that are, because I used to be in this camp, okay? That's why I'm very like verbose about this. I used to be in this camp. Like, why do we have bases all over the world? We don't need to do that. No, we do need to do that, and we can do that. And it's not even that big of a deal that we do that for us, because it's only 12% of our budget. It's not even thing on my other screen. Yeah, like we can do this. I'm okay with 12% of my federal taxes going to be the biggest kid on the block by a large margin. So yeah, like, and guess what? This was not pointed at Russia until Russia decided to make moves. It's my, there it is. I need to move this where it's more visible. Well, no, I probably should. It could go up here and it'll be more visible to me. Making my OBS setup a little bit more efficient here. Yeah, alright. So, when you put all that into perspective, and then, like, NATO, like I said, is primarily a defensive program. I think people's complaint is that they want to have the NATO spending be more equitable. I mean, I agree. I'd like England and France and Germany to be more significant military powers. I'm quite excited about Poland becoming strong. I was, even when Germany said they were going to try to get their military back up, I was like, yeah, let's go Germany. I am very pro countries having their own capacity for defense, their own military strength. I want strong countries. I want strong, capable countries. Well, I want strong people in general. I want strong, capable, sovereign, self-ruling people that are not going to get bullied around by others, regardless of the geopolitical situation. And yes, U.S. does some bullying here and there, but not as much as we used to be fair. I mean, you really read into what we used to do in the Cold War with the CIA. That was nuts. But we've mostly stopped that. The CIA does not. The CIA, for the most part, has learned their lesson. They don't go messing around with other governments nearly as much as they used to. I think the whole Crimea thing was probably the last big time. Like, they're like, okay, you know, I was getting a little fishy, because the whole There's a lot of weirdness back and forth from you. Really enjoy the chat and ping. I'll be back, but I've run now. Glad I found you. Thanks for correcting me once you spent. You got it, man. I'd love to see you around. These are exactly the conversations I want to have, like on the regular, honestly, as part of my content. And yeah, I know I stopped painting at some point, but it's fine. I was waiting for stuff to dry anyway. Yeah, I really hope I see you around, man. And with that, actually, I gotta pee, so I will be right back. I'll pop the music back on too. See what our boy Russell Braid's got to say about the media ignoring certain geopolitical things, while I apply more shading to our poor boy down here. It's having a very bad time.
To this war. Why are we continually told this was an egregious, unprovoked attack? What is the truth behind this war? And why is it that when someone publicly says the quiet part out loud, the legacy media still doesn't cover it? Whose agenda are they pursuing? Is it ours, or do they have a different intention? Let's have a look at this story together. Use our innate wisdom to deduce the truth as one.
President Putin declared in the autumn of 2021, and he actually sent a draft treaty that he wanted NATO to sign to promise no more NATO enlargement. That was what he sent us.
So it seems that had they been willing to sign a treaty to not expand NATO, this war could have been avoided. So what is the advantage of expanding NATO? That's one question. Secondly, of course, many of you are aware that at the climax or indeed conclusion of the Cold War, pledges were made to not expand NATO into former Soviet territories. We all know this now, don't we? It's not something that's broadly covered because, again, it's not...
Okay, to be clear, it was a statement of a single Washington, like, officer, diplomat, whatever. It was not put in writing. It was not backed by anything. It was just a thing a guy said, which is not something to be actually utilized for policy making purposes. That's not really a real thing. Additionally, does anyone get a certain, what was his name? Chaplin? Is it Chaplin? Not quite Chaplin. Maybe it was Chaplin. A certain appeasement vibe from this entire argument as well. Like, oh, do what I want and I won't invade this country. Like, excuse me? When did we negotiate with terrorists? When did we negotiate with belligerents?
...to the preferred narrative. And most...
And it is, like, belligerent because without... At that time, it was perceived that Russia was not only the more powerful nation, but vastly more powerful than Ukraine. It is straight up a very lopsided... You know, if the West did not get involved... Well, actually, I mean, after the Battle of Kiev, you know what? Maybe Ukraine could have done okay, depending. You know, who knows? But not doing okay. Ukraine's doing just fine. Russia's not doing too great now because of this.
As far as I'm concerned, is why are the legacy media, when reporting on the subject of this ongoing war, this drain and strain on human resources and indeed human life, this decimation of Ukraine, 500,000 people dead so far, why are they not saying, well, of course, NATO have now acknowledged that they were warned that if they continue to expand, then Putin would invade, and they did it anyway. So who caused this war? What is the reason this war is happening? And significantly, how could we end this war?
And that was a precondition for not invade Ukraine. Of course, we didn't sign that. The opposite happened. He wanted us to sign a promise never to enlarge NATO. He wanted us to remove our military infrastructure in all allies that have joined NATO since 1997, meaning half of NATO, all the Central and Eastern Europe. We should remove NATO from that part of our alliance.
In a sense, when you listen to this speech, it becomes clear that this war has been a long time coming, probably with the membership of each of these former Soviet nations, in the case that they were former members of the Soviet Union. It has encroached further on the agreement not to expand NATO. So it's not like a war that began all of a sudden. It's part...
I mean, yeah, there's that, but also, like, put those pieces together real quick. Not only was don't enlarge NATO, it was disarm all the countries that used to be part of the Warsaw Pact. Excuse me? You mean, I don't know, lining them up for easy invasion as well? Because here's the thing, we're basing that off of, like, that statement by Putin is effectively a win-win for Putin. Because if he says, don't enlarge NATO, and I will invade Ukraine, and then we do enlarge NATO, and then he invades Ukraine, he can say, well, I told you guys. But on the other hand, if we did what he wanted and disarmed all those countries and did not enlarge NATO, then he could just invade through and, you know, just not care. Because again, Putin is proven to be corrupt. He was massively corrupt before he was powerful enough to cover his tracks. It's is a documented fact. We have paper. The paper exists. The receipts exist. So like, it was a damned if we do, damned if we don't. If anything, I think we chose the correct path because now Ukraine is the only victim. And NATO has only gotten stronger. We've gotten a bunch more nations in NATO, and a bunch of those Warsaw Pact nations, particularly Poland, like I keep saying, has gotten way stronger because of this. I mean, if you disagree, you can jump right in the chat and tell me, and we can have a back and forth. But that's what I'm seeing, is that this would have been a straight up, literal World War II appeasement scenario with whoever that British guy was. That's like, I've got the paper that says Hitler will not invade another country, and then what does he do? He invades like 4 more countries. History repeats, dude.
The ebb and flow of history, and perhaps you will agree with people like Jeffrey Sachs that this war has come about to a degree as a result of the unipolar agenda of...
If anyway, now that I've put those pieces together, the Ukraine conflict was inevitable. Unless something happened to Putin before the invasion could actually happen. It was a question, it was simply a question of if it would have happened by itself or would have happened with a bunch of other countries being invaded. That's the only question. Because when you're gonna make a demand like that in a situation like that was a huge part that's just being overlooked entirely because of the current situation in Ukraine. But the disarming of the other countries, that's a huge red flag. Like, what do you mean we're going to disarm or kick out nations from NATO? Either or. I mean, kicking them out is basically the same thing because most of them at the time were not in a place to refuse Russian invasion. Russia effectively was bluffing to see if it could, in one fell swoop, create the old Soviet Union. Now I am actually convinced on the remaking the Soviet Union argument with Putin. That did it. I'm on board. I'm totally on board. Putin is just trying to recreate the Soviet Union. It makes sense now. I have figured out the chess game, and fortunately for the rest of us, he bet wrong. His bluff failed. We kept going with it, and now Ukraine is bearing the brunt of the best timeline. Or I guess the best timeline was something would have happened to Putin, so he couldn't have continued with any of these plans. But now I am realizing that this is the good timeline. This is the better timeline.
Centralist American interests, because they have an agenda to deplete Russia, because they have an agenda to create a unipolar world where Chinese interests and Russian interests are challenged, they were willing to agitate Russia to the point of war. And the reason I mention that is because, of course, we're continually told this is a humanitarian crisis. Remember,
no, I don't think we were agitating them to war. I think their plan was entirely to do war one way or another. The question is if we were going to open a door to allow them to take over the entirety of Eastern Europe at minimum, if not also Central Europe. I got it. We figured it out, boys. That was the whole plan. That was the whole plan from the get-go, and it's cleverly disguised in a it's cleverly disguised in a way that they can cover their tracks and keep us focused entirely on Ukraine and not the bigger picture. The bigger picture was the entire Warsaw Pact coming back together. That's where we're at. That's what's going on. If we had gone the appeasement route, we would have been seeing... I firmly think now that we would have seen a bunch of countries invade simultaneously.
you're supposed to believe. This is what you're supposed to believe. Russia, basically for no reason, started to wage war on Ukraine. It's terrible, it's egregious, Putin is the new Hitler. And again, this is not to advocate for Putin, it's not to advocate for the actions of Russia. This is simply to say, if the intention, the aim, the goal was to end war, these are probably the sorts of things you'd have to take into account, I imagine.
So he went to war to prevent more NATO close to his borders. He has got the exact opposite. is get more NATO presence in the eastern
Yep.
part of the alliance.
We're not a pro-Russia channel. This organisation is not pro-Russia. I'm sure that were we doing this in Russia, we would experience a lot more censorship, although, hey, who's to say, huh? But what we are saying is that everything this man is inventorying here seem like unwise moves from a diplomatic perspective if the intention was to have a harmonious relationship with Russia, to acknowledge that Russia have their own sovereignty, have their own nation, have their own history, have their own trajectory. This seems like, well, hold on a minute, aren't you like provoking a nuclear superpower for reasons, again, that don't seem that clear? Because he's not at any point going, and of course we have to have all these countries as members of NATO in order what? What happens? Is it going to help global warming?
And he has also seen that Finland has already joined the alliance, and Sweden will soon be a full member.
Also, we have plans to put cellophane over Vladimir Putin's toilet so when he go pee-pee, it splashes all over him. I got one of these puzzle things. Stop provoking Vladimir Putin. Some of us don't want the world to be destroyed.
This is good for the Nordic countries, it's good for Finland and Sweden, and it's also good for NATO, and it demonstrates that when President Putin invaded a European country to prevent more NATO, he's getting the exact opposite.
Brilliant. And now we've got a massive war.
Yeah, it's the better version because yeah, I am certain now Putin was going to invade anyway. The idea was to hide behind this if the bluff failed, keep everything focused on Ukraine and not the bigger picture. And it was not that is not that we provoked Putin into invading. Is that we Putin was seeing if we would open the door to make it easy for more invasions, or possible, I guess, for more invasions. Not possible if they're actually if they're equipped and in NATO. Because here's the thing, even if they're in NATO and they're not equipped, if they rush in and take the thing over fast enough, then in theory they might be able to talk the rest back down because threats of nuclear retaliation. If they can take over the entire country fast enough, they could take over like Estonia or trying to think of the other countries. Well, yeah, Poland, for example. Poland's the most immediate one. Any of the Baltic states, they could take over the entire thing and then manage to get the rest of the armed portion of NATO, Western Europe, and the U.S. at a negotiations table after that, with threats of nuclear use. Then those countries, as they proved already once before, they were willing to appease already once before, that he might be able to walk away from the table with those countries, being part of NATO or not, Article 5 or not. Poland, however, becoming super militarized, now is set up that if Russia were to invade, Russia's going to be stuck basically at the Polish border for a while before they actually get deep enough that any talks would actually help Russia. Like, by the time, like, Poland would absolutely be able to hold the line until the rest of NATO, or at least the US showed up, right? Who knows about like England and France or whatever, but
Half a million people have been killed. Let's have a look at Jeffrey Sachs' perspective, because we can understand this with a little more detail. How did we get into this war, and how do we get out of it? During the disastrous Vietnam War, it was said that the US government treated the public like a mushroom farm, keeping it in the dark and feeding it with manure. The heroic Daniel Ellsberg leaked the Pentagon Papers documenting the unrelenting US government lying about the war in order to protect politicians who would be embarrassed by the truth. A half-century later, during the Ukraine war, the manure is piled even higher. According to the US government and the ever-obsequious New York Times, the Ukraine war was unprovoked, the Times' favourite adjective to describe the war. That is continually what you were told. If you only watched the mainstream media, if you only read the New York Times and someone
yeah, based on my new theory, it is effectively unprovoked. Ukraine did not actually do anything to Putin. NATO did not do anything to Putin, except didn't do what Putin wanted for Putin's own gain. So yes, it is actually, by definition, unprovoked.
you, what's this war about? Well, it was an unprovoked attack. People don't do unprovoked attacks. People do provoked attacks. That's what this is. This was provoked. In fact, we've just heard NATO. This is not Russian propaganda.
Man, I wish I could just jump in and talk to Russell directly. Hey, Russell, did you catch the part where he said they wanted to pull all the militarization out of Eastern and Central Europe? That's setting up for just to set up the dominoes and knock them down. Warsaw Pact 2.0. Electric Boogaloo. I know I did that wrong, but whatever.
They're saying, well, Putin said that if we kept expanding NATO, there would be a war, and so we just kept expanding NATO, which seems to me to be an extraordinary decision for an unelected body funded somewhat by your nation and my nation to have made on my behalf. I don't remember being asked whether I wanted to provoke Russia into a war. Do you remember being asked? Whose agenda is being fulfilled? Why is it not being responsibly reported on? What kind of cultural curation is taking place that certain ideas are just not allowed to be in the space of public communication? Why is it that the media continue to be so obedient to an agenda that plainly is bringing us to the edge of an extremely dangerous situation? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments. If you're watching us on YouTube, you 6.6 million Awakening Wonders, we're only putting half the video up here for reasons that are surely obvious to you. The majority of the content will be up on Rumble. If you're watching us on Twitter or X, Elon, thank you. We appreciate you. But we will be doing the rest of the content on Rumble because that is our home and that's where we're looked after. Putin allegedly mistaken himself for Peter the Great, invaded Ukraine to recreate the Russian Empire. Yet last week, NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg committed a Washington gaffe, meaning that he accidentally blurted out the truth. This is what a gaffe means these days, an inability to sustain the deceptive narrative that controls the public sphere, that controls the augmented reality that we're invited to live in. This is why independent media is under threat, because we can say, hey, look at this thing, NATO said that. Does that help you to draw a different conclusion? Hey, have you listened to Jeffrey Sachs? He's not a whack job. He's a university professor and director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. They have a different perspective. That's why these things are challenging. That's why it's important to stay with us. In testimony to the European Union Parliament, Stoltenberg made clear that it was America's relentless push to enlarge NATO to Ukraine that was the real cause of the war and why it continues today. Here are Stoltenberg's revealing words. Again, the background was that President Putin declared in the autumn of 2021 and actually sent a draft treaty that they wanted NATO to sign to promise no more NATO enlargement. That's what he sent us and was a precondition to not invade Ukraine. Of course, we didn't sign that. Well done you, because now Ukraine is being devastated, 500,000 people are dead, and the situation shows no sign of improving, and actually no one at all benefits from it except for the military-industrial complex and centralist authoritarian systems that want us to be in a perpetual state of fear and unable to question authority in our own lives because we're terrified of continual pandemics and what. No, some people do benefit. Thanks for this. The opposite happened. He wanted us to sign that promise, never to enlarge NATO. He wanted us to remove our military infrastructure in all allies that have joined NATO since 1997, meaning half of NATO. All the Central and Eastern Europe, we should remove NATO from that part of our alliance, introducing some kind of B or second-class membership. We rejected that. Can you see why a figure like Donald Trump, who says we'd withdraw from NATO or we'd stop funding NATO, is a kind of wrecking ball to globalist infrastructure?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to understand the chess game happening there. That whole thing was bait to remove capacity to resist out of Eastern and Central Europe. And just it's thought about as if Putin was honest and in good faith, which even from the get-go, if you were honest and in good faith, why would you threaten to invade Ukraine over the expansion of NATO? NATO didn't have any aggressive intentions against Russia. Every time that NATO has even been brought up in the last 30 years was post-Russia invading someone else. Someone find me and send me a link in chat on any of the platforms if you're watching on any platform, YouTube, DLive, Kick, Rumble, any of them. Find me, link me a case where NATO troops were on the ground doing stuff in Russian territory. Where did we send tanks? Where did we occupy Russian territory? Oh, Russia invaded Georgia. Russia annexed Crimea. Russia invaded Ukraine. Like, where is the NATO aggression? NATO expansion is just other countries deciding they don't want to mess with Russia. They don't want Russia to mess with them, so they ask to join NATO because NATO ensures immunity to Russian bullying. It's funny, I see a bunch of Rumble people leaving while I'm saying that. Can't even deal with it, is my guess. Well, I'm getting tired too. There's also that, so I guess. So. We're probably gonna finish this, and I'm probably gonna call it for tonight.
Last 8 years, the United States spent more on defense than all other NATO countries combined.
Because this is the kind of thing that can continue unquestioned.
However, as I went through earlier, for that more than all the other countries combined, it's still only 12% of our federal budget. Only 12%.
Like, when in your life do you have time to go, hey, I'm not sure if we should be supporting NATO anymore? You're being overcharged for your energy, you're being overcharged for your food, you're working too hard, you're living in a nihilistic culture that has no vision for improvement, you're living amongst fracture, fissure, thrashed around by bad ideas and bad lies most of the time. When are you ever going to be able to say, hey, is there an alternative way of living? Do we need NATO? Are the WHO actually helpful? How are they funded? Where's all this information coming from? Is there the ability to pose counter-narratives?
WHO, I'm totally fine with getting rid of that. Seems to me NATO has never been more necessary than right this second. At least for other countries. It might not be super important for us in the US, but seems pretty relevant for European countries now.
Got time for that, have you? Well, we're going to have to make time, because it seems to me that we're on the precipice of some pretty significant changes. But what we're moving...
Let me put it this way, for the European countries in NATO, when was the last time a European country in NATO was military invaded by anyone? On any scale? Oh yeah, it hasn't happened. It's almost like becoming a part of NATO makes you literally invincible. No amount of Middle Eastern instability, African coups, Asian strife, back and forth, rivalries, none of that actually matters militarily if you're in NATO. Because everyone knows if you mess with NATO, you get America's big stick. You know what? I'm okay with that. I like how we are in, technically, by stat, by number, in the most peaceful and least war-filled time in human history right now. That is a statistically known fact. We have less people even right now with the middle of the Sudan war and Ukraine war and the African coups over in Niger and I forget the other country, and India and China raising stakes and all that. The number of people killed by government organizations through either the government or through their militaries, the number of people killed by that is the lowest it's ever been. It hit a bottoming out peak in 2005, but it's still overall, like, decade by decade, we are still since the year 2000 basically is the most peaceful time in human history. And that's, I think, a really big part because we have such an overpowered military for the US, and US being part of NATO, making a solid chunk of the world population immune to militaries messing with them. I think we can do better. If anything, I want as many countries as possible in NATO or I can't even say a similar organization because UN doesn't do crap. UN's next to useless. EU can meh. But NATO, let's get as many countries as we can in NATO. Let's not even just get like European countries in NATO. Let's start really pushing out. Because every country we get into NATO is now a peace-filled country. You can't invade them. No one can mess with a NATO nation.
To is a technological dictatorship where there is the ability to shut down your money, shut down your life, unperson you if you even dare to question the trajectory of global or national events. Or if you want to have a conversation, if you want to have cultural differences, you are going to be able to be eliminated. This seems to me to be the terrain that they're trying to create. And organisations like NATO, WHO, I'm not saying they're entirely malign or malevolent or were created even for the wrong reasons. I'm saying that now the way they're operating is certainly beyond the remit of democracy, and you're funding for it and you're not voting for it. That's the opposite of democracy. So he went to war to prevent NATO. More NATO close to his borders. He has got the exact opposite. I mean, stop provoking Vladimir Putin in the middle of a war. Do you remember when Tucker said that within a year we'll have a hot war with Russia? Does that seem more or less likely? Let me know in the chat right now. To repeat, he, Putin, went to war to prevent NATO, more NATO close to his borders. When Professor John Mearsheimer and I, and others have said the same, we've been attacked as Putin apologists. So at this point, this is sort of, I suppose, where we get into a degree of complexity. In this video, we're not saying to you, Russia are really great and NATO are bad, even though I can feel myself getting agitated on behalf of sort of the concept of Russia by the bureaucratic disingenuity of this unelected administrative official. But actually what Sachs is saying, and what he's saying his colleague Mearsheimer are saying, is we told you this and we were dismissed as conspiracy theorists. Now think about the last couple of years. How many times have things been said that are true that you're dismissed as a conspiracy theorist for believing? Think of all of the major world events, the pandemic. I mean, the litany, it just goes on and on. What is happening in conjunction with very significant geopolitical moves in order, I believe, to create a unipolar globalist world where democracy and sovereignty and community are completely eroded is the inability even to challenge on any individual issue. Dissenting voices shut down, alternative voices annihilated. The same critics also choose to hide or flatly ignore the dire warnings against NATO enlargement to Ukraine, long articulated by many of America's leading diplomats, including the great scholar-statesman George Kennan and the former US ambassadors to Russia, Jack Matlock and William Burns. So it's not all crackpots and whack jobs and people on the internet that are hippies with an axe to grind that believe in community and autonomy and democracy and that love is the answer and you have to find God within yourself, find God now. It's like actual diplomats and people that, broadly speaking, are in the general ebb and flow of international geopolitical discourse. So it's like Willie Nelson and Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix have decided that we're being lied to. It's like Jack Matlock and William Burns and George Kennan, like sort of dudes in suits in oak-panelled rooms. This is a really dangerous and unprecedented time. Let me know if you agree. Burns, now CIA director, was US ambassador to Russia in 2008 and author of a memo entitled Niet Means Niet. In that memo, Burns explained to Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice that the entire Russian political class, not just Putin, was dead set against NATO enlargement. We know about the memo only because it was leaked. Otherwise, we'd be in the dark about it. How many other things do we simply never have revealed to us? How much is clandestine? What do you imagine is behind those walls and doors of secrecy that they claim are there to protect us from terrorists? It's just more information that you go, oh man, we can't trust these lot. Start dismantling NATO. Get rid of that. Just completely radically reevaluate all of our democratic systems to first and foremost disable these gargantuan monoliths of horror that are guiding us gently to Armageddon. Let's get rid of them straight away. That's what you would understand if you were to have access to those classified documents, isn't it? Oh no, these classified documents. It was a surprise birthday party and you spoiled it. Remember them days, guys? Why does Russia oppose NATO enlargement? Yeah, why is that? For the simple reason that Russia does not accept the US military on its 2,300 kilometre border with Ukraine in the Black Sea region. Russia does not appreciate the US placement of Aegis missiles in Poland and Romania after the US unilaterally abandoned the anti-ballistic missile treaty. Oh, it's abandoned that. How about a treaty? No missiles. How about fuck your treaty? Russia also does not welcome the fact that the US engaged in no fewer than 70 regime change operations during the Cold War between 1947 and 1989. That regime change was a surprise for your birthday. They've got a country.
Okay, what about, again, Georgia, Crimea, Ukraine right now? Russia and Afghanistan. I mean, I know we also did it, but I mean that's and how about and how about in the Cold War? Cuba? You want to talk about the Cold War? You want to talk about Cuba? You want to talk about all your other operations that happen in South and Central America alongside ours? You want to talk about your African attempts at conquest that China's kind of just picked up and taken over for? Like, you really want to talk about stuff we did in the Cold War? What about stuff you were doing in the Cold War? I don't know if you really want to go there.
And an institution in the shape of NATO on their borders, armed, who they know have engaged in regime change 70 times since the last war. They know that they are explicitly their enemy, and they're saying, do you mind not doing that? I mean, it essentially amounts to a polite request, eventually followed by war. I know there's a deep and troubling history between Russia and Ukraine that I'm plainly not an expert in. What this is about is, why don't the media simply report accurately on this subject? And I can answer my own rhetorical question, because if they did, you'd make up your own mind. And when you make up your own mind, you will be less compliant and less obedient, and they cannot have that. And countless more since, including in Serbia, Afghanistan, Georgia, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Venezuela, and Ukraine. Yeah, but we're not going to do any more. Nor does Russia like the fact that many leading US politicians actively advocate the destruction of Russia under the banner of decolonizing Russia. That would be like Russia calling for the removal of text of Russia under the banner of
mainly US politicians actively advocate for destruction of Russia under the banner of decolonizing Russia. Was that actually a point pushed in not even pre-2014 US? Was that even, I remember us just being tired of being in the Middle East. Like, we're like, you know what, we're just going to take a break for a little while. We're just going to stop doing stuff majorly on a global stage for a little bit. We're just going to take a breather. And then 3 years later, it's like, oh, nope, I guess we gotta get active again because Russia decided to do something. I don't really remember there being any political will at all towards messing with Russia, except right after every time Russia messed with someone else.
Colonizing Russia. That would be like Russia calling for the removal of Texas, California, Hawaii, and conquered Indian lands, and much else from the United States. Imagine that for a moment. Imagine that Hawaii, with good reason these days, said, do you know what? The United States haven't been incredibly helpful to us. They're just using us as a missile base. When we actually need them, they give us derisory payments while they send incredible sums elsewhere, apparently to support a war that it seems like they, to some considerable degree, participated in the provocation of. And imagine if Texas took their oil. What's the benefit of the United States? Who benefits? Start asking yourself that question. Love America, love your history, love your nation, love your traditions, love your forefathers and your foremothers. But who benefits from there being one centralized government that plainly operates in the service of military-industrial complex, big pharma, uses the legacy media to whitewash and bleach the cultural space free of independent thought and independent conversation? Are you benefiting? Is it helping your energy bills? Is it helping your food bills? Is it helping your freedom? Is it helping your children's education? Is it helping your family's health? You let me know in the comments. Now, if you're watching this anywhere but Rumble, you have to click the link in the description and join us on Rumble to see this content.
Alright, I'm gonna say again, yeah, it is helping me. It is helping my gas prices at home. That US is doing all the stuff it's doing and NATO exists and yada yada. Because the US Navy is the thing that's keeping oil coming out of the Middle East. Without the US Navy, that is a very insecure trade route that's just north of the capital of naval piracy in the world, Somalia. Because we already saw that happen in live time. Actually, not even just Operation Praying Mantis, but also the Persian Gulf War. That was the whole point of that. Again, someone decided to mess with Kuwait, which was one of the things holding US gas prices at where it was, and then we had to step in and do something about it. Like, yeah, us having the military we have allows us to make sure that our gas prices are what they are, and they stay more or less what they are. And yeah, we should work towards energy independence, but we're not there right this minute. So, no, how about you get back to working on energy independence, get energy independence, and then we can talk about sizing down the American military machine a little bit. A little bit. I would still rather have the biggest stick in the world, if I'm going to be honest. I would still much rather have the biggest stick in the world. Because as you can see, it is still relevant, because there are still other big sticks floating about that are willing to whack things. But yeah, that's basically the end of that video with Russell Brand, and I am pretty tired. I've been streaming a pretty long time as my normal day work ended pretty much immediately. Basically, I had to hurry up and wait for other people, so I am going to call it here, and basically now, I will continue working on this guy. Tomorrow, I will be back. I am trying really hard to stream every day, or 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. Sunday's my day off. If you've been enjoying any of this, I know pro-Russia people have not been enjoying this, but fair enough. Yeah, leave a follow or subscribe, or whatever's appropriate for your platform. That's for those that don't know. I am streaming on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and DLive simultaneously. And yeah, I hope to see you another time. Have a good night, everyone. That's the wrong window. Do the buttons.